on the straight and then slow on the corner. But I guess that's a prep build.
Yeah. How's the car feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although, the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right?
They're all pretty exact.
Yeah.
Alright, whenever you want to go out. You put your left leg up. Probably not.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
What's up, everybody? Sorry, that was my bad. I, for some reason, goofed up. Sorry, it happens. Welcome, everybody, to the show. It's going to be a debate night. We're going to get it going on. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. Not really sure what happened there, but that's okay. It's all good. Let's go through who's in the chat tonight. Let's get that out of the way. Indian Jesus was in first again. That dude, he's on top of it. Says he's bringing his whole chat in. That's awesome, bro. That is awesome. Tootie Bug was next, after me, of course. Frankie Too Sweet was in the house, is in the house. Al Wine is in the house. What is up? Aaron Dark Horse asked what type of car that was. Well, it depends on when you were looking. There are several in that video. That's my warm-up video, and it is a compilation of a lot of the videos that I've had over the years left over. So that was fun. Vibe is up in the house. Tootie Bug is in the house. Good to see you. W has made it. The Evo all-wheel drive. Yeah, absolutely it was. And actually, we built that Evo in about 30 days for Pikes Peak. It was a very interesting story, and it was just really amazing to get it done. It was a very special car. I spent a lot of personal time on it. As a matter of fact, that car arrived about 3 to 4 weeks before the first practice, and we ended up having to build the car. It literally showed up. There was no engine in it, no transmission in it. There were parts of the roll cage that had to be modified, coolant tanks and things like that had to be fabricated. And we actually literally we didn't turn the lights off in the shop for that month. And I don't think we ever shut the front door, the big roll-up door, because people were coming and going at all hours of the night. I had 3 shifts working round the clock on the car, and it was brutal, but we got it done. The car ran. It did blow up. Push it a little too hard. That's okay. Things happen. But it was, it's what we do. My bot, WMD, is up in the house as well. He's keeping the peace. But yeah, the Evo was awesome, W. That was cool. I don't have one anymore. I would buy another Evo if I could find one. BIY is in the house. Believe in yourself, and has some sage advice about the CVTs. Yeah, CVTs are, no, I wouldn't own one. Yep. Yes, and we had technical difficulties there at the end. I'm really not sure what happened, but that's okay. Kairos Bandit is in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm assuming you're a part of Indian Jesus's crowd, and that's great. Never Lucky Rubber Ducky is up in the house. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Thumping Weevil, of course, is here, along with Nuxus. Good to see you. He says, I like car racing, really the only sports I do like. That's because it's one of the only sports. Mountain climbing, auto racing, and bullfighting are the only true sports. Everything else is just a game. Yeah, there you go. A. Alwine says, my dream car is one of 2, either a Grand Skylark 67 with that mile-long hood, obviously, with a 400 big block, or a Lancer Evo Gen 3. Why the Gen 3, I don't know. I would always pick the Evo 8, maybe an Evo 7. The Evo 9s, I like the Evo 9 to make a lot of power. They're a little bit tricky with the MyVec system, but not terrible. But literally the best Evo, bar none, is the Evo 8. So there you go. Yeah, I'm familiar with the 67 Skylark, buddy. They've got like the longest hood. Actually, maybe the Pontiac Grand Prix version of that car actually has the longest hood, but it's one of the longest hoods in production. So, your favorite body style? I got you. That's that's legitimate. Guys, remember, as you come in, make sure you hit that like button. Share the stream with your buddies, your friends, your social media. Throw it out there on X. Throw it out there on everywhere. We want to make stuff happen here, and we need to. Nuxus says, sounds like AI Wine likes BBC. Well, you know what? They're talking about that over on Emmett's stream right now in Connor's lame-ass debate last night. What kind of moron never addresses the actual debate topic and acts like he's winning a debate? That was the dumbest debate I've ever seen. I was literally sitting there watching it last night as I was trying to calm down after my day. I had a lot of shit going on. And it was nuts. It's just nuts. Yeah. Pin that link. Are we ready to go? All right. Well, I tell you what, I got to pin the link. I've actually got to go. Before I pin the link, I'm going to drop down for just a second. I'm just going to have to go. I have to stop video for just 1 second. And give me just a minute. I'll be right back. And just like that, we're back. Sorry about that. Had to move some stuff around. New hat. It's an old hat. I do have a new hat, though. Hang on. Stand by. I do have a new hat. It's my new golfing hat. Go golf. I got to put on pants. Joke's on you, pal. I had pants on the whole time. All right, let's get you some links out there. I'm throwing the link out in the main chat. Now, this one night of the week, the only time I put the link out publicly and I pin it. So what happens is, to be on the show, you have to cam up. And you have to debate cammed up. You cannot hide your your eyes. So we got to get that going on. Mikey Balls, good to see you. Confluence, good to see you. Get up here, my man. I know Confluence is ready for some good debating. And we've got a lot of stuff going on. And we've got it. Yeah, we're going to make it happen. Old cars are the best. Anything 472? Nah, man. Nah, brother. The pinnacle of automotive perfection pre-2010, argument can be made for 2000. The pinnacle for cars in that range, the pinnacle for cars in that range are actually the mid 70s to mid 70s to like mid 80s Porsche 911s. There are no better cars in the world. You can't get anything better. I don't care how much money you spend. Up until you get into the 2000s, where you start getting into the Lamborghini Gallardos and things like that. There are no better cars. They just didn't make anything better than a 911. So, yeah, Anson, we normally just get the side profile, so you're freaking vibe out.
Yeah, well, I figured I'd show Indian Jesus what it looked like to have chin hair. You see, that's what it looks like right there. I know. Not being Caucasian, you're follically challenged, so I was just giving a demonstration.
I do also have a thing where I get nervous and pull the things out.
Pull the hair out. Yeah.
Not ideal, but Yeah. Nice to be here, guys. How you doing?
That was too loud. Whatever.
That was vibe. Vibe, you're coming through still. I don't know why. Just mute and unmute, because that was like super loud when you moved your mic.
Sorry, what was that?
I said your mic was hot the whole time because of the way that Streamlabs is sometimes. You have to like mute and unmute again. Like we heard it when you moved your mic. It was really weird.
Oh, you guys heard the squeaking?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sorry about that. I thought I was on mute.
Yeah. Even look, Never Lucky Rubber Ducky, you can disagree with me, but 911 6 cylinders actually beat V8s in drag racing back in the day. I actually had a really cool experience in a 911 when I was about 20, maybe 19. And we were out, and this guy had a 911. It was actually just pretty much a straight 3-liter SC. He had done like a couple of small, like he had headers on it and sport exhaust and shit like that. Nothing big. And we were racing a 5-liter Mustang, and the Mustang got out on us a little bit from the go, but I mean the engine's right over the rear tires, so 911s don't spin the tires very easily. And then we got him once we hit right about 100. That was the end of it. And it was funny because we pulled up next to him, and you just know that poor Mustang was out of gear, and my buddy shifted into 5th and just kept going. He had a whole gear left. It was awesome. But yeah, I'm a 911 guy. And it was one of those it's one of those weird things where I really love Ferraris. I think they're great. I think they're beautiful. I really enjoy the styling and the attention to detail and all of that. But Porsche's better. I'm just going to say it out loud. They're just better. So,
Yeah, I really enjoy listening to you talk about how you used to own a racing team, Grid. I didn't know that. Like, this is new information.
You seriously didn't know that? He's trolling me, by the way. I'm just, he's known that like a whole time. Yeah.
I always wanted to be a car guy. Like my first car was like a Subaru something or another, but then I crashed that, and then I got a 4-door Civic when I was still in high school, and I had a friend who was just a racer all the way through. We were getting parts on eBay, and I got my rims on eBay. And then it wouldn't pass inspection, and what car did I get after that? It was just like a Chrysler 200 or something, and yeah, I thought it was a lot cooler than I actually was. But you were just talking ish about Nissan. I now drive a 21 Sentra, and I love it. But I'm not really.
I mean, the pedestrian cars aren't bad. I mean, they're as good as anybody else's pedestrian cars. But when you get up into like the sports cars and the high performance end, the Nissan they have the ability to be really good.
Why you keep mispronouncing Nissan, man?
Is that not
because I do it on purpose?
You mispronounce it on purpose. I don't make look. I'm drinking a Coca-Cola.
Yeah,
I'm being sponsored by Coca-Cola now. They pay me $3,000 a year to product place.
I'm here to sponsor whoever wants to put whatever they sell in this cup. Let me know.
So, right, like Nissan can do it. They just don't, and they fall short so many times, especially like the GTRs, like the R34 will just eat bearings, just eat. Like I knew there was a race team in England, and we were kind of doing some tech support for with the suspension, and they kept blowing engines like all the time, and they actually ended up LS swapping a perfect R34 because they could not keep the Nissan motor running. Like it just ate rod bearings all the time. And, it was, I mean, I'll talk shit about them because they don't hold up. Yeah, and the same thing happened when they had Tyler's having tech issues again. The same thing happened with the new Skyline, the R35, when they brought that out. A friend of mine, it's Tony Rivera at Brass Monkey Racing. He did everything he could to make this car a race car, and it just wouldn't do it. and he ended up going back to Porsche, like he should have. He should never have left. But cars were cool. They were cool, but they were unreliable as shit. So
tonight, Grit, are we actually debating sex and violence as our main issues?
So all the prompts tonight should center around violence on the left or violence on the right.
But you had sex on there, right?
So we're going to talk about like the way that and I also am going to allow some topics on interpersonal relationships or whatever you want to call it, and some I don't know, man. I'm a little bit open tonight.
Yeah,
I had a couple of topics in mind, and I'm not 100% sure.
Like interpersonal, like the ethics of recycling your ex-wife.
Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah, but like that's what you're talking about, right? Like sociosexual hierarchy stuff.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah. So, and I think from now on, I think every week we're gonna do themed debates, right? Like tonight it'll be all about the other night Wednesday night we had the discussion on are women the root evil of the relationship crisis. We never got there. We never actually talked about that, but that's what it was supposed to be about. So we could talk about that. That's a potential. Those type of topics are potentials for tonight. But I'm really looking more towards what do we consider violence? I actually had a really good discussion today about that. What do you consider violence?
Isn't silence violence? That's what I heard.
No, I like a much stricter definition of causing someone physical harm. That is what violence is. There's ways to hurt people in different ways, but I think when we start to expand violence into emotional violence and stochastic,
that would be a great debate topic, right? Because that's actually a conversation I had today. Is that when these studies are being formed, especially like with CSIS and some of the others, like CSIS, I think there has to be a fatality. So they don't even consider it violence unless somebody dies.
Yeah,
unless it's on the right.
But
unless it's on the right, yeah, right. Well, that's how they get around counting all of the protests and riots and all of that kind of stuff. That's how they get around that, right? I got to send out I got to send out links to people. So, but yeah, I mean, so is like a protest, even in getting into someone's space, that could be violence in legal definition because you are aggressing, you are showing aggression towards someone, and they could take that as violence. Now, I personally don't believe that's violence, but legally, in some places, that is violence, and that counts as violence. So these are good topics to talk about. These are good topics to debate back and forth.
Yeah, and see, I thought they were connected, right? Like sociosexual hierarchy.
I know you did. I absolutely knew you did.
Yeah, well, no, like really though, like they both have something in common, right? People are always trying to redefine what they mean, and also that the context of when you should engage in both sex and violence is extremely important, right? If you try and do it too early, it's bad. If you try and do it not at all, like being impotent, like both sexually and in terms of your ability to enact violence is a bad thing, right? So timing is exceptionally important. That's why I picked Kairos as my name tonight, because it's all about the appropriate, opportune time to engage.
Well, I mean, some people consider sex, the act of sex itself, violence.
I just had someone in my chat say exactly that. Sex is violence.
It's always better when the stripper's crying.
Government is violence, and violence is necessary for any civil society.
Government is violence.
Yeah.
Government is violent.
Howard hasn't said anything, and the first word out of his mouth is the hot take.
Good to see you, Tyler. Good to see you.
Hey, I just got a new camera, by the way.
You look
looking sexy.
Let's take a look at this young man. Look at that guy. Look at him. You're a little grainy, a little out of focus. You should need to turn up that res a little bit. You'll be all right.
It looks good, man.
We can almost see you too well, Tyler.
Oh man. Oh man.
I mean, it's what I imagined if I
the coloring looks really good.
with like a blanket.
Right,
she's like, I'm cold. I'm cold.
Oh, now he went full screen. I don't want that. Why is he not going away?
Well, it's the average.
There we go.
Show.
All right. But yeah, it's a good camera. What'd you get? An Ozbot?
Oh, we can't hear you,
He's
Tyler.
muted again. He muted.
Oh, it's
himself.
on sale on Amazon. It's like E-Meat or something like that.
Oh yeah.
4K AF. So that means 4K is fuck, man.
That's right. 4K is fuck. Right. I got you, bro.
If you run that for longer than about 30 minutes, you may have to turn down the quality of the resolution that it's actually reading from the camera because it'll heat up a little bit on the inside. I melted one.
Well, Tyler, you know that's all right.
Does your stream go all the way up to 4K?
I mean, I can.
I thought I only get up to 1080p as the selections. So.
Yeah. Well, and then what comes through Streamlabs will be different also because we get just this box that we're in right here, and I think it'll only do like 480 at the highest for each of the little boxes.
Yeah. So
when it's like this, it won't.
Let's save the box talk for the sex debate. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, you got to start the violence right when the sex starts.
I don't think Kel's going to make it tonight. I will send her a link just in case, but she was fairly upset last week.
Yeah,
so.
You were mean to her.
What happened?
I was not mean to anybody. I was my normal self.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said.
Okay. While we're sitting here, why don't we talk shit about that stupid ass debate that Connor perpetrated on everyone last night? I would also pull Fugazi in that and blame him a little bit, but he's not that good and he didn't recognize what was going on. At no point did Connor actually address the actual topic of the debate. All he wanted to talk about was the men. It was all about the men. And he was insulting as fuck, saying that, hey, IJ, did you know that military men can't go 7 months without sex? Did you know that? What? If not, they'll turn gay.
Right. Isn't that what happens? That's what happened to Kel's roommate, right?
Please tell me you're being hyperbolic.
He literally said that. He's like, not all of them, but some of them. It was
blowing up in chat grid. Like,
I do all right, but let's just say I'm glad that I am not in the military.
I mean, I have to say that Connor actually had something that he kept on screwing up. Like some of the somethings he had when he was talking about like men enrolling because they want to get laid, right? If you actually look at the statistics, there's no statistics basically that say that, because when men are filling out the forms and things like that, like why you serve, they're always going to go for a stoic type of purpose. But there have been many studies that actually show out there, based on like watching soldiers in interviews and things like that, it is to be laid. He actually kind of had a point there, but he kept on making stupid things. Whenever he had a good point, he would back it up with something stupid and totally counter.
I mean, okay, all right.
Argument.
So,
like I felt he actually
even if I grant that men are signing up to get laid, that has nothing to do with women being in the military.
And I
that's literally there's zero resolution there. Like one is one side and the other is the other. There's literally a reason why there's this saying there's a girl in every port, because that's what dudes do. They're not banging. They're not banging their squad mate unless she's kind of hot and she wants to, because they're barracks bunnies as it is. But it was the worst. It was the worst point in the debate. That was not a point in his favor. That was a detraction completely. The fact that men want to go get laid has nothing to do with the fact that they're women in the military. Like,
well, and one of the things
it's literally saying that not only can men not control themselves for 7 whole months while they're on deployment, but he endorses cheating because obviously if they're not capable of staying faithful to their wife for those 7 months, if they can't handle it, they're going to go nail something. He said that. I didn't. What?
So I think I know what's happening here. Since Connor has been palling up with Destiny, he's strategically picking debate partners that he can beat. He's never really getting challenges anymore because he's a coward that's doing it for political purposes.
Yeah.
And not because So on top of that, like he doesn't know how to form arguments anymore outside of like what he knows in his head. So all he's doing is telling on himself that armed service and being like in the armed forces. I don't know if he was. I know he was a security guard or a cop or something like that.
He was a cop. So he was in the armed forces. He said last night he was in the Marines for 4 years. But I almost wanted to fucking laugh. A Marine that does 4 years is called a failure.
I mean, think about like the link that he went from the Marines to talking about how being in the Marines without chicks makes you gay, and now he's Destiny's buddy. So, I think it all is straight. The only thing about this that's straight is the logic. Everything else.
That was awesome. That was awesome. That was so good. The only thing straight was the logic, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sorry, I don't like to talk like that in front of Vibe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. His innocent ears. Now he's been to the Philippines, baby. He's heard some things.
No, I mean, I'm always looking for something logical out of the person that's losing, right? And like I'm sitting there, I'm like, there were so many things I felt. You're 100% right. Like he missed actually making the point. He went off on these diatribes that didn't make sense, but there were pieces in there that I think he could have built off of if he just had some sort of structure.
I'm gonna give Fugazi, and normally, so like, look, I like Fugazi. He is a cool dude. I don't think he's a good debater. I think that he's like he has rhetoric that he sticks to, and if you move him off of it, he gets lost in the sauce. That's cool. That's fine. Or no harm, no foul. But I'm going to give him like huge props because I promise you he did not prep for, hard charging young military men have a predilection to dick if they don't get pussy for 7 months.
Fair enough.
I mean, yeah, that tracks, right?
Like I'm sure he did not see that coming, and he did well with it. I mean, he really did. I mean, I've got to be honest with you. That was it was pretty good.
That's not a bad argument. I remember back when I was a kid, it used to be a joke that in the Navy there'd be like, 80 men that go down in the submarine and 40 couples come back.
Right. But seriously though, it was like I don't know what Connor was trying, and he was like that more people than we expect.
That's crazy.
Are that more people than you would think are predisposed to being bi. And I'm like, and literally Fugazi was like, you mean gay? He's like, no, bi. It's bi. And Connor just kept sticking to this point. And I'm like, bro, let it go. Move on. And I ended up being like, fuck it, I'm going to bed.
You guys talking about Destiny Gibbs?
No, I'm talking about which is almost as bad. Actually, I thought Gibbs did very well. No, I'm talking about Connor counterpoints. Once again, getting completely kicked in the nuts in a debate by someone who should not kick him in the nuts in a debate because he can't make a fucking argument.
Oh, who do you debate?
Fugazi.
He at least he stood his own against Kel last night. I did see that.
Great.
He stood his own against Kel. Oh my fucking god! I'm going to give Kel props. I'm going to give Kel props. Kel, get in here. I know you're listening. I know you are. Come on in. We're not going to hurt you. It's okay. We're going to give you huge props if you went toe-to-toe with counterpoints and made him look like the little girl that he is. I will literally, I'm going to give you the biggest props ever. And obviously,
we got to get a clip of that.
No, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know if she would say she won, but she fought him. She fought him at least.
I will say she won.
Grid, there's a bunch of people in your chat that can get up here and debate. Emmett's down there, and that other guy, Never Lucky Rubber Ducky, he gets up here. They need to get up here, man.
Yeah,
Down there.
Anybody in my chat?
I have Hen, who was here last week. She said that she would be here. I just sent her the link. I'm waiting for her to come in. And then Tyler gave me a whole list of people who he said was going to be here, but only IJ has shown up. So
I also brought Confluence as well,
Confluence was going to be here anyway.
I was already committed. I was
he's a regular now.
How you doing,
I was hoping to get what's his name? Not kick his ass, Seabass, the other guy, Socrates.
Socrates.
Yeah, I was hoping to get Socrates.
Tyler, who's that Ico guy that he always says he's coming, but he never comes? The guy.
Well, he's got a lot going on.
come.
Yeah, Friday night's a tough night for him because I think he does like debate practice or some shit. So, let's see.
I was hoping
I don't know.
that,
I can't find where Tyler told me who he's got coming in, but it's okay. But at any rate, I want to apologize to everybody who goes and watches the counterpoint, the fucked up debate on Sarah's last night. I apologize to you. If you go watch it because of me, I feel so bad. But it's the dumb. You will walk away going, "This is the dumbest thing I've ever watched in my life." Like
I was asleep by 7 o'clock. I told myself I'm not.
You were so lucky.
It's just stupid.
You were so lucky. I wish I had been, but it was like a train wreck. You just couldn't. You couldn't walk away.
That's what I've heard.
It's like the more they talked, the worse it got. Yeah. And in the end, it was literally just Fugazi calling accepting the fact that Counterpoints is gay. Counterpoint saying that he's not gay, but things happen in the military apparently. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. And I made like 5 or 6 low budget super chats, just some low strikes. And finally I was like, all joking aside, can one of you please make an argument that actually addresses the prompt? and I'm positive Counterpoints has been talking shit about me nonstop since then, but fuck that guy.
Hey, can I ask a question to you guys? Yeah, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday on Raging Tomato, they're all talking about like trans and gay in the military, and I want to like, what's this panel's thoughts? Because they all seem like that's mainly fine. Sarah had some reservations, but like most people seemed okay. Like, what's your guys' stance on that?
On what specifically?
On trans people and gay people in the military.
There is no place for that.
Yeah, it's just like if I'm too short to do the things that you need to be in the military, and you are prevented from doing those things because of other reasons, whether it has to do with trans or not, there is a metric.
No, but I guess they were. Okay, so Jesus, you would agree because that's what Sarah and the whole panel was kind of saying. They're like, if you can, as long as you can do the task, then it doesn't matter what your gender identity or like sexuality is.
Well, yes, but disagree? Well, yes, but the caveat is paying for medical stuff. So like you could be there, but we're not paying for your stuff.
Go into the military to get that medical, to get those surgeries and whatnot. And they only do the 4 years. They're not in it. They're not dedicated. They're only in it for the medicals.
That explains Connor. He only did 4 years. What a fucking... Oh, look, we've solved the mystery, folks. We've solved it.
Counterpoints is becoming contrapoints.
For the benefits, and then because...
I'm not checking.
Linger even after the 4 years. They aren't committed. We need to kind of go in and do the work, and they're doing it for the country and not just for the shit that they're going to get.
I think this is not look. The problem is this is an issue that has no single facet. You have such a widespread spectrum of people who do this, right? Like you have the people who are gay that go in that are, that you would not know that they're gay, and they don't want you to know they're gay unless they're dating you, right? Like they're like, hey, I live my life, you live your life. I don't want to hear about your wife. You don't want to hear about whatever, right? and those people, I think, all right, cool, that's fine, whatever, I have a problem with that. Then you have the people who want to go in and force change, which is there. And look, I've read where they've come out and said, yeah, my agenda was to go in, be a service member, and then force them to accept me, force them to bend and modify the rules for people like me. Because if not, that's discrimination or whatever. But the problem is that the military is nothing but discrimination. They discriminate on if you can't do enough fucking push-ups, if you're too tall, if you're too short, if you're too fucking fat, if you're too fucking thin. It's nothing but discrimination.
So actually, I'd make the argument that they shouldn't be allowed in because of the reason that the military is supposed to be a cohesive unit, right? And if
also
you have
that.
Yeah, and if you have insane people in there, like the trans people or the gay people
that was my next segment. Is then you have the people who are insane, who want to run around in dresses and shit.
Yeah,
and not the ones that are like, look, I know I'm a dude, but I just like to wear dresses because what the fuck, I want to feel like a girly man or whatever. Look, that's like borderline insanity, right?
Okay, what about MASH? You guys, some of you are old enough to see.
Yeah, I remember. Right? Yeah, right. Yeah, so like Klinger, right? Like Klinger was trying to act insane, and they're like, Klinger, we're not buying any of this shit because you're a dude, and you're a dude. You got a girl back home. What was her name? I forget what it was. But yeah, I love MASH. I watch the reruns all the time.
It holds up for an old show.
Hey, there's Hin.
Haneda.
Oh, Hin, nice to see you again.
I was really hoping to see her come back.
Yeah, and she's going to be here Wednesday for the discussion panel as well. But I mean, look, that's where I'm at on it, right? Like I honestly believe I'm not like, look, the dudes that want to wear dresses can't be in service because they won't respect the uniform. If you don't respect the uniform, you can't be in the service. That's just the way it is, right? Yeah. Again, the military is nothing but discrimination. Now the truly insane are the ones that want to, like go full body conversion. They're trying to, they're truly insane people. And we should not allow insane people in the military, right? Like that's just the way that works. We shouldn't do that.
So what you're saying before, Grid? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Cleater.
I was just gonna. I know Hen was in the military. I was. Who else on the panel though is prior military? If you don't mind saying.
I'm a conscientious objector.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, I see. This is something they used to teach in the military. I don't know if they still do now, but when I got in, what we were taught was service before self. There's an image to the military. There is a debt of servitude that you're paying because you said you would pay it. So, in line with putting service first, right? Like you only are allowed to submit the image to the world that makes our military look strong as fuck, untouchable, unbeatable. It's not about us, the individuals. It's about the ideology, right? Like we all know that in war, whenever you're fighting somebody, there's going to be a group of guys, and that group of guys is an ideology. They are the grinding American military that will destroy anything. But the thing is, like, the individual goes out there, does the job, lays down because he died. The next guy comes up right behind him because he is still the ideology. And so it doesn't matter how many of us go down. We're going to come at you, and we're going to keep coming at you until we annihilate you. So this mentality, this image of the strong man that is coming no matter what, like it has to be a certain way. And it always used to have to be a certain way. It's the guy that's either single or he's married, he has family, he's a strong guy, he supports his community. They have medals and commendations for guys that go out and support their community in all kinds of different things. It's that image, that constant image of these are the pillars and the foundations of what humanity should be. This is what we want the world to see. If you can't achieve that, then you're outside the best of the best, and you shouldn't be in the military, or at least that's how it used to be.
Yeah. So what you're saying is just normal people instead of the weirdos. Got it. So
Pretty much.
grid. I was, since you got 4 people that are debaters in the panel now, I was going to tell them how I plan on judging tonight.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah.
You're gonna give me minus 22 points again, Anson?
No,
I just want to know. Just tell me up front, brother.
I'm using a different metric tonight. Everything is going to be Kairos based, and so you will be judged based on your ability to use the opportune moment at the right time for action during the debate. So if you are behind in your argument, or if you are ahead on your argument, or if you don't really make an argument, you haven't achieved Kairos, right? You have to think about like the awareness of what your opponent's saying, and use your experience and practice some self-control so that you have the right timing to make a quip when you need to, or push back against what the opponent's saying at the right time, right? If you
All right, so given that, can I actually compliment Tyler on his Shaw that when he came online, that I thought it looked great?
His blankie?
It's blanky, yes. I'm trying to score brownie points right now.
Gotcha, right. Yeah,
Tyler, you're so handsome. I just wanted to say that as well.
It's a throw blanket.
They call them brownie
blankets
points.
Are the best kind of blankets.
They call them brownie points because you give someone weed brownies. That's how you get the points.
I mean,
hey Tyler, are you still judging heavily on openings? I gotta know.
I haven't changed my metric. Yes, I am an opening-based judge.
I'm trying to play to the judges here. Okay,
play to the
your own win conditions.
That's right. I'm hoping that some other people will show up, but we'll see. I know that a couple were going to be late. They told me in advance that they would get here as quickly as they could. Yeah. So,
is anyone here in favor of arguing that the left is the less politically violent party? I think we're missing an entire side of the argument here. I mean,
an entire side of the argument.
I'll make that argument.
Yeah,
I could make it. I could make it, but
okay, hold on. Is there anyone here is there anyone in the chat, anyone on stage that doesn't think the left is the more violent party?
That doesn't?
Yeah, that doesn't think.
That's what I thought you were asking.
I don't.
Yeah.
I would say I even
you
have.
Don't, IJ?
No.
I do. I do.
Gosh,
what Tyler was saying.
I don't.
You don't think the left is the more violent party?
No, I think the left and the right are equal in that each of our sides has some crazies that make us both look more violent. Personally,
what about Isn't a leftist? Aren't you on that side?
No. The right is significantly more violent. The problem is that the left is much more disorganized in their practice.
We're not talking about capacity of violence. We're talking about actual violence.
Yeah, I think the right.
Yeah, that's for the debaters to make that case. I think not.
Definitely
generally
the right.
Because that's if I was going to argue from the left.
Cleaner, why do you think the right is? Cleaner, why do you think the right is the more violent party?
Well, within our military,
no. That's
people,
capacity for violence.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying capacity. I'm not even going to capacity, because if I was going to go to capacity, I would have started out with our veterans who have seen and done horrible shit,
absolutely.
But are calm.
If there was a political civil war right
I'm not
now,
going there.
I'm talking about having committed action.
Yeah. Our military members, a large portion of our military members.
I think we're going to have to narrow this down.
You mean like in military service, like in Iraq and shit?
Yeah, no. Cleaner has a point. No. Cleaner has a point. But like.
You didn't say only civilians,
right? And I said, I'm going to have to clean this up. I'm going to have to rework this prompt, because you're right. In the mass, like literally, I played the video of you guys of my friend saying that legitimately he should be considered a mass murderer. That's because of the things he's done. I mean, he really, that's it, right?
Yeah.
So that is different, I think, than what I think we're talking about political violence in civilian society, right?
Well,
or just violence in political in civilian society.
No, I'd take that too, Grid. Like that doesn't change it at all, because if you look at civilian, right, who enacts the most violence against civilians? The police. The police are overwhelmingly right.
But police aren't civilians, though. Police are officers.
But it's violence on the civilians, right? From the government, it's political violence to keep them in line, right?
It should be civilian on civilian violence.
I think you guys are kind of
wait.
Because then the police are right wing.
I like the refinement. I like to continue refining it. Yeah. I think that's good.
Police are unionized. I don't know if I consider them right wing.
To get at the
police are unionized. Well, actually, it used to be a joke. But I mean, it used to be a truism, but not I mean, as a joke, but it was really true that that cops did not vote Democrat because they felt like Democrats were always stabbing the police in the back.
And they definitely wouldn't since like Black Lives Matter, surely, right? Like, what cop
you would
vote
be surprised,
Democrat?
man. You would be surprised.
That's sad. That's voting against your own interest. Did you see the thing in
Portland from like today? Portland, it was yesterday.
With the lasers?
I think where this guy's like filming. He's a TikTok guy, and he's just filming. And this dude, and I mean, like he's a big boy. He had not missed breakfast, lunch, or dinner ever. And this dude comes running up and he tries to kick the phone out of this guy's hand, but he's so unathletic, he doesn't get his foot up high enough. So it becomes a very futile front kick. The guy the TikToker tries to keep his phone in his hand while he's trying to hit the guy one-handed. It literally looked like a battle of the Weetods until the guy finally put his phone in his back of his pocket and he hit the guy, knocked him down. That guy gets knocked down and he's like, the world spins for him for a few minutes. He gets back up. Now, this is all captured on camera. And so they start moving off, and then the ICE or some cops come out, and the guys are still kind of fighting. The aggressor, obviously BLM guy, Antifa guy, whatever, gets knocked on his ass again. He has to be literally carried off. The guy who was assaulted gets put in handcuffs and arrested. And the news is that he was the only one arrested, which is
later. This sounds like your story you're telling. This sounds like a complete repeat. Where you knocked the guy out because he assaulted the girl, and then he got up, he knocked him out again, and you got in jail for it. It sounds like the repeat of that. So I feel like every left-wing state has the cycle of history that just goes on.
So I got another question about the prompt I want to ask. If there was a civil war right now, I think everyone would agree the right wing would probably completely dominate the left wing. And even if it's not capacity for violence, wouldn't the fact that preparing and training for violence indicate a level of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not
capability.
Yeah, capability is. I'm looking for more readiness to be violent, acceptance of it as a norm kind of makes them more prone to violence in a sense, or more.
I like acceptance. I like that you said acceptance because that would kind of be close to where I would take it with a different prompt. Grid. I think I got a better prompt for.
Well, I don't have. I mean, that's not the prompt for tonight.
No. I
have a ton of prompts, but
for your kind of fine tuning, let's try this.
That was just a title. I mean, that has nothing to do with the prompt,
but leaving out the military and the enforcement side of the government, the left is the least violent side. That's what I would say.
You would think you still think the left is least violent?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Yes.
Are you going to go to Cleaner? You're not going to pull a bait and switch, or you go to a Dr. Kevorkian type thing about euthanasia or something, are you? Because I feel like you're
only one way to find out.
Or abortion.
I still disagree that I think there's. Well, all right. So if we go off CSIS data right now, admittedly, that data usually only counts when people actually die. And it kind of doesn't really reflect riots and mostly peaceful protest and that kind of thing. It doesn't really count burning buildings as violence, that sort of thing. But even but to get the data that the right, and by right I mean conservatives, are the more violent over the last 30 years, they have to include terrorists and Islamics, which are neither conservative nor really on the right. No. They also have to include what's the other thing? They include crap. I just had all this stuff, and Cleaner's got you guys have got me like going kind of like trying to really fine tune this in. They include any hate group crime is always attributed to conservatives. It doesn't matter if they're National Socialists. It doesn't matter if they're fascist or whatever. It's just automatically attributed to the right for some odd reason, I guess, because, you know, if they have, even if they have socialist in their name, they're on the right. I don't know how that works out, but whatever.
I wouldn't go with any of those arguments.
It's not an argument. I mean, that's just the way they do the data. That's what the data is compiled of.
Well,
When you parse that out of the data and you look at actual political actual violence, right? From the right. There's the amount of violence is so much less than on the left. It's insane.
Well,
like,
would you not say that there's a general perception of left and right when it comes to violence is that the left feels like they're the ones that say, "Hey, I'm asking you to stop," and the right is saying, "I asked you to stop, and this is enough." Right? There's a difference in force when the left is claiming that they're trying to stop something. They're like, we're trying to do this peacefully. We're trying to do this like through words.
No,
and then the right has the impression, and this is just an impression that I think most people have. The right kind of comes in and says, no, that's stupid. We're going to enforce this and stop it.
That's the only thing I think you have that backwards. Like castle doctrine and self-defense and stuff.
Yeah. So this is actually how it goes. If you and I have an issue as a person on the right, I go, okay, cool. We have an issue. No problem. I'll go over here. I'll do whatever. On the or if I come and ask you, hey, Vibe, I need you to do X. As a conservative, you say, nah, I don't really want to do that. I go, okay, whatever. I'll figure another way. The left, Vibe, I need you to do X. And you say, nah, I don't really feel like that. Well, no, you have to. Now we got to make a law. Now we have to protest you. Now we have to burn down your place of business. You have to comply with me, motherfucker. And that's the left.
And that doesn't even bring into it
backwards. What's up, Kel?
Hey.
I'll grant you some space there in the sense that I think there's a public perception that the left are the kumbayas. We're just trying to do everything peacefully. The right is when we don't like what we get or don't get, we forcefully come in. I think that's the perception.
When does that happen?
The left
when has that happened?
But I think your reality is partially true. I think there's too many laws. I think that the left wants to over-coddle every human on society and tell them that, hey, it's for your best interest. Okay. I'm just looking out for you because you don't know how to make good decisions.
Fine, I don't want to get too far afield before I address this. You say you feel like on the right that we are the ones that draw a line in the sand and we do.
I don't feel. I feel it's perception.
That's not the reality. You can't name a time where the right has seized a portion of a city and said, you can't come here for 100 days.
No, yeah,
well, that's a very hyper-specific request for a hypothetical or a factual data.
Well, I'm just saying he just said that's what the right does. He said the right puts a stop to it, but you can't point to a time where we've done that, where we have.
What about Waco?
Well, now you could.
I'm just saying this is the perception of left and right from the left and from the right, right? So the left look at the right as the guys that don't talk it through. Now, I agree with you, Grid, but I'm actually saying the way the world looks at it, or when leftists are looking at rightists look at rightists as the ones that will pull the show of force. That's how they look at us. They're like, the right is the forceful side. They're the ones that don't like laws. They just want to say everybody has to do this. That's how I think the left looks at the right. And I think the right looks at the left as a bunch of people that just whine and say, I want to go kumbaya and like run through the fields. I think that's the perception. I'm not saying that is the reality.
Yeah, it's definitely not the reality.
Can I get clarity?
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
yeah, absolutely, Hen.
So are we just talking about just physical violence, or just like also like
we were actually defining violence earlier?
Okay, because the reason why I say this is because I feel like the left is very violent, not only physically but also mentally. Because if you're more conservative leaning, they ostracize you. You lose your job.
Sure,
there's a lot of things that come with it.
That's actually I think that's one of the topics that I wanted to have I was trying to think of how to put this in as a topic of, so I was having the discussion earlier today, and actually earlier on the stream when we first started, IJ and a couple of the rest of us were talking about how in some studies and some data, just aggression alone is considered violence. It is considered violence to aggress upon another person, to threaten you, to yell at you, to restrict your movement in some way. That is all considered violence.
Well, Grid, have you ever considered that speech is violence? You ever thought about that?
I was getting there. Right. Like apparently speech can be violence. And
so we're just saying people on people violence specifically.
Yeah. Because that we didn't even really bring into the, we're talking left versus right, but the I don't know if you like the word here, but the schmartian thing, whether we consider that violence.
Well, I would say that's disingenuous towards what we're actually talking about. I mean, I get where you're going with it, but I think that's less about the violence.
I think that's a good topic. I would not
less about the violence.
Disagree.
And I think it's more about the aggression sustaining the violence and the violence happening, right? Like, not I get that that's a social dynamic that's kind of screwed up, but I would say there has to be like aggression and violence itself happening in order for it to be kind of considered correctly as a violent thing in the metric we're looking at.
Well, you count self-defense?
One of the things that I'm sure we'll end up debating tonight is it violence against someone to not use the proper pronouns?
No. So, I would say, I mean, like just from what I've seen of the world and from what limited research I've done on topics close to this, right? I would say the right is far more violent.
Socrates is here. Grab the link and come on in. All right, good. Socrates. I was feeling a little right heavy tonight. So
why would it be violence to not lie to somebody?
That's my opinion, but I mean, I can't.
Hey, wait, before we move on, can I want to hear like Cleaner. If you're,
it's going to TTS right now. Stand by.
Okay.
The Indian
I
Jesus
can answer that
donated
question, but we'll get to
Super
that.
chat. Every dono gets my puppy a treat. Hit my Sitch goal and he gets peanut butter.
Nice.
Cool.
Every single one, guys, get those in, and if we hit the goal on my channel, he gets peanut butter. So both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, IJ.
Cleaner, I'm dying to ask. I'm dying to ask. If it's not okay, if we're not talking police violence, if we're not talking the stuff you said, if we're not talking Dr. Kevorkian, we're not talking abortion, if we're not talking self-defense, I want to hear, why do you think the right is actually more violent? Where I feel like you're pulling some trick out of somewhere, and I want to know where the trick is coming from.
It's actually really simple, and it's within the social construction we have that we run around. It's normal. It's it hasn't changed since Grid first stated the prompt or topic.
Kind of the subject.
I understood what he was getting at the beginning, right? So the right side, we have guys that are in UFC, MMA. We have guys that take Taekwondo, karate. We have guys all over the place that are doing these things that are ultra violent. And yeah, when you're in a tournament or when you're in a fight using these things, there is aggression and there is violence, 100%. We have sword guys. We have, all different kinds of martial arts. that people are into on the right. There are a handful of people like that on the left, but it's way, way more prominent.
Well, that feels like a bit of a trick, though. We're talking consensual violence, like that. Like that's not what we're.
Well, no, that's hold on now. Hold on.
Civ on civ, non-consensual violence. If I could refine it even more.
No, there's a well. You say consensual or non-consensual. I would say, well, don't all politicians know that they necessarily are putting themselves in the line of fire when they become a politician, and that would make it consensual. So, I mean, you can try and like worm around the definition if
that's
you want.
indirect.
The fact is,
this is a really good comment from Twitch. 50 people are shot every week in Chicago. Every week, statistical fact. That's the right doing that? Really?
Is that the left?
That's awesome, bro.
It's people who are aligned with BLM for sure.
It's the left.
It's most definitely the left.
I'd say, to be
like
fair,
that
I'd
in
say
every
it's probably
major
a
city,
mixture.
though.
So
Tyler,
y'all
would you say it's
keep
not
on
the left?
We
wait,
can say
wait.
it's not political, but if we are going to force it into a political paradigm, it is clearly the left. So
who did they vote for? Who are the
Probably
who are the murderers in
nobody.
Chicago?
They probably did it.
Probably
Hold on.
They probably did it. That's why
if you do force it into a political paradigm, you can't go with the restraint that Confluence just made against my argument, because everybody that gets into politics does understand they're putting themselves in the line of fire.
That's not consenting to violence, though. Like that would be like saying Charlie Kirk consented to being shot because he like.
I get what you're saying, Confluence. However,
I love this energy, guys.
People who go into a kenjutsu match, a sword fighting match with lethal fucking blades, are not wanting to get hit or expecting to get hit. They're expecting to beat their opponent and not get hit.
Hold on.
But they're expecting to use violence, and there's a risk of that violence that could go into too much territory. Charlie Kirk is trying to do no violence.
The risk of the job is not consenting to it.
Give me a second. So I'm gonna grant this to Cleaner with a couple of caveats, right? First, absolutely, the right practices to be more violent than any other group probably on the planet. There are more of us out there on the range every weekend doing tactical drills. There's more of us out there, putting rounds down range. There's more of us out there, taking various forms of martial art. There's more of us out there doing all of these things. However, while we can say that the actions are violent, when they are, I don't know that we can get to the same level of violence. Certainly sometimes, for sure, because I literally know a guy who went into the ring determined to hurt the other guy. Like that was just a personality conflict, and they didn't like each other, and I knew that guy was going to go. I knew what was about to happen. So certainly but most people, I think, when they enter the ring, while they're about to perform violent actions,
I see
they're not threatening that other person. They're not wanting to do that person the same type of harm, I guess you would say.
Well, like, could I ask about? I can't remember the name.
Hold on, one more point. So, and when you get into kata, like in some karate, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, that sort of thing, you have to pretty much work. You have to kind of let the other guy throw you around, right? Like you kind of have to be a participant in the holds and that sort of thing, because it's a lot of it is performative, right? It's who has. I'm sorry.
For training, right? Yeah, but not.
Well, no, even in a match. So there's actually funny you mentioned that. There was this guy who's a professional fighter. He is a karate guy, I think, mostly, but he goes and debunks the myths in various forms of martial art. And one of them, he did Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and he just did not play. He didn't play the game. So when the guy would try and take him down, he would simply move so the guy couldn't take him down. And the idea behind BJJ is you have to end up on the mattresses for it to work. Mm-hmm. If you stand there and
don't sit down,
participate, they can't do anything. And so the referee actually told him that he was going to throw him out of the match unless he went to the mattresses with the guy, like unless he allowed himself to be put in a position so he could, that the moves would work.
Sure.
And so there's no violent. That's not. I mean, while it is a violent act, it's not necessarily violence in and of itself. And I'm not trying to narrow the scope. I think these are great points to argue in a debate, but because I'm not going to narrow the scope. Like if you want to talk, if you guys want to use this in debate, that's
consent,
fine.
Though, that's consent. What Cleaner is talking about is not consent. Consent is saying you allow something. When you become a politician, you're not saying I'm allowing people to come and execute me.
Well,
but hold on, there's a group that we're leaving out here of allowed violence, like all the sexual revolution shit, femdom, spike pegging, and all sorts of violent sexual acts are consensual violence, and that's a big group of people. You'd be shocked how many people
eventually.
Hold on. I got to address the chat for 1 minute. Guys, do not use periods or @ signs in the chat. Do not try and post links in my chat. The robot will beat you up, and he'll time you out for 60 seconds. It has no sense of humor.
Okay, I want to bring up something real quick if I can. You guys know there was that famous case
for all that you have done, all you will do, and all you're doing. 07 give GR1D all your money.
Thank you, Jess Gerald. Normally I would re-trigger that TTS because it was interrupted, but hopefully it heard enough of it. I really need to figure out a way to pipe the TTS into the stream without it screwing up my mic. But I haven't been able to do that yet. So you guys just have to listen for me. If it's going to TTS, I'll tell you just to hang on and just do the best you can. I know it's an imperfect system. Thank you again. Just Gerald is a legend, throwing out a big 50. And the puppy got a treat.
Indeed, he did. Every single time.
What is his name? Morty?
Morty, yep.
Morty. Gotcha.
Cool.
Yeah, I want to bring up one example.
Those will be great points to make when we're actually debating tonight. What I want to do now, because we have a pretty good group of people.
I was going to say, I wasn't really here for debates. Someone said that you wanted to press me about talking to Connor on Sarah's stream.
I didn't want to press you about that. I thought it was apparently I was going to congratulate you for going toe-to-toe with Connor. I mean, kind of like a girl beating up on a dude that's kind of a girl, but still, take the W. Take the W.
Women on women violence.
Woman on woman violence. Yes. Connor, he never did actually make an argument last night, and the women should or should not be in the military debate. What a pussy! He should have just simply addressed it and taken his L from Fugazi, which is what I'm sure would have happened anyway. But at any rate, and Connor is welcome. By the way, Connor, if you're listening to this, feel free to just jump on. We can go back and forth. I will put everybody in the back room, and you can just have at me, bro. Just
Connor, you're a bitch.
But you won't, because you're gonna hide on your channel and you're gonna snipe at me. That's what you're gonna do, because you're not cool like me. CT, we can hear everything. Your mic was just a little on the loud side, so when you come in and you're banging around like that, if you could mute that while you're doing that, that's great. And then you can unmute, no problem. Yeah, just it's really distracting. So
good. I wanted to come in because you guys were talking about martial arts and everything. I did want to ask: is there anybody that trains in here at all?
Yeah,
I'm getting back into it. Yeah.
Ooh,
okay.
That's a debate I want to see.
I'm a lefty, and I'm a fighter.
Ooh.
What do you do, Socrates?
I do taekwondo.
Do you really?
I do BJJ.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's the debate I want to see.
That's a good.
Yeah, I just literally like. Have you seen the video where the karate guy goes to the BJJ tournament? And he won't.
Yes.
He won't do the thing where he lays down on the mat with those guys. It's pretty funny. Anyway,
you're talking about the guy who wouldn't get on the ground. He was
he wouldn't get on the ground. Like the guy would try and do a leg takedown, and the guy would just block the leg takedown.
Yeah, yes, he can. But he's also a legit like.
Oh yeah, no, he's like.
Yeah.
Make no mistake, dude's a fucking rock star, right? Like he's a legit. And when I said he's a professional fighter, right? Like he's not somebody. He's not new. I'm getting back in the crowd. I used to do a bunch of different stuff. I'm gonna now that I'm healed up enough, I'm gonna get back into Krav Maga.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Just real quick, because Guamtech is too humble to say it, I want to give him a big congratulations. He just got his purple belt, which is
nice, dude.
Real feat.
Yeah.
The one I've been studying lately is called Kyoshu Jiu-Jitsu. It focuses on nervous system pressure points in the body to disable or cause pain in your opponent. A finger, basically, in the right spot. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. That's some serious stuff. I did some karate and jiu-jitsu in college that we learned some like pressure point and locks and stuff, and it's very painful.
Very painful.
Oh yeah.
I will say, I mean, sometimes when you watch UFC fights, you can see that play into the strategy of the fight. The one that comes to mind to me is years ago, DC Cormier versus Sylvia. DC basically stayed on his back, and he won the fight by basically just laying on Sylvia. Yeah, just laying. Yeah, he just laid on him because he had the weight. He's much shorter, so he didn't have the reach. But he just used kind of a ground and pound wrestling style to win. So there's multiple ways to address any fight. But I will say also some of those martial arts are fake. It depends what you're trained in. It depends how you use it.
And where you train also, because there's real arts, but there might be.
In my dojo, my guy can just do like that and beat everybody up. What do you mean?
The Aikido of it all.
There you go.
Redirecting.
The Aikido guy, who's the Aikido? Who's the Aikido actor?
Steven Seagal.
Seagal, baby.
But I will say,
you put some respect on his name.
There is application for Aikido.
It is
if you know how to use it the right way. It isn't just you grab somebody.
Have you seen that guy on YouTube who was like an Aikido black belt, and he's like come around because then he fought that I can't remember his name, but he fought a black belt in jiu-jitsu. He got destroyed, and then he actually like had a come to Jesus moment. He's like Aikido actually mainly doesn't work.
But that's why I'm an advocate. That's why I'm an advocate for having more than just one martial art that you mess around with. Like I've tried a little bit of kickboxing and Muay Thai and stuff too, and while I wouldn't say that that's something I'd rely on, I think all the women is not just one martial art for everything. You have to be able to be well-rounded.
Muay Thai and BJJ. That's a wicked combo.
No, I just started learning about this one. Like I got a book that I was reading about this one. It's pretty interesting. I haven't gotten into the practice of it yet at all, but like what it talks about is stuff that you can use in literally any other martial arts style. If someone gets close enough that you can touch them, like you hit them in the right spot with just a little bit of pressure, talking like 1 pound to 5 pounds of pressure, tag them in the right spot, it can disable them for a second or at least stun them so you can get in something really dangerous.
I don't know how seriously everybody else is trained, but when I was a young man, I remember, so like I've gone home pissing blood because I've been hitting a kidney so hard. I have literally like damn near blacked out from getting hit in the liver. Like you have no idea what it's like.
It sucks.
If you get like a real strike to the liver, is like you are down. Like you are instantly, you shut the fuck down. And it's always interesting when I hear people talk about, well, no, that's bullshit. That wouldn't happen like that. And I'm like, brother, let me tell you, you'd have no idea how quickly you just go lights out. And now I've actually, so I'm doing Krav Maga because it's the easiest one for me to just adapt everything else to. And at some point, I'm going to go down and train with the guys down in Atlanta with their like gun fu shit.
The one thing that I would say as far as martial arts
gun fu.
It's basically like integrating my firearm with the martial art in and of itself. Krav Maga kind of does that, but it's not great. These guys down there, they jokingly call it gun fu, but it's legit.
You got a pistol at somebody? Is it
Sorry?
just pistol whips?
No, it's like poking somebody with a rifle. It's like
it's like retaining your gun while punching somebody in the face and then shooting them.
Is that that wouldn't happen to be a place? I want to do verbally to you guys. That wouldn't happen to be a place that's ran by ex-Mossad guys, is it?
No, it's these are all American dudes, and they're crusty fucks. John Lovell at the Warrior Poet did some training with them, and they beat the shit out of his ass. And they use the training weapon they use actually like shoots a pellet and it'll sting you. I mean, it doesn't do any damage, but it'll sting the fuck out of you. So you know not to do that again.
Like a higher powered airsoft pistol or something?
Yeah, it could just be an airsoft pistol. I don't know. Cool. But anyway, let's get into this, guys. What I want to do is I want everybody to go around, say who you are, what your role here tonight is, whether you are a debater or a judge. And then, if you have a channel, shout it out. If you don't want to, just don't shout it out. And then we'll kind of roll into this. I enjoyed I enjoyed this opening banter, but the people came to see some blood sport debating.
Let's do it.
We got to give the public what it wants. All right, so we'll start with Anson and just work our way around.
Yeah, I don't have a channel. I keep on nuking my channels because it's funny. I'm the judge. I'll judge you based on Kairos tonight, whether or not you make an argument that is, timely. Yeah, go ahead, Jesus.
What's going on? I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern on my channel. Please go check that out. I am a MAGA atheist. I used to be a little bit more of a default liberal, and then I kind of got red-pilled. But I did my research on the religion stuff, and I'm always open to change my mind, but I think I know what I know.
Go ahead,
I guess that comes over to me here. I am Vibe. I am a moderate to amateur to failure debater. I come here to learn from you guys and try to become better at doing what I do, but I also am the host of the Uncomfortable Bible Study, which you guys can catch on Sunday. I'm also on many platforms. I'm not Old Greg, but if you guys are familiar with Old Greg, that is some British humor from the BBC. Go check that out. Also, Anson does have a channel. Did that get shut down?
I shut him down real quick, bro.
Oh man, well I liked it. I watched the first 3 episodes.
Well, I'm here to disappoint.
So looking forward to whatever comes up next. That's it for me.
I'm Old Greg.
Yes, you know what it is. The show was called The Mighty Boosh.
Average debate enjoyer. Since I've already mastered the art of debate and my skills are unmatched, I am judging tonight. I am the ultimate enlightened centrist. I don't really have a political camp. About 55% leans a little bit more to the left than right, so I kind of would say slightly center or left, but not by much. And there's a lot of stuff I like that is right wing. So average debate enjoyer on YouTube and everything. I am not just a judge, I'm the judge. So ignore the other two. My decision's what matters.
I'm cleaner. I do whatever debates with whoever the hell wants to because I fucking love to argue with people. Tonight I'll be judging, I believe, unless we've got other people and I get to debate. Grid?
Yeah.
Do I get to debate?
You might get to debate tonight. We'll have to get a fill-in judge. Maybe Socrates or somebody will fill in. Confluence, somebody like that.
All right. I judge based on argument points, refutals, fallacies called, fallacies refuted, and command of the argument more than anything else. Good luck.
All right. I'm Confluence. I'm mainly a YouTuber. I'm center-right unless you ask Emmett, in which case I'm a filthy leftist.
Yep.
But don't listen to Emmett. And I make center-right content that's political, but also entertaining. And none of you fucks ever subscribe to me. I'm on here so often. I get like 1 sub because everyone doesn't like me apparently. But just check out the channel, Confluence 358. Always be plugging. Come on.
Stop being a lefty.
I'll give you one right now, man.
All right, like gets this to me. I'm Thumping Weevil. My channel is Thumping Weevil. I don't go live a lot right now because I'm still very on here a few times. But I'm a very amateur debater. I've only debated here once, like one-on-one with Kel. And I want to say I'm a conservative, more right than anything, because, the left are violent from what we've talked about. But yeah, that's me.
Hello, my name is Hanaita. I am a gaming streamer. Not currently streaming right now just because I'm doing full-time work just to help out my grandparents. But I'm here as a debater, even though I'm not really good at it, but I'm trying my best. I'm learning from the best. Every single one of you guys have been teaching me things, so hopefully we can continue this role.
Cool.
Cal.
You're muted, Cal.
You have to unmute Cal.
Hello. Nice to meet you all. I'm probably gonna make my exit on this one. Sorry, I didn't know I was planning on debating, but I hope you guys have great debates. Yeah, I'm at Kinetic Cal on YouTube.
Yes, go to Kinetic
for
Cal.
one. Come on, you know.
Wait, what?
Kel pre-running? What?
She said she wasn't debating several times, Grid.
Oh, that's fine. All right, Confluence, go with it.
Wait, what? I already
Or not
said
Confluence. I'm sorry, Socrates.
Subscribe to Confluence, though.
I've
Do
got
it. Do it. Yeah, me.
I'm doing too many different things. I apologize.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm multitasking as well. The new Diablo 2 Resurrected season literally just started tonight. So I can put it on the screen if you wanted to see. I didn't want to be distracting, but if anybody's a filthy gamer,
It's all right.
Old school gamer. Yeah, I'm Socrates over at Socrates TV. So Socrates TV on Twitch and Real Socrates on YouTube. Yeah, hardcore lefty. Happy to judge. I'd love to debate though. Be part of the Clown Fiesta.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm a Guam Tech. Don't consider myself a debater. I like to have conversation though, which is exactly why I am up in here, is because I want to know what I can do better to actually hold better points. Would consider myself a centrist, probably leaning a little more conservative these days, but still got a lot of liberal stuff that I value, and yeah, hopefully I might be able to have some fun conversations.
Okay, so
Emmett has his own walk-on song. I'm sorry, we have to play it. It's my contract.
it's in the contract. That's true. My name is Emmett. I am an editor for Creed right now. I have my own channel, which is the State of Gaming, which I make fun of lefties and play games and do other stuff and commentary. I came here only to make a Troon rune, and I made it happen. So no Troons allowed in this space. Bye-bye, Kel. And yeah, I'm here to destroy every single one of you lefties.
Let's go on. All right, CT.
Hey, I go by CT223 in these chats. I would say I'm definitely right wing, but I also have some classical liberal thoughts. Not leftist, because the left has become absolutely insane. But some classical liberal ideas that I think still hold up. I don't have a YouTube channel right now. I'm just here for the love of the game, and they're potentially, depending on how some of these debates and things go, I might start one in the future. But right now, I'm just here to have fun and have conversations. Because, like Charlie Kirk said, when we stop talking, we start fighting. So.
All right, cool. So,
damn it, CT.
Everybody in the chat, if you haven't already, go to those channels and check them out, especially Lutch's Indian Jeebus account and Vibe needs as many subscribers as he can get, and so does Confluence. I'm not sure Socrates does. I don't know about.
I could use subscribers.
Yeah, you need them. All right, cool.
Yeah, give me themselves.
Emmett for sure does, and so does. And everybody, just go to everybody's channel, hit the like button, subscribe. If you don't know how to find them, just search.
Guam Tech's on Kick. You can find Guam Tech on Kick.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You over there with Destiny hanging out, buddies?
The debaters have their work. The debaters have their work cut out for them tonight because there's an engaging conversation in chat going on right now about couponing. So if y'all can compete with
coupons.
Coupons.
That's from Family Guy. Kissy Cat says she gets discounts for her giggle. That's funny. Very feminine giggle, I guess.
I got a free garlic bread because my kids were cute.
Oh.
I mean, that's
I think you'd be worried about
Based.
that. Is cool.
You should be worried about that. That's not a good thing.
All right, so let's try and get a debate going here. Let's see. Well, first of all, is there anybody who would like to debate somebody?
I personally would love to be able to talk with my Taekwondo friend over here.
Hell yeah.
Socrates? All right. All right, Socrates. Oh, by the way, we're going to do something a little different tonight. The first couple of rounds is an elimination because we always have new people it's nice to have a warm up, right? It's nice to have a warm up. So we're not going to eliminate. So, but try hard. That's not an excuse to not do a good job. And so what? Let me kick everybody in the back, and we'll come up with a topic.
Good luck, guys.
You guys can do a good job because it's important, right? It's important. I really like.
He should put himself in the back.
I did. I just put myself in the back. Yeah. Whoopsie. And I scrolled a little too far. That's what happens when you're not paying attention. All right. So Confluence, you're not up here. All right. So, and we got gaming going on, multitasking. Oh, right. Okay. So, what are we going to debate, guys? What is a good prompt for you guys?
So I personally would say maybe we could start off a little bit lighter, not go so far into the politics or anything just yet. But I would like to debate personally, that grappling martial arts is probably a lot more of a better self-defense than striking martial arts.
It's interesting. What do you think, Confluence? I mean, I've got some great topics. You want to hear some potential topics? I've got some great stuff. You guys want to hear a topic or two just to help you out? But I like that one. I like the striking versus grappling. All right, so let me throw this out here. Not necessarily political, but California has just passed a law that social media platforms are liable legally for any misleading information, what they consider hate speech, violent speech, any of that. Originally, the way the press release was worded, it sounded like they were actually talking about the content creators themselves being held liable for what their chat might say or what they may say. If it violated whatever random California nonsense that they have. But now it seems like it's just a social media and they can fine them up to $1 million per offense. So do you think social media platforms should be legally liable for amplifying misinformation that leads to real world political violence? Do you think that if much like the California law, if somebody goes on Facebook and says, I'm going to do this, and Facebook doesn't take it down because they just don't want to monitor everybody's post, could Facebook be held responsible in some way?
Wait, so this is the whole platform? The whole platform gets fined $1 million if somebody on that.
Yeah. Zuckerberg would get a bill from the state of California.
No, I mean, I think that's the end of social media if that happens.
Right? But no, it's law right now. It's law in California.
Okay, I would have to look that up.
Yeah.
And I'm leveling right now.
Sorry?
I mean, I feel like I would probably agree more with Socrates here.
Yeah. All right. That's cool.
Yeah, we found some common ground though. That's kind of cool.
All right.
That's that.
We'll find something to fight about.
Yeah, no. Maybe the grappling versus striking is good. I just don't know how that would work. But anyway, Ooh, I feel like I know which way you guys are going to go on this, but let me throw this out there. Federal intervention, including designating groups like Antifa as terrorist organizations, is essential to curb the 1,000% rise in attacks, such as on ICE facilities and other government offices.
One more time.
Federal intervention, including designating groups like Antifa as terrorist organizations, is essential to curb the almost 1,000% rise in attacks on facilities such as ICE and other organizations.
I mean, I'm happy to argue against that. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'd be happy to argue against that because that doesn't.
You want to argue against that? Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you at on this?
I mean, I could probably argue for it, even though it's not necessarily my personal belief.
Okay. Well, all right. Are you guys good on this grappling versus striking?
I mean, I could do that. I'm not like to be honest. I feel like it could go either way. I could argue it, but
okay.
I don't have like an obvious.
All right. Let's get away from violence for a minute. Let's appeal to the sex part of this evening. AI-driven data apps exacerbate mental health crisis by promoting superficial judgments over authentic, real connections.
Are we going to disagree about that? I feel like.
You guys agree with that one? All right.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are too. That's a problem here. Yeah,
hey, maybe the left and right aren't so different after all. Maybe we're all just people.
I keep telling you, you're not really a leftist, Socrates. I keep telling you that. You just think that you're left.
Is this like a no true Scotsman? If I'm reasonable, then I must be.
Right.
Be
yeah. Right.
Yeah.
If you're reasonable, I mean, if
define your enemy into.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to corrupt you. That's all.
Good luck. I
know, right?
So.
You say that, but nah, that one's not good. That's not good for you guys. Early discussions of politics and finances in dating, what I would call future proofing, should be mandatory to well, not mandatory, but should be a part of. I wrote mandatory. Sorry, that's my personality leaking through. Should be a part of your initial dating to avoid mismatched long-term partnerships. In other words, it ain't all about the looks, bro.
I mean, that's an interesting one.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
I like that one. Could be something there.
You like that one?
Because a lot of right-wing people right now are like lying about being into politics, right? To get dates.
I don't know.
There's like I won't say that.
Well, let's get into that in the debate. All right, so let me move you up there. So why is this?
And I'll need to be reminded one more time.
I'll read it again. Early discussions of politics and financing in early dating should or future proofing should be a part of early dating to avoid mismatched long-term partnerships. Effectively saying that these conversations that sometimes people will avoid should be had early so that you don't, marry the wrong person.
I think I could go against that.
Okay. And Socrates, you think that should happen?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it should be legally mandated. But
not legally. Yeah, there's no like legal mandate. I'm just saying this is an ought claim. It ought be this way.
Like, I would recommend that somebody do that. I wouldn't say it's like a moral imperative, but I would recommend that somebody do that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go then. All right, let me get my trusty timer, which I still haven't been. I for some reason, I think it's I need to update my version of OBS or something. I cannot get the timer function in the OBS to work. It's probably just me being an idiot with computers, but I'm just going to blame it on OBS for the moment. and nobody can stop me from doing so. All right, so you guys understand the rules of the game. You get 1 minute each for your opening statement, so be thinking about that while I'm getting this set up. At the end of the minute, I'll stop you, and then the other person will go, and at the end of his minute, we will start a 5-minute clock when you're ready, so that you get 5 minutes back and forth exchange, and then we launch into it. Everybody good to go?
Sure.
Let's do it.
And Socrates, you're the affirmative.
Okay.
And I believe, right? Because
Yeah.
you're saying it should happen, and he's saying that he thinks that it doesn't necessarily need to. All right, so let's Socrates, you go first, and just start talking when you're ready.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for welcoming me to this wonderful debate. I'm so excited to be here today, guys. There's a rising situation in which right-wing dudes are lying to girls and saying, "Oh, I don't really follow politics. I actually didn't vote in the last election." And then they find out 2 months, 3 months later, oh no, this person lied. This person voted for Trump. This person is on r/conservative, posting, even though most of the posts get deleted, but posting every day, and they've got some pretty strong opinions, and they just straight up lied because either they couldn't get a date when they were being honest about their beliefs, or there's apparently guys out there that have this weird fixation with wanting to date specifically liberal women. I don't know if it's a power thing. I don't know if they actually secretly like the values of liberal women, but whatever it is, I would recommend women out there have those conversations, maybe vet it a little bit.
That was your minute, brother. I'm sorry.
Okay. No. Right at the end.
All right. All right. So that's Guam Tech.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Guam Tech, just start talking when you're ready, man.
Yeah. So I honestly think that men and women especially would be able to have better conversations outside of politics within their first few dates, even I would say early in their relationship, and that they would actually be able to get a better read on each other by having better conversations outside of politics. So that way you would be able to actually make a connection that was based off of what you guys actually agreed on, instead of having to have politics come into it and possibly ruin something that could be good. Not only that, there are definitely ways that people would be able to change their minds depending on who it is that's actually delivering the information. So yes, maybe there are right-wing people who come into it and for some reason just want to date liberal women and they're setting themselves up for failure. I do think, though, that you could be focused on finding somebody who is actually going to be a match for you personality-wise, and maybe leave the opinions for a little bit later.
That was awesome. You had 4 seconds left. All right. Okay. Well, I got 5 minutes on the clock. You guys just start talking when you're ready.
Yeah. So I want to ask Socrates if, you seem to be taking the position that most of this would be bad because it's right-wing people who are kind of taking advantage of relationship goals and not necessarily being truthful about what they actually believe.
Yeah, I don't know if I would even necessarily say taking advantage of. I think they're wasting everybody's time. I don't think. I think it's a bad idea all around.
And so, how would you say that this would actually be harmful in the relationship later?
I mean, if your relationship starts based on lies, that could be harmful. But I think the most obvious thing is just, you start dating somebody, you think maybe they're cool, and then you find out that they've been lying to you about not just oh, I've got some opinions, or I voted one way once, but their entire value system is opposed to what you think is decent for a human being. There's not necessarily any coming back from that.
Yeah. So, I mean, wouldn't you say, though, that people are more complicated than just their politics?
Sure, of course, yeah.
So, I mean, what are your thoughts then on trying to let your, I guess, things that you're able to actually, be interested in talk over than just your politics, and being able to make a relationship based off of things that you actually value and would be able to care about outside of just who it is that you're voting for.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's this weird misconception that it's like, oh, politics. It's like, oh, but you know, you're into this sports team, or you like this hobby, and I like hobbies that are more outdoors. You like more indoors. That's not really what I think politics is. I think politics is at its core based on values. And if it turns out, look, I can conceive that there could be a situation where people are on paper, you know, not aligned at all, but they get talking, they realize they have a lot in common. Maybe they come to some better middle ground for each other. That can happen, and that could be wonderful. And I think people should be open to that. But at the same time, I think that's kind of the rarity. And fundamentally, again, just coming back to like lying about just who you are and what you believe, like that's a pretty big, you know, not great way to start off a relationship.
Yeah. And really, I think that this is a good conversation because I can use myself as an example. My wife and I, when we first ended up getting together, I specifically remember her telling me that she was totally okay with abortion, all the way up to the point of saying I would probably have one. And she also ended up getting on my ass about the fact that I believed in God, even though I wasn't a Christian. So that didn't happen, though, right away. We did end up having a, you know, relationship for at least a few months before that ever happened. But I think it was the fact that she understood who I was as a person and saw how these things benefited me in the way that I thought, and then eventually was swayed to be able to come over to that side. And I do think that whether that be on the right or the left, that would be a lot more possible if people actually saw people for who they are and then understood their politics from there.
Wait, so can I ask, just because I'm, for as much as you feel comfortable sharing about your personal life, you said that she came over to your side. She was initially potentially like open to the concept of abortion, but then I'm just curious how that.
She was basically, yeah, more on the left side of like abortions are good for sure. And, you know, also a little bit more on the atheist side of like, I can't believe you would even believe in God. You're a dumbass.
So how did that in your relationship? Because it's like once you're in a relationship, you know, whether you decide to have it, you know, if you get pregnant and you decide to have an abortion, that's based on like, you know, there's people who could be pro-abortion who might not get an abortion, right? There's lots of people who think that you should be able to get an abortion, but are parents, right? So it's not like a one-to-one, you have to get an abortion if you're pro-choice.
Right. I mean, I would say that the way that it worked out was, again, her being able to understand where my politics were coming from so that she could have a different opinion to actually go off of and then make a better decision based off of that. And we, you know, obviously when it does come to children and stuff like that, I mean, maybe it's the thing that people should probably be a little bit better of, which is just being more careful instead of finding yourself in that situation.
Yeah.
Was again her being able to understand
where my ladies and gentlemen,
politics were coming from.
You need to remute it. Damn it, mute.
Mute.
And then make a better
unmute and mute.
And we, you know, obviously when it does.
Sorry. I didn't realize the debate ended. I was on a delay.
What is that?
That's static. Who's staticking?
Who is staticking?
Oh, no.
Okay, whoever did it, stop. Okay, good. All right. That was interesting. That was an interesting debate.
Was that it, or was that was the whole?
That's it. That's it.
Cool. Wow, that was
like
minutes, super.
Yeah, you only get 5 minutes.
Speed dating.
It kind of is.
That was fun.
Yeah,
that's my first time coming on doing that. That's pretty cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Before. Yeah, that's why everybody's yelling at you about your game being up, because you got to really focus on this.
Yeah. What game are you playing?
I thought that was the most horrible debate I've seen in a long time.
And this is.
I think you actually have it in you. I just don't think you were concentrating on it.
Yeah, it was actually. I thought it was good because of the subject matter. Let's hear from
Anson Knowles.
Yeah, so like I said when I introduced myself, I'm going to be judging off of what I consider to be whether or not you maximize the opportune time for action during the debate, and that's called Kairos. It's a classical method of looking at debates, and based on what I observed, I would say that Socrates he was a bit premature in his timing. And it's kind of like when I was younger, like I remember there was one time when I drank like a 12-pack of beer and then got stoned within like an hour. And then like I spewed all over the place and it was wretched, right? Because I couldn't handle it, right? So for example, like if you're playing video games and then you also try and debate at the same time, you're trying to do two things at the same time and it just sort of ends up spewing all over the place. So I'm gonna give this one to the bald guy, Guam.
Yeah. All right, Anson, the bald guy. Wow. Okay, Cleaner, where you at?
I think as far as arguments made, points made, all of that, I had Guam at 1 point higher, and he also seemed to be holding a better command of the structuring of the arguments and the conversation at hand. So I gave it to Guam on this one.
Okay. And
doesn't it look so much better with C? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I got distracted again. Go ahead, Tyler.
Okay, so one, I gave Sock a point for clearing Luke Golim as a pure ego and power play while he was doing this. So he started out with a point. Everyone's heard me talk about I judge based off the prompt. I let you guys set your own parameters you want to argue with. Now, Sock was on the defensive here, so in a sense, he didn't say that much. He didn't really tie his argument into the prompt, but laid down his position where we wanted to fight. And it made Guam have to come to him and say, how does that link to the prompt? And kind of burned up a little bit of his time having to figure that out. I kind of thought it was a fun tactic to see. Guam came out throwing punches. You are there to invalidate his argument. He made 2 points throughout the course of the debate. One, the foundation of dishonesty comes to look down like a hammer. And two, the mismatched morality could be something imperative that you'd want to clear up beforehand and just be better off in general. Now, you targeted first you call his argument an anecdote. If you would have stuck to that and not argued his point, and just said that's all anecdotal, that's extremely rare, let's talk about the vast majority, I think he would have walked away with this right off the bat. But you decided you called it an anecdote and then dove into his anecdote to argue, and then you met him with an anecdote of you and your wife, and instead of just slapping it down, he dove into your anecdote as well. So the ball being tossed back and forth, I would say Guam won that smaller point in between it, but I still think Sock kind of actually took this one home a little bit with this. His arguments weren't dismissed in a way for me that counted as strongly as a critique to destroy his argument.
Interesting.
Legit.
Okay. And I know I'm not a judge here, but I just kind of want to throw out that I want to give it to Confluence for drinking the wine directly out of the bottle and not using a glass.
I noticed that before. I forgot. I was going to say something, but dilly.
I think it's every time I've seen him drink, it's always out of the bottle.
It has to be.
Yeah, apparently. All right. So that was the first one. Now everybody knows how it works.
Did we go through the judges?
What did you guys think about that argument, Guam? What did you think?
I mean, I still feel like it was very conversational, right? It didn't feel like a debate. So again, that's the thing I'm trying to get away from.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of time, a lot of places, like even just with the video game thing itself, I would have used that as like, bro, you're not even paying attention, and you think something like just a little bit more bite to you. I know you got it on the mat, so bring it to the debate.
That's where I get it all out, man.
Yeah.
Stop going into that. No, I'm just kidding.
I thought both of you did okay. I think the main point, I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard of this. I would have called him on the tack. I would have just asked him to give some kind of backing for that. Conservative dudes are going around now saying that they're not political and that they don't do that.
Yeah, hand wave the anecdote. That's what I was thinking too.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've totally done that to bang liberal chicks. That's legit. Yeah, that's
for sure.
okay.
But how many women are out there actually interrogating you on your politics, like to that degree? It can't be a majority.
It's also not a new thing.
Oh, they should be.
Yeah, it is not.
And it's also not really. It's really kind of not a new game. So I mean, but at the same time, I just don't know that that somebody's like it's a new thing for them to go out and do, and they're doing it in like a large number, right?
Well, it's well past being addressed. Sounds like.
To be fair to Ansel, he actually married one of them, so.
Well, I think guys lying to chicks so they can get laid isn't a new concept, and they'll lie about whatever they can whenever they're
yeah, right. Yeah, that's the truth.
There was actually one argument that I was really expecting, which I didn't hear. Politics and money management, like those are things that change over time, right? And and the important things in a relationship are more like attraction and communication. And as long as you have those things, then the politics and the money management, those will all just sort of come together, right?
I mean, the money management, that's like one of the biggest things that people break up over.
Yeah, well,
it comes to like how to raise your kids.
It's because of lack of communication, right? And coming together as a unit, right?
But like, lying off the bat, I mean, how do you have honest communication when one person is just lying?
You always lie to your spouse. I mean, there's no such thing as being completely honest with somebody. That's a lie, right? Assuming that you're going to be totally honest with your significant other. I mean, that's a fairy tale.
No, but I mean, core value. Okay,
your wife will be honest with you on everything you do wrong.
Sometimes. It doesn't mean it's a good virtue. It doesn't mean it's a good value. We ought not do that, right?
Yeah, but we do. All of us do.
Yeah.
Wait, we don't all murder? Wait, what did I walk into?
I don't know. All right,
has anyone seen the new Dexter show? Because this is literally...
I don't know. I think that's interesting. I think that like my wife and I really didn't talk about politics or anything for a little while, but money certainly not in the first couple of dates, but it wasn't long. The money came up and it was kind of a big deal. So
we had that out of the way too, like long before we got married. We had both of those conversations out of the way.
You know, I mean, I think that ultimately... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so did me and my husband. We talked about politics just because, you know, I have decals in my car of, like, obviously who I represent. So, and, like, the money thing kind of came... It didn't come quick, but it came before, you know, moving in together and deciding what we were going to do to move further with each other because we were both working at the time, so...
That was really mostly my point is like building a relationship first and knowing who the person is something that you can actually kind of understand their politics and have them understand yours and hopefully come to an agreement was ultimately my entire argument there.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've never personally hid who I was to anybody. I've never hid who I was.
I think if you look at the statistics, right, we know that couples that actually find that they're equally yoked, whether it's religion or politics or whatever, prior to getting married, have a higher success. The numbers are out there. However, at the same time, the reason people don't do that is because of this feeling called love. This is something that is like rare, like and women and men both feel it with the worst partner ever, where they go head over heels, where there's like, wow, this person's so crazy. They made me feel this way that I've never felt before. I want to marry this person outside of all logic. Now, this is where you could debate both sides, because in one side, I can sit here and I can debate that, you know what, the long-term result is going to be better if I sit down and go, well, you didn't make me give that great love feeling, but I know in the long run, economically, family and everything, we're going to be good together for the long term. But at the other side, I can actually argue and say, But that crazy love, that crazy vibe, that crazy feeling is something you only get when you're being illogical. Something that doesn't exist when you sit down and go, do we yoke? You know, and I think almost everybody has one guy or one girl in their past where they're like, that person was horrible for me, but I fell head over heels for them because they were so crazy and different than me, right? And so you could actually, there's a really good argument for both sides. One has a good long-term effect, but we all needed that one short-term effect as well to have that like crazy feeling.
I think I call that
you're gonna have to get away from the yoking thing.
It's the honeymoon phase that you have with any relationship. You don't have to be married. You don't, engage or whatever. It's that honeymoon phase that you find with somebody that you really connect with. And if you don't get past that, then it's not going to go anywhere. But once you get past that, you can break that honeymoon phase and you can say, hey, I can actually, I still love this person. I still value this person. I want to build a life with them. So that's the kind of person you want to connect with.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think this concept of being equally yoked or equal is way overplayed too much in social media right now. This isn't how relationships that work out over the long term typically go. Like typically relationships that work out over the long term, people are not equally yoked. They're not. And if they are, they end up falling apart or they have something going on that's really horrible in the we see it too many times in society to say that this isn't this isn't something that we shouldn't be going for,
Yeah.
It's just kind of ridiculous, but I hear this a lot.
I don't think we're supposed to be equal at all. Like we're not supposed to be equal to each other. We're supposed to complement each other.
Women are supposed to be better at one thing and men at something else, and that's it. You're not equal.
Yeah,
So there's
you're not.
Well, there's different ways that you can be equal. I don't think two people are ever going to be equally good at everything or equally wealthy or necessarily in the same stage of their career or whatever, a million different things. But both people in the relationship should feel like they have they can speak up for themselves. There's some very basic level. They're both respected. There's some basic things that are not always present that really need to be, I think, for a relationship to be good and successful.
Yeah.
You know what, Greed? This sounds like a great topic for date wars on Wednesdays. Like a great topic for date wars.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. We'll write it down. Write it down. All right.
Shout out quickly what vibes
date wars.
If you're going to talk about, relationships,
I don't think we're going to call it date wars for everyone. But that's starting to. I mean, it kind of rolls off the tongue, but it's
date wars. I don't know, man. Date wars. I
gotta say, the way that the one went Wednesday, that pretty much felt like a fucking war. I was trying to keep it on topic.
See, the thing is, though, is that really should not have. That was not what I don't know if that's what Kissy Cat and Emmett when they suggested that was that I was not what I was expecting. I was expecting a discussion panel, pretty much just even back and forth, and it ended up being just. It ended up being.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Great. I'm evil. I was expecting war. I knew people were gonna spread out.
That's kind of what you get when you talk about women, and you get a bunch of single women on the panel.
Yeah, what do you expect with feminists?
That's what you're gonna get.
A bunch of feminists on the panel.
That's exactly what he said. It's a bunch of single, broody women.
Yeah.
Maybe
to be honest,
you could have a really good dating show.
Women on.
Yeah, and the most vicious one is the one that was the divorced one. That's the single mom who's past hitting the wall.
I think you could have a really good dating show where you have one liberal woman on, and there's one liberal man, and then 5 or 6 conservative men. It's like the Jubilee, and they're all pretending to be liberal.
You caught that, right, Anson? I did the Brady Bunch thing there.
Yep, I got it.
And both liberals are trying to date a conservative man.
Yeah.
No. They're trying to avoid, but they're trying to guess who's who.
Yeah.
So you got to pretend to be.
I'll take it. Date wars. I'll take it. Great. It's a great name.
Yeah, we'll see how it works. All right, so who's the next debate? What do we got going on here?
That hyena chick needs to debate.
Real quick, I do want to ask though before that.
Sure.
just to help on the debate side of things? Is it basically just go more on the attack, try to shut down their arguments whatsoever, like any that they would have? That's more the tactic.
Situational.
Yeah,
Well,
take
I
more
think
of an assertive stance because you are confident in what you think and what you say.
I can't hear Anson.
I'm not talking.
Oh,
No,
okay.
It's
that was
Jesus.
what-
Oh, that was
You can't hear me?
IJ.
Jesus,
quiet.
you're really quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, your volume's low, bro.
Yeah, something messed up. We still can't hear you.
Well, Guam, I'll answer that too. It really depends. You were on the aggressive that time. You probably should have been attacking, going for the throat over.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
that sounded
think
better.
Two things that would
Can I,
probably help you
Can
immensely.
I also do a
Tom,
test?
if
Test
you're
one too, just because I'm not trying to interrupt, but can y'all hear me? I've been having some tech problems on my side. I just want to make sure y'all can hear me.
You need to be not on an iPhone, brother. I swear to God.
Yeah, iPhone sucks, man.
It's very glitchy, and we can hear everything from your side.
it has a little bit of tearing that happens sometimes when you're talking. It sounds like static.
Yeah.
So just stay muted until you're actually talking. But yeah, Guantak, I was just saying, like, you're confident in what you have to say and you know where you're going. You're a nice guy. So you want to kind of let the conversation be the conversation. In life, that's a great thing. But in this particular context, that's not really what we're doing.
I learned that from talking to Gibbs.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't be too nice. You just got.
I would say
you got to throw respect to the wind.
I would say learning argument construction would help you a lot, whether you're going to be having conversations or debates either way, because conversations are just kind of like less contentious, less argumentative debates, you know? I mean, they really are. But focus on like the claim, evidence, impact type argument building. So like you're making a claim, then you're showing the evidence, and then the impact would be like, who is it affecting or how's it affecting the world? That kind of thing. If you can structure arguments in that way, you'll have a better understanding of what it is you're fighting for, and you'll be able to get the point across to other people in the audience also much more effectively.
You know, one of my favorite things also is when somebody can give a prescription at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't just counter, they actually say, and I have a solution.
Yeah, yeah. And the second thing I think would help you is learn how an internal critique is done. Those two things I think would help you a lot.
Grid, how about hyena and CT debate?
I mean, sure, I guess. Yeah, that's fine.
You mean Hien?
If they want to.
I'm down.
They're super quiet. They need to argue.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the hell they think.
Lynn is very quiet. She's just quiet.
Gotta get them out of their bubbles. Okay.
Yeah.
Hanging out. Yeah, we could have a quick debate because, like I said, the first two are not elimination anyway, so that works out pretty well.
Yeah.
So, all right. You have no link for Guam Tech, Haneda, Hin, or CT 223. Yeah. So normally we put your links in the chat when you're on the show. So that
somebody put them in.
Do not have a link right now. What would you like to talk about? Hyena? Is it hyena but with like an Ida on the end?
It's Hanita.
Hynita. Okay, cool. I'm pretty open to I'll let you throw out the topic, and I'm pretty open to most topics. We talked about most of them, so.
Okay, I don't know anything. I'll see if I know knowledgeable of something.
Sounds like a great debate.
How about?
All right, I'm gonna start sending everybody to the back. So we'll
I already predict hyena.
Yeah, y'all do one on interracial relationships. That would be fun.
Do it.
I think we should be pro that, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Interracial relationships are more pleasurable, maybe.
What if I just
gotta figure it out?
The stance, I was like,
we got this, Bob. Give her something. You got
only interracial relationships.
I don't know why he was so far up top there, but he got really. Anyway. All right. So, what are we debating? I couldn't hear the prompt.
I don't think we had settled on a prompt yet.
Okay.
I'm open to a lot of different things. I don't know if you have any preset prompts you want to throw back at us, or if you want to leave it up to.
I mean, I always have. I got a lot of prompt suggestions. All right. So what side of the? So you're like center left. In theory.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm more right wing with some old school liberal thoughts. So I would say I have some liberal ideas, but it's the old school liberal. It's not this modern leftist bullshit.
Okay. And Hen, where are you at?
I think Gibbs said I was right. I took like those political tests and I was like, yeah, no, I was more right leaning.
Political test. I've never taken one. I should take one of those.
So you're not quite sure of like what side of the aisle you stand on. You've just taken tests that kind of told you.
Yeah, I mean, because more than likely, I always tell people I'm apolitical. Like, I really don't really want to have a dog in the fight.
Why not? Let's hold on. No, that should be the debate topic. Why do you not feel like you should have a dog in the fight?
It's just personally, as a woman, I just feel like I don't know. Like, I don't feel like I should dabble in it.
Let's do that, because of all of us here on the panel think politics is important. Let's run with that.
Well, actually, I mean, I actually would support Hen's view here because, I mean, there are people that think women shouldn't vote because.
Well, hold on. That's a whole separate debate of like repeal the 19th, which we can do that route too if you want. But I think just having a dog in the fight is a good debate of saying, should you even care about politics? Should people our age of being a younger person even care about politics, because it doesn't matter to us.
How about should women be? I like Arthur Dias suggest here. Should women be involved in politics?
I mean,
I get both sex and violence one deal. So should women be involved in
both sides? But
sorry,
I said I can make an argument to both sides of should or shouldn't, but I think, I mean, what do you think, Ananthea?
You can call me Hen.
Hen? What do you think, Hen?
Oh, okay. So are we talking about the 19th? Should women?
No. Should Arthur Dia suggested the prompt of should women be involved in politics?
Oh.
Verse I suggested the prompt, should you as an individual be involved in politics regardless? Is it important to be involved in politics, or is it okay to just leave it alone?
Okay, so for you, the individual, I believe that I have the choice to not be involved. And then for you, I believe women should be in politics if they want to, but if they don't want to, they shouldn't have to be involved.
Interesting. All right. So I'm proposing a prompt. So your position is that women can be in politics if they so choose. Okay, that's fine. We'll keep moving.
I think that's a good. I mean, I think either one of those could be doable. It seems.
Yeah, but I think you guys are both going to be on the same side, because you're going to say that women.
I'm not.
You're going to say that women can be in politics if they want to be, and she's going to say women can be in politics if they want to be, and that
I can debate that women should be in politics if that's what needs to debate.
Well, I mean, we can. We have a bunch of topics. So, him, what do you feel strongly about? What's an issue that you feel strongly about?
I can't even think what's going on. Well, I think I feel very strongly about freedom of speech and like the consequences that come with it. Just because, you know, people are making fun of Charlie Kirk and now they're losing their jobs, but like the same thing like happened like 4 or 5 years ago with BLM. People were making fun of BLM and making those people lose their jobs. I feel like I don't know. I feel like there's a consistency issue. Like, should people lose their
on what side of that would you be on? Are you saying that people who are making fun of Charlie Kirk should not lose their jobs?
No, I think she's saying that free speech has consequences.
Yes.
You're free to say whatever you want, but there are consequences involved with it.
Yes.
Are you for the freedom of speech?
I'm for the freedom of speech. It's just companies, private companies, they have the choice to get somebody out of the school or their jobs if they're, you know, making fun of political violence.
All right. So how about this as a prompt? How about this as a prompt? And I think that this is probably going to work out. So, there is no free speech without consequences, and I believe Hen would be the affirmative on that. She would say that is there is no free speech without no matter what you say, there's consequences. It sounds CT like you believe that there is free speech and that it shouldn't carry consequences. Like if you, for example, you can call a police officer whatever you want. You can tell them to fuck off. You can do whatever, but you can't. But if you tell an individual, a private individual, that they can tell you to get the fuck off their property and go the hell away. So now you see, you have free speech when dealing with the government is in one position or one aspect, and free speech in dealing with the private citizen has another. And I think that what it sounds like to me is it sounds like you're saying that you believe in free speech across the board.
I wouldn't say I would disagree with that. If I'm being fully transparent, I think.
Okay. So you're not a free speech absolutist.
No, there is consequences, but it's more societal consequences, not law consequences.
Right. Okay. So
society can choose to, yeah.
Right. So the idea with here is that I need to kind of got to get it's easier, I guess, with some people than others to just get to a topic, and occasionally we do get stuck where we're just kind of it's hard to find what people are able to argue, and it's sometimes hard to find something they disagree on enough.
I think there's probably a lot of things me and Hen disagree on. I think I could be wrong, but I think there's probably things we disagree on. It's just not being brought up to the forefront. So Hen, what do you think you disagree with me about, or what points do you think would you disagree with others about?
What do I do?
Be disagreeable. You don't have to agree with everyone. Be disagreeable.
I think H-1B is a consequence to the American system right now.
H-1B visas.
Yes.
You think that's bad for the American system overall?
Yes. Or at least that is there's too many. Well, I think there's just too many opportunities for them. I feel like it should be like a 1% of 1% should be like H-1B visas.
So are you? All right. So we'll just get more classical here. So are you, Hen? Are you pro-immigration?
Yes. just very strict immigration.
Okay. So strict legal immigration. You were not for any form of illegal immigration. Where are you at on that, CT?
I think to be an immigrant in this country, you should come through the legal channels, 100%, absolutely at all times. And unless you are truly claiming asylum, which we're currently not at war with Mexico, so there is no asylum claims from Mexico.
Okay, so let's try and all right. So it seems like the H-1B visas, you guys, which is a weird one to me, but well, okay, we'll go with it.
It is strange.
So H-1B specifically, are we saying that? Are we saying that H-1B visas, because of the way they have been restructured, are effectively corporate slavery, or are we talking about H-1B visas are depriving Americans of jobs because because of the way that they're being used currently? Which aspect of this are we talking about?
I would say the second one.
Okay. So H-1B visas are being overused and depriving Americans of jobs?
Yes.
Okay. You can make that argument. You got some points there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. And so, and you're going to say that H-1B visas are fine, that even though they or not, I'm not making an argument here, but you're going to say they're fine, no problem, as long as people follow directions, they're fine. Is that where you're at? That's your position? That's the position you're going to take anyway. All right, cool. All right, we got something going on here. Everybody just relax. It's just debating. It's just arguing. It's everyone is believe it or not, people are argumentative, so it's fine. Don't feel bad about being argumentative. I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for, and we'll start with Hen. She is the affirmative, so she will go first and simply make her case, and then we will at the end of a minute I will stop you, and then we will go to CT. All right, everybody ready? All right, just start talking when you're ready, Hen.
Okay, so I believe that H-1B visas take a lot of opportunity from Americans that were born here. Kids get out of college expecting to get a job here in their own country instead of working for a McDonald's or anything. But no, people who don't even live in the country get more opportunity to work in tech jobs in the health center over Americans that were born here. And I feel like we should be prioritizing ourselves, our country, our people over anybody else, because it leads a generation to always want something. Young kids don't own homes. They don't have families. They don't have kids because they don't have these opportunities that are granted to people who are not residents in this country.
Okay, that was had 17 seconds left. That was awesome. Whenever you're ready, CT, start off.
Yeah, so I think the version of American excellence that we talk about is that what makes America the most progressive country in the world is that we allow the greatest minds from around the world to come here. That's what H-1B visas are for. You could say they're for people that want to come here and pick strawberries. That's not what they're for. It's for the top groups within every sector of tech, agriculture, and farm. And it's all the top minds. And then for you to come here and say that the reason that young Americans exit college don't own homes is because of H-1B visas, that's insane. There's the reason Americans don't own homes is because that the mortgage sector has been inflated for the last 35 years, and that our dollar is worth less than it ever has been, and we've gone through multiple mortgage crises. So you're conflating two different problems with the reason that why we shouldn't have H-1B visas.
All right, that's time. So I get your 5 minutes set here. Let's go. Let's have a good one. All right. Come on, guys.
Okay.
All right. Time starts, or just start talking and I will start the clock. Sorry.
Okay. I wasn't getting anything confused. I feel like one, I already acknowledged that it's not the strawberry picking job. This is not low menial factory jobs, or they can be, but these are these were tech jobs. People that
But do you not think that America has the greatest institutions in the world? Do you think that we can't send Americans to college just as much as we let foreign students use foreign visas to come to college? Does that give them an H-1B visa? Like, do you think we shouldn't let foreign kids come to our colleges? Because that would fix the problem.
No, it's not about that. I feel like we're talking about kids that were born here, been here for 18 years of their lives, and they've been told that they will get something if they do well in school, that their country will provide for them. Nobody should just grow up in India and then go to school at Harvard and then, oh, I'm owed this. No, I don't feel like anybody's owed anything from an outside country.
But that's not the problem we're talking about. If you're talking about how students go to college and can't find a job after, that's a separate issue. You're saying when we bring a student from India and we give him a student visa to go to Harvard or Stanford or Yale or MIT, afterwards, we should send him back to India? Because that's insane. Because that means we're training the world's people to then be at a foreign opposition against us.
Then I'm questioning, why are we allowing student visas then? If we're doing student visas and doing H-1Bs, why are we not prioritizing our own?
No, but that's not the debate topic. That's not what you brought up. You brought up H-1B visas. So if we're training students to then be in our international college system, and you're saying we shouldn't give them a visa to stay here to go to work here?
Not in this current economy. Like,
what do you mean current economy?
There's so many people, not only me, that did school and don't have a job, and everyone has been laid off and been replaced.
Do you think our economy is worse off than any other country's economy?
I feel like we're in a bad spot right now. Yes.
Yeah, but it's not the United States. We are in global strife. There's no other economy that is thriving right now except for maybe the UAE, but that's only because they got oil money. Any other economy is struggling. So that means we're fighting for the smartest, the best students to come to us.
And I acknowledge that, but we can also recruit from America has the best. We have to invest in them. And we don't get that by investing into foreign nationals.
We could, but are you familiar when they built, they're still building it, but once they started building the TSYM chip factory in Nebraska, the chip factory that makes 90% of the chips in the world, you know what they said about American students? They said they're not smart. Well, smart enough might not be the word. They said they didn't have the work ethic to make it count. They said Americans don't work hard enough.
And I feel like that's just another argument, because that's just, I feel like there's something wrong with the people. But if we, I don't feel like there's anything wrong with American students. Why do we talk about ourselves bad like that? No one wants to work for you if you say Gen Z is entitled, American Gen Z is entitled.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about myself. I'm making a broad, general statement that says foreign students that come here to learn are exceptional students. I'm not saying the other side's bad, but they're exceptional. And then you piggyback, should we let them stay here to have a job? I'm saying if we bring in these students to go to schools here to get these high level degrees, and then at the end of it we say they have to go back home to use those high level degrees, that's insane. We are training our inner.
We don't have to train them.
So we shouldn't have student visas.
Well, that's another argument that, I don't think we should have student visas, because I feel like we should be prioritizing American kids to get them into these jobs instead of having every CEO is of a foreign country. They came here, born from somewhere else. I feel like it shouldn't be like that. I feel like somebody in that country should have got that job over someone from another country.
But how do you be trained to be a CEO? Are you a CEO? Do you know what it takes to run a Fortune 500 level business?
No, but I know an American can do that job though. 100%. We have the best schools we have the best schools in the world, and we have the best people in the world.
Yeah, but a percentage of the schools are filled with foreign people.
We don't have to prioritize them in jobs.
All right. Lose somebody when we were.
I so love that argument.
All right,
that was really fun.
That was great. That got fiery.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to start with Cleaner, then my man Anson, and obviously Tyler can close it out. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Right off the bat during opening statements, Hanaida had 4 points just with one argument because she followed a really good structuring, which showed with the audience there was a couple of comments to it. She made a claim, had evidence in there, and an impact. And it was very generalized because this is a 1 minute speed debate, right? You can't put a whole lot of data or evidence in a 1 minute speed debate. But it fit the format and it worked out very well. And she held to that throughout her arguments. So I gave her a full 4 points for that because that was absolutely awesome. Overall, throughout the meat and potatoes of the arguments, it almost went tit for tat, but I think that that she came back with some more stronger arguments against the refutations that CT had, and she had just a little more command over the argument itself whenever they were making their tit for tat arguments and refutations, and so she got it over CT by 5 points.
Okay. Anson, that means it's your turn.
Oh yeah, hey yeah. So no matter what, the souls of all those Chinese kids that made CT's iPhone is definitely they're stuck in there and haunting his iPhone, and it made it somewhat difficult for me to hear what he was trying to say, partially because of his speaking style, which seemed a bit disjointed, where he was trying to basically conjure up his arguments, and they weren't really logically consistent arguments. Like at one point in time, CT, I don't know if you realize this, but you made the assertion that both America is the greatest country in the world and that American students aren't good enough to be able to do work, right? Which is like absurd in terms of your reasoning and logic. And since I'm not grading on that tonight, I'm only grading on Kairos. I would say that the best, most appropriate statement made during that debate was from Haneda. She said, I don't think anybody is owed anything. And it was like a kind of like a zinger reply to something that CT had said at some point. And I thought it was a really, really good example of what you need to be doing during a debate. Y'all didn't have a whole lot of that. It was super close. So I'm going to give it to Haneda.
That's her Gibbs influence on her.
Yeah.
He's very good at those zingers, and I've been trying to get more of that in. So H-1B visas are bad. She came in with a claim H-1Bs take opportunities away from Americans, and I think CT, a couple of your arguments. The first one, you brought up strawberry picking, and she immediately jumped all over you for that you misquoted her in your assessment. And instead of even saying, I fucked that up or got that, you just immediately pivoted to American greatness and asked about H-1B visas. I think your tactic to go with attacking student visas as well and saying, look, we're training all these people. Do we just want to send them back? And she's like, no, don't fucking train them either, is a great way to smack down. I didn't see a killing blow in your questioning and in your attacks on her argument. You didn't make, it's not like you didn't make good points. Like you had some good points, but like I just don't see a killing blow in here that took down her. Your critique wasn't strong enough at any point, and she had some proper rebuttals. I really wish she would have said, look, H-1B visas are also temporary. You bring in a high-skilled worker for like 9 months, and then she did get the argument, but she didn't land that punch that these are just 9 month to 1 year visas. But she did say if we don't have them coming in, then these companies are forced to invest into American workers and build them up from the ground up. And that basically is the same argument. So she just didn't land the punching blow there, but hey, she hit the right point home. I don't see it, man. I don't see a question you asked that really broke her argument.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I mean, I thought the back and forth was good. It was better than some. It's good.
That was a limp debate, Greg. Come on, you're being nice to them. They
I'm
needed,
always
they
being,
need to charge it up.
I'm trying to be a little bit kind. I wouldn't say
I can say
for me, it was.
I actually liked most of Hen's arguments about. Yeah, I don't think they should go to college either. I thought no student visas was like out of left field. Like this,
that was
totally
strong.
like way out of left field. And he was like, well, they come here and they go to school and they get jobs. So, yeah, I don't think they should do that either. And I thought, well, that's like the perfect fucking answer to that. That's what I would say. I don't believe in that either. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know why you're throwing that out as an argument.
So that was a really strong way to come back on that. It was just saying, well, yeah, all right, fine. I would just throw those out too.
Yeah,
like that's a tactic that you see a lot of the bigger debaters like Andrew Wilson and Destiny and some of the others will do that kind of thing. They'll be like, all right, fine, yeah, I just don't believe in that thing either, so it's gone. What's your next argument?
Yeah, she had the good point, but she didn't have the force and confidence to be able to deliver it the way that they do, right? And
I agree.
Hanida, you really got to have the what is that, the courage of your convictions when you're making an argument instead of having doubt. I saw doubt in you significantly there. You got to fix that. Even fake it till you make it.
Yeah, and CT, you, which is weird for me to say this, but you seem like really kind of like you were more about the feeling of it and. Maybe because it's not, maybe you don't believe in this argument, right? But your argument seemed to be based from this, like, well, they're, why not, right? Like that they're good, they're better than America. The CEO thing was really interesting because that's actually not true. I think all of the or most of the current CEOs of companies in America are either American or like Middle European, like German or something. I was trying to think of who the chairman of Goldman Sachs is right now. I think that he's an American dude.
But we can look at things like Elon Musk, right? He's from South Africa.
Yeah.
And he's now American, right? Now, if we didn't allow H-1B visas, Elon Musk would not be an American doing Tesla. And
he didn't come in on an H-1B.
No, he did.
Well, yeah, he came in through Canada, right? So he started off and he went to college in Canada, studying superconductors.
He did the investment strategy in Canada. His parents did. They paid for his him to become a Canadian citizen, and then as a Canadian citizen, he was able to immigrate into the U.S., which is what the Chinese do. The Chinese go to Canada for 10 years or 5 years, whatever the fuck it is, and they become a Canadian citizen.
Yeah, I thought Elon says he came in on an H-1B. No,
I felt that
he might have at some point. I mean, he might have come in and done 8 or 9 months, but that had nothing to do with him. Like that's just a minor data point.
I mean, I think CT had a good debate on the H-1B, right? So if there are talented minds outside of our country, why would we let those talented minds stay in that country and prosper that country when we can bring them here?
Because they usually don't prosper that country.
Well,
what are the stats on that?
No, I mean, I'm just going to put that debate to rest right out of the gate. That's literally like saying Russian scientists are ahead of us in the space race because they copied they copied our space shuttle design.
We did that. How did we make the first nuclear bomb? We took all the Germans from Germany and we set it apart.
Werner von Braun.
Yeah, Werner von Braun. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. But
so
again,
just whether or not you guys knew this, what Hanayida was saying isn't actually false. When it depends over at least the past 9 years that they've been charting it. It depends on which year you're talking about. 2023, the last time that they had a chart for it, it was 45% of all American company CEOs are actually from other countries.
Yeah.
Wait, and you know what? Actually,
45% is not the majority.
But I actually supported
not the majority. He said that
as
well. The majority.
Yeah, it depends on the year.
Yeah,
I never said the majority. Oh,
I thought you said the majority. Who said the majority of CEOs were foreign?
Hanayida did. And
I
she's not necessarily wrong. It just depends on what year you're looking at going backwards.
What year? Cleaner. What year were they the majority?
They were higher. Hold on, I'll pull up the chart.
Is it CEOs or founders?
Well, CEOs.
CEOs.
Can be whoever
Not founders, CEOs.
Yeah, CEOs are elected, put in place by the board usually, so they're in theory the best man for the job. Founders.
I thought a really large number of small companies are created by foreign-born people in America.
They have a higher per capita rate too. Yes,
They start business because they want to use the American stock market funding system to fund it.
Would like to see Clutch debate legalize prostitution. Oh baby!
Oh, I would love.
What I will say is, I respect your all's judgments. I didn't choose that topic. I was arguing against the topic that I would actually believe. I was just arguing for the sake of arguing. I personally think the better topic that we settled on right at the front end was if it's important to be politically driven. Because Hen said she was not politically driven, and then she didn't want to debate it. I think we should.
I don't know how you debate
the way. And Hen, I want that topic of saying it's important to be of me saying it's
maybe
important
we can do
to
that
have a political mindset.
Yeah, maybe we can do that one later. But the problem with debating, like when you say would Hen herself should be politically motivated, is irrelevant to me. Now, if she said, I don't think women should be, and I asked her that, do you think women should not be in politics? And she said, I think they should be if they want to be. Okay, well then now there's no argument there because you agreed with that. I tried to get that. I tried to make that an argument. Debating Hen on whether or not she should be something is irrelevant to all of us.
No, but it's not about she or her or female. It's about everyone.
Right, but well, I feel like we tried to put that to rest, and I thought I did put it to rest, that she thinks that people should be involved to some degree. She's just not. So, but if you're saying that all people should be involved in politics, I think, as a matter of fact, I think Cleaner would take that debate. But because he's looking for one tonight.
I disagree with that, Grid. That's a terrible idea. People shouldn't be involved in politics at all.
You're a monarchist. Nobody cares.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt, Grid. I was really hoping to jump on a debate here, but it is 8:30, which means I have to put the kids to bed. So I have to jump off. If you guys are still on, hopefully I can come back in maybe a little bit late, like in an hour, if you guys are still going. And I'd love to jump in.
It takes you an hour to put the kids to bed? Bro, mine are in bed like, well, I mean, obviously my teenager never goes to bed, honestly, but my 4-year-old's in bed like
we have some medical issues that we have to deal with.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Sorry, man. Sorry to hear that. Well, go do your thing, man. Go do what you got to do.
No, it's great. I love talking to all you guys. So hopefully I can catch you guys a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll probably still be here. We'll probably still be here.
Good night.
Have a good one, brother.
Until later.
Emmett, brother, you're too effective. You scared Kel all the way over to VK.
I scare everybody.
I don't know what to say about that.
They hear me in the room. You know what? The only one that hasn't run, and I have to give him props for it, is Confluence. Confluence is a good sport.
Right, that's right. Emmett's tried.
Why do people run from Emmett?
Emmett's scary. He's a scary Mexican. Okay, you don't understand.
Because
No, he's not.
I'm just mean.
He's a fluffy bunny. What do you
Matt can take these fucking hands again if he wants them.
Yeah, that's right.
Stop making fat jokes, Grid. Just because you've been working out don't mean you get to make fat jokes.
All right,
he can make any joke he wants.
What's up, my man?
Hello.
Is it Even or Evan?
Evan.
All right, cool.
Even.
Even.
It's something.
Even Steven. All right, so I actually want to see Indian Jeebus debate somebody, I don't care who, on legalized prostitution.
Now we can give Morty his treat. Thank you, Adam. There we go.
How
do you guys feel about Tushin?
I'll
Negatively.
You're probably pro.
Yeah, where are you at on this?
I could argue either, but I would say pro.
You're pro.
It should be legal.
Yeah. It would lower the price. that would be a really good idea.
It would be safer. There'd be less sex.
Manson always looking for his own interest. Who wants that debate? Let's talk. Let's go there.
I want it.
I know Emmett wants it.
Yeah,
Anybody
Emmett-
else? All right, sold to Emmett. All right.
Wait.
Yes.
Indian, you have to. Okay, listen. You have to come back. Okay. I can have more DNIs. Yeah. If we're gonna have this debate, you have to be like, it's not personal. You're not gonna get it. Okay.
Indian Jesus can handle it. Okay.
Let's go.
He can handle
Let's
it.
go.
Let's
Just
go.
by that, I'm ready. I know Emmett's got
Do
it.
it. Emmett and Jesus.
All right, Emmett. Sorry, Evan, even the way this game works is you're in the back until we come while these guys are debating. Hang out back there, talk shit in the chat, whatever you want to do. You're the man, or we're all the men actually, but whatever.
Yeah.
Emmett, you get to stay. Socrates, you got to go. It looks like you're doing well on your game, by the way. I meant to say that earlier, but I just didn't get a chance. We got Confluence and then Cleaner. And then we got Indian Jesus. You get to stay, but he doesn't. And Anson goes to the back. All right. Awesome. This is going to be great. Legalize prostitution. Selling to pussy.
So you just real quick before we start, you're saying it should not be legal, right?
Oh, Emmett definitely doesn't think it should be legal. 100%.
All right. So that puts
he's not an ortho bro, but he is ortho. So,
all right, that should help. So I'm in the affirmative then. So I'm starting.
Yeah, you're in the affirmative.
Okay,
you go first.
All right, I got the minute on the clock already. We got to make up time, boys. We spent a lot of time on these early guys deciding topics, so let's move it out. Indian Jesus, please start whenever you're ready. I got the clock.
So in order for us to say that tuition should be illegal, then we need to determine that it is different than any other business transaction. And when you can do things like, when you do a number of different things with your body and other people's bodies, especially in the medical community, then I fail to see how tuition, can we say that? But I fail to see how that would be something that inherently should be illegal. I think by the laws that we have on many other things, we have escorts that are legal. We have, OF, all that stuff. And I'm not necessarily saying those things are good, but if we are invoking the law, then I don't really see why we would need to do that.
Wow, 15 seconds left. That's awesome. All right, Emmett, just start talking when you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me? Just to be sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. Under the logical premise of my opponent, when he talks about what is legal, he says that it comes to the medical field and what we should be doing or not doing. This is the same kind of argument that we see that allow people to mutilate kids into believing that they're a different gender and take away parts of their body. There are things that should be absolutely be restricted. One of them, for example, if it just can be any market, why shouldn't we have slavery as an illegal market, So the point of all of this is there are things that we consider to be completely amoral, and they should be absolutely out of the marketplace, and we should use force, especially the state, to get them out.
20 seconds left. Wow, we're in the we're breaking ground here. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. When you guys start talking, I'll start the clock.
So would you say that trans, like gender affirming care and slavery are the same thing as prostitution?
No, it wasn't an analogy. So analogies are not necessarily the same thing. They work
but the reason I asked
things that are similar and decide with the similarity.
The reason I asked because it's a very clear harm being done in trans and kids and in slavery, whereas the harm of two consenting adults is not nearly the same thing. And I would even argue that if
I would say that
if you're,
I would actually say that the harm done to the woman and to the man is it's kind of even considered to be greater because it's a sin against their own flesh. So I would say that it is a grave harm that they do to themselves.
So let me ask you a slightly different question. Do you think that all drugs should be illegal, including marijuana?
It depends on. Okay.
Well, let's just stick with
Let's put it
marijuana.
this way.
Do you think
Not
marijuana
all
should be
drugs
illegal?
should be illegal. There are drugs that help people when it comes to because we're talking about medication. But I
So
do
can
think
prostitution
that
help?
illegal is sufficient.
Could there be a
What?
situation where someone is not getting enough human contact and they use prostitution in that same medicinal way?
No.
Why not?
Because there's something called self-control, and you're using your and being chaste, and that is way better for you than doing whatever.
Okay, sure. That's your opinion, and I actually agree with you. But we're not talking about what we like. We're talking
That's my
about laws. You
opinion.
said it should not be
If you-
illegal. So
wait,
why
wait,
should it
wait,
be
wait.
illegal?
I didn't
There's
say an
plenty of
opinion.
times.
This
There's
is
plenty
not
of
an
things that you
opinion.
do. Go ahead.
This is not an opinion, okay? I'm telling you what's better for you. This is a claim. This is an ethical
Okay,
claim.
that's okay, fine. So, but there are many things that you can do, like eat a gross amount of sugar.
I
That's
hope
not illegal.
people eat.
So, yeah, so do
think
I.
it's
But I
good
am
for
not in
them
the
to eat
interest
so
of.
they don't
I'm
die,
not in the
for
business of
example.
trying to legislate what people can put into their bodies. And so, if we have two
No, you
consenting
are in
adults
the
that
business
know,
to
hey,
legislate,
this is
yeah.
not good for me, but I still want to do it. Why should that not be the case?
You are in the business of legislating things that you think should be in people's bodies all the time. In fact, the thing
No,
that
I'm
you're
in
saying
favor
is
of
people
legalizing
should
all
be
drugs.
able to
That's
do
why I brought
X
that up.
thing. So you
But
are
why?
you're
I still
legislating
got
for
not
women to
gotten
have
an
dicks
answer.
in
Why
their
is that
vaginas.
different? We allow people to eat as much sugar as they want, and that is harmful, and they don't have
You
self-control.
are
That's not illegal. So, what is the difference between
are
overindulging
legislating-
on? Can I please finish the question? What is the difference between overindulging on sugar, which is completely legal, and overindulging on consenting adult relationships? Legally, what is the difference?
Consulting adult relationships? Do you think it's consenting?
Yes.
Or it's selling?
Both. Yes. If I
It's
say,
both?
do you want to buy this vape for me? Then I've consented and also sold it to you.
Okay, let's put
Is
it
that
this
wrong?
way. Let's
Is that
say
incorrect?
let's
Is
say
that wait?
most-
Please don't gloss over that. Is that incorrect? If I
Let's-
sell you this vape, did I also did I sell you the vape and also give you consent to have the vape?
Give you consent to have the vape? Like, does the
If
vape
I
consent?
if I say, hey,
is there
Emmett,
any
do you want to
consent
buy
in the
this vape?
vape?
You say yes. I'll sell it to you for $1. That's
Yeah.
your consent, and that is also a sale. Incorrect
That
or
is
correct?
that's a voluntary transaction.
Right. Correct. So how
Yes.
is that different than prostitution?
Is it the same thing if I say I sell you this person?
How is it
I
different?
consent, you
I'm
consent, this
asking you for
person
a
doesn't
difference.
care
We've
because it's just
gotten
it's
two
just-
situations. You're okay with
Listen.
one and you're not okay with the other. I'm asking you, what is
Yeah,
the difference?
the
between
difference in
selling
the
a
more
vape
is in the
and
moral
selling your
claim.
body?
The difference is in the more. If you let me answer, I can tell you the difference is in the moral claim. If I say you agree and I sell you this person, why do I care about this person will? It's you and me, and we are consenting, and we're having a voluntary transaction.
Vapes are not very
Okay?
healthy. More
Yeah.
and more is coming out, and how
I agree.
damaging they are.
And the slavery is not
So
very healthy for
again,
the person
I
that's
think
being
that
a
we have
slave.
two
But we
identical
can have a
situations
voluntary
where
transaction,
somebody
you
is
and I.
presenting something that is not good for the
Stop
other person.
filibustering.
And
Stop
self-control,
filibustering.
sure, is
Jesus, stop filibustering, okay? Listen to the actual claim I'm making.
Okay, go
The
ahead.
idea I'm making is you and me can have a voluntary transaction where I sell you a slave. What is wrong with that? If you and I are
because the
voluntarily
slave
doing it.
didn't consent. Obviously, we're not talking about
Who cares about them?
Who cares about the slaves?
It's
I
because
do.
there is
I care
something
about
extra
slaves.
that
I
is
just want
moral?
everybody to know I care about the consent of slaves.
Is it because
I
there's
don't
something
think it's okay to
extra
have
that is
slavery.
moral?
Clearly, I mean, it's fine with slavery, but it
Is
doesn't see
it
the difference
because
between
there's
selling a
something
vape
extra that
and
is
selling a
moral?
person. You think it's the same
I'm
thing?
gonna keep asking this question until
That's
you answer
insanity,
it.
bro. Go ahead. Yeah,
Is it because there's something extra that is moral? Is it because there's something extra that is moral
Yes.
in the exchange?
liberty
That
is
is
slave.
exactly what I'm saying. The moment that
So
you
when this-
allow to
when
have people
somebody says,
in
I would
in
like to
idea of
do this, that is
prostitution,
consent.
there is something extra
If
that is
somebody
moral.
is sold into slavery, that is not consent. If somebody says, yes, I would like to take a job in the mines,
I
but
don't
it's not
care
good
about
for me,
consent.
and it
You and I are
might damage
consenting.
me.
This is
I
a
don't care
transaction
about
between you and me.
I
Okay?
almost
It has
let
nothing to
this
do
one
with-
go
It has
another
nothing
2
to do with
minutes.
consent. We're talking about voluntary transactions. You and me are having a voluntary transaction.
Just
No?
like prostitution! Oh!
Yeah, and
Thank
it's
you for
immoral,
making
just
my
like slavery. Thank
I was
you.
done. I was done. If you want to keep going, we can keep going.
We can keep going.
I was very tempted to let this go another 2 minutes because it just felt like it needed it.
I vote yay.
So, all right, cleaner.
It was really close going through it. It came down to Lutch having just a little bit more control over the argument, in that it really did. Tit for tat, they were going pretty good at it though. So Lutch got it on this one.
Thank you, sir.
Tyler.
I would say this is the furthest I've graded anybody so far. The other two were much closer. Lutch, you had no reason to go on the attack. You were on the affirmative. Either way, you went on the attack. You stuck your neck out there, and you never got stabbed in the neck a single time. Everyone.
Hold on.
What is that?
Where is that coming from?
Why am I hearing about Jesus Christ?
Frankie, you got to mute and unmute. We can hear you.
Hold on. Okay, real quick. Last time I got dinged.
Sorry about that.
Being
I'm not dinging you.
Hold on. I'm still getting feedback.
Hold on. Let me finish speaking first.
Mute again, Frankie.
Oh, 1 minute.
I got it. Go ahead.
Okay. So he didn't have to attack you like he did, Emmett. He could have just sat there in a bubble and let you throw your attack. He went out after you, creating so many opportunities for you to lunge, and you just swung and missed on almost every single one of them. He went to gender affirming care, and which kids can't consent, which is what you were arguing at one point, and then you went to slavery, where slaves can't consent, and he just dinged you with consenting adult relationships. Then you spent 1.5 minutes arguing just to submit at the end that he was right about consent. And like after that, man, he just kept you in the ball. He wanted to argue, and you didn't answer any of his questions. You don't have to. Absolutely, you don't have to. But like, it just showed a lack of good faith when he's just asking you the same question over and over, and every time you just completely dodge it and go to the next thing. He didn't address his points, and like he didn't have to even attack. He could have just sat there and let you go, and then just hit you with a couple words. I thought this was a slaughter. I thought Indian Jesus completely destroyed it. I was going to make some silly joke about the Hobbit and judging based on the lore because you gave me my only loss, but I don't even have to, man. This was a complete slaughter on his end.
You're still mad because you lost the debate.
I was going to make that joke. And I don't have to.
I have some Eagles there. I appreciate you.
So let me just say, so Kairos is the opportune moment for an action, right? Emmett, you had the opportunity to question Indian Jesus's ought claim that consent is equivalent to morality, right? You never once did that with an internal critique or anything, and that was a total missed opportunity to achieve Kairos, right? Where you could have grabbed onto that, because that's what you beat him over the head with, because consent is not morality, right? So that is it just totally missed on the Kairos, right? And Indian Jesus, I've had 4 donuts tonight now, and three Cokes, and I am filled up with sugar, and I need to be punished by the law for that. And I appreciated that analogy. That was an example of Kairos, where you were like, you found some magical button to push in the conversation that was relevant and everybody could relate to, and that was really good. So for that, you win, Indian Jesus.
Thank you. Emmett,
clean sweep.
Appreciate it, Indian.
Good job, Emmett. Good job.
I really wanted that to go a little bit longer. It was good.
I really would love to have the rest of that conversation. I really think it's an interesting.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll do that.
Do you want to come to my channel, or do a dual stream?
Maybe we can do that one day. Because I really want to hear the rest of this debate. And to be honest with you, Emmett, I think that you have the right tactic, but you went down the wrong lane. If that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't have gone. I mean, me personally, I generally attack the. And by the way, I'm not particularly against legalized prostitution. Matter of fact, I don't feel like it should be necessarily legal or illegal, because I mean, what two people do privately is kind of their business. But where I would have gone with it is prostitution is inevitably been proven to be a net negative for society, morality or not. You because you deal with immoral people who just don't care. or they have very flexible morals. I would have gone with, yeah, sure, okay. You think it's good for these men who haven't been laid in a while to be able to go buy companionship. Great, that's fine. But what happens when they buy a 12-year-old? Because that's what inevitably happens is we have sex trafficking when you legalize prostitution in literally every society that prostitution's legal in. So that's where I would have gone. I would have just gone straight to the trafficking. And just
Anson is gonna be like, it's not true. I did not buy that. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
No, I was just agreeing with Gray that if you had gone down the S trafficking route, I would have been screwed.
No, I didn't want to go directly with that. I wanted to go more into the moral claims because I
takes too long for moral claims, Emmett. You got 5 minutes, bro.
This is why I fucking hate these debates, and I don't come up.
We'll do it long form, brother, and it'll be.
You got. Well, I'll let you make your moral debate. You guys come back on.
Besides, it's I thought it was funny. I thought it's funnier that way, and we can spurg a little bit more, which is better when it comes to clipping.
Yeah, it was good entertainment for everybody, though. I thought everybody had a good time.
Everybody, Emmett in the chat. Good job, Emmett.
Yeah, I just can't. I can't believe you didn't immediately go to the S trafficking.
Are you in Greed's Discord?
I'm not. Tyler, you have me on Discord. Can you send me an invite to Grid's Discord, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Shout out there.
I'll send you. I'll contact you. We can have one. I'm gonna leave because I lost anyway. Okay, you guys suck anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, you can tell Kel is safe to come back over now.
Yeah, no. If she comes back over, I'll use my. I'll go on strike, but I come back here. Okay.
Emmett's gonna pay himself back onto the panel.
Oh, that's so funny. What's up, Jay Ekin? I'm not sure how you say that, but I think it's always important to get people's names right. That's why I ask all the time, how do you say that? Why, whatever.
So Indian Jesus, that S trafficking claim that Grid made is fallacious because
it's not fallacious.
He basically said that if prostitution is legal, then we would have S trafficking. It denies the fact that prostitution is illegal and we still have S trafficking. So his logic
is true.
down.
No, that is true. But literally every society that tries to say, well, it's going to solve the problem of S trafficking, and it makes it a lesser deal. It always devolves into that.
Yeah, they're different issues though. They're unrelated.
Same issue.
No,
you're trying to cure. You're saying the cure is to make it legal, but the cure doesn't cure the thing that you're trying to cure.
Yeah, so curing the criminalization of consenting adults doing as they wish is unrelated to crimes against people who can't consent.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree. I personally, I think it's immoral. I think that you shouldn't do it, but I also don't think that it's. I just don't believe in the legislation of morality. So that's just my personal.
I just got a question in terms of like the like offensive and defensive. Like I get it. Obviously, one person is supposed to be more aggressive, and one person is supposed to be on the default. Can I just Tyler, before when you were saying that I didn't need to go as hard, was that a critique on me specifically, or were you saying that Emmett's argument?
No, okay, it's not a bad tactic. Gibbs, when he's the affirmative, goes hard too. It's just when you do those attacks, it
opens you up to be. Yeah. It opens you up to self-contradicting. Yeah. It's better if you are the affirmative to just be the affirmative and
gotcha
and just kind of operate from that. This is the way it is.
The confusion comes, as I've already told Tyler. This is the last time you guys ding me versus Cal for being on the defense when I'm not on the defense. So I'm undefeated on this
platform. That was a problem in my debate with him of saying because I was on the defensive there, and
like a good strategy if you're on the affirmative is to give out as little information as possible except for what is specifically asked for, because all they can attack is what is said, in the debate about whatever view it is that you're making the prompt towards or the affirmative.
When you're on the affirmative, the reason that you'll get dinged usually is because you don't state your worldview. You don't say my worldview. I'm not. So you didn't need to state it in this case, but usually, like in your not speaking for you, but kind of interpreting where you're at. I would say if I in your position, I would have said I'm looking at this through a agnostic, atheist viewpoint. Morality is dictated by whatever book of Ra or what I don't know what the fuck it is, but and so this is my morality, and my morality doesn't have a problem with prostitution, and so I don't have a problem with prostitution. So I don't see it as an immoral act. I see it as something between a transaction between two consenting adults, and the government has no business being in it. And if you do that, then there's nothing really someone can attack about your argument, except to say, well, from their viewpoint, now they have that uphill battle of saying, well, I'm coming from it from a Christian worldview, and this is why I have a problem with this because it's immoral. And then I have to get you to say that, yeah, okay, I see that as immoral, and now you've conceded a point. And then you say, well, I can see where it causes harm, and you've conceded another point. Or I allow you to have the I allow you to take the affirmative, and nobody can do this in 5 minutes. I mean, nobody. There's nobody can do this in 5 minutes. But I allow you to take the affirmative. You state your worldview. You state your case, and then I start a internal critique, and I start tearing apart your worldview. Well, as your entire morality is based on a book that is irrelevant. It's a bunch of preferences. It wasn't even written until 1995 or whatever. And then I can do an internal critique of your worldview and tear that down, and then I can call your argument dog water.
Gotcha. The reason I ask is because that seems like clearly for this specific format that works, but especially like you're in the Crucible. I did the last modern day debate. The 5v1 with Andrew and Rachel, and it like outside of this particular context where we're being judged based on what Kairos, Tyler, and Cleaner are saying, it seems like if I'm in a position to just hammer it, why would I not do that?
That's a good question. It's really, and if you do it effectively, man. Again, I thought this was a slaughter.
Yeah. Again, and if you can do it effectively and keep the other person on the back foot and keep them from attacking your worldview and being able to. So what Andrew would do, because he has time, right? So you have 5 minutes here. This is why you can't do an internal critique in this debate. You just can't do it. You cannot set somebody up. You can't tear their worldview down. You can't. I mean, you got 5 minutes, man. And all you have to do, if I try and do an internal critique on you, all you have to do is just filibuster and just burn the clock down.
But again, wouldn't you rather see me engage instead of just running out the clock because I could?
Well, you are engaged by
burning
the clock down.
Yeah, that
good
was
faith tactics would be better than bad faith tactics. I'd say like filibustering somebody so that they couldn't ask you questions would be on the edge of a bad faith tactic.
Yeah, like Gibbs. Gibbs is bad faith.
Well, there was a point when he called me out for gish galloping when I was specifically making a point, but I was like, okay, I have been kind of, a little bit there. So, and I got dinged for that last time, even though I was on the affirmative. And so I was like, let me lay back a little bit. But okay, I'm getting an understanding for the context of what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
Well, and on the affirmative, you have the advantage of being able to either go into attack mode or sticking to defense only, and being able to pull it off if you're good at it. On the refutation side, you kind of have to stick in attack mode and just keep trying to poke holes in somebody else's paper cup.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I would say too, because last week, in one of the debates that I won, you all said I did an internal argument and was able to accomplish that in the 5 minutes. So
I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, I said it showed a good example of how you would start doing that. But I also said you didn't really have enough time to finish fleshing out what you were doing. Which is true. In short form like this, it's really hard to do unless you've just got like a really good prompt and you know the talking points on it really well. I've only been able to get somebody in like a 7-minute as far as an internal critique, not a 5-minute.
And even then, the other person has to be on the back foot pretty much the whole time. Like they're just allowing you to run your whole game on.
Yeah, basically, you have to debate somebody that sucks. CT is what he's saying.
I voted all 4 of my debates tonight. I voted for the affirmative because I feel like all the attacks aren't significantly separating their argument from the prompt in a good enough way. So I just haven't seen good enough questions being asked tonight.
Right. So as far fuck it button, I'm not a libertarian. I'm a constitutional conservative. I don't believe the government has a lot of business in my life. Right beyond the Constitution. Shockingly, prostitution's not in the Constitution. I know. I know. I'm shocked as anybody. That's shocked. You know,
That's not a First Amendment protected act. I thought it was.
No, but that's funny. That's hilarious. All right, so that was an interesting debate. Who do we want to see next?
I'll go up with whoever.
You'll go up because you want to go finish your game. He wants to lose so he can finish his game.
Nah, man,
that's cheating.
The Confluence and Evan.
I'm gonna win my game.
No, Thumple and Evan haven't gone
Evan
yet.
/Even.
Thumple and Even haven't gone yet. Thumple is.
Oh man, I really wanted to see Confluence versus Socrates.
I want to see that too, especially because he's distracted. I feel like I can get up for that.
Now's your time to strike.
I'm down for that.
All right. I do want to see that argument. Anybody else have a better argument or a better pairing?
I just Thumple and Even haven't gone yet. Is all I was saying.
Well, they can go next.
That's all I was throwing out there.
I do like the energy though. I'm sorry. I've only seen you on Sarah's. I don't think I've ever talked to you. Can you like let everybody know who you are and everything? All that kind of cool stuff.
I guess kind of like I'm not sure what to say, but it's good to talk with you, Ridwan.
Okay. Do you lean left or right?
I lean right, but I would say that some of my opinions are a bit out there when it comes to some stuff because I have a hard time like if I hear a good idea, I kind of stick with it, and then there's part of me that has like a lot of strict utilitarian thought that has slowly just been that's been pushed away with kind of like adopting more of a Christian moral ethic when it comes to some of the thinking.
So kind of like a conservative. More or less.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What do you think of the show so far, Even?
I think it's really I think it's something I really appreciate is like is that besides just having a debate, you go and you give a play-by-play and you go and explain what could have been done better. And I think that is something really unique and cool.
Yeah, well, it's we're iron sharpens iron, and we're all trying to get better at debating. And even though we allow the the degenerate leftists to come in and play with us and let them sharpen up too, because I never want to win because the other person's unarmed. So I refuse actually to do a battle of wits with the unarmed. So. That's nobody got that joke. That did not land. Okay, I'm kicking y'all to the back.
It was almost feeling like a Prince of Cloud reference, but not quite.
It's definitely more fun when people are engaged.
Yeah.
Okay, Socrates, keep focusing on your game. Okay, the only thing that matters is the gameplay. Don't let the debate distract you.
He's setting it up from the beginning. No, bro, just keep going. You're doing so well. You're doing so well. Don't pause the game.
Yeah, go ahead, DiCaprio, and accept me.
Inception. That's awesome.
Okay,
What? All right. So, what are you guys debating about? That you guys seem like
I have a so Socrates. You said you're left coded. Right?
Yeah, Uber left.
What do you? Okay, I'm in like a culture wars kind of mood. I don't know if it's the wine.
Oh,
I don't know.
fun.
Is this like I don't? Is this too TOS? Can we like? What's your thoughts on like abortion? Is that? Am I allowed to like talk about that? Is that okay?
Sure. I mean, I don't. I'm not like monetized. I don't. So like, I'll go wherever. Like, I don't.
But grid is that okay? Can we?
So, yeah. I mean, you guys can't get into like. I mean, I don't know that we can't talk about it, but at the same time, I think I don't think there's anything TOS specifically about it.
We don't have to get on any graphic.
Tyler is telling me to call it something that I think is worse than.
Yeah.
God, I
try not to say the word itself.
Tyler.
Cleaner says just try not to say the word itself. And usually it's like if you say it too many times, then it's a problem. But just
Can we
once
say
or
a
twice.
bobo? Can we say a bobo?
I'm not
Yeah.
doing that. That's. I would rather have like advertisers
abortion or all the fucking TikTok nonsense.
Oh God.
Okay, we'll talk about it without. We won't say the word. Okay.
Mhm.
We'll call it the A word.
We could say pro-choice, pro-life, or I guess we're talking about.
Well, you can say deletion.
Voldemort.
I'm not saying
Call it
deletion.
Voldemort.
That's horrible.
That's horrible. All
That
right.
sounds so much worse.
I know. That's because of what it
sounds
is.
like a euphemism for like I don't know.
Okay, what would the prompt be? I guess like, are you like? Should it just be like a broad pro-life thing?
Yeah.
Should it be like a Roe v. Wade thing? Should it be safe
Yeah,
legal?
like a legalistic or moral or
I would rather go down the moral path because I feel like if you're a
I feel like
left,
that's more interesting than
Yeah.
legalistic, whatever. That's kind of.
how about it's? Do you think it's morally wrong to Voldemort your child?
Voldemort, that's funny.
Wait, to make them like super powerful because you try to kill them and then
To supercharge your unborn fetus. Do you think that's wrong?
That's just what happens when you get two geeks on the same thing. You guys are just gonna feed off of each other.
It's perfect. We'll take this whole thing over.
I think okay, what would the prompt be? Because I feel like I know we disagree, but how do we like put that into a specific prompt? Because like I think doing that action is in general a bad thing to do. Do you think it's always okay? Do you think it's sometimes okay? Just tell me so I can get like
the right to terminate a pregnancy for a pregnant person is a human right.
Okay, yeah. Oh, great.
And that also doesn't use.
Bro, you're not focused enough on Diablo. That's too good of a prompt. So I don't like that, but like I'll do it. But I'm a bit nervous now.
Take
okay?
all those advantages. Take them all.
But yeah, let's do that.
Playing a new character as well. I don't know, usually goes on.
Just can you get into a boss battle real quick for me though, as we talk?
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
It doesn't seem to bother him too much. I don't know. I'm kind of you know, like weirded out by his gameplay. But all right, so give me that prompt again, just so the judges and I all have it.
The right for somebody who is pregnant to terminate their pregnancy is a human right.
Okay.
Maybe you can find a way to say that with a couple fewer words, but without saying any.
Well, you can just say dependent to terminate their dependent.
Well, that could mean different things. 93rd trimester abortions. They're dependent on their insurance form.
I'm not really sure. Our resident doctor says there should be a federal ban on abortion doctors. Good thing you're not one, because you'll be fine.
I like Socrates' prompt. I think that works.
All right, well, let's do that prompt.
So he'd be taking the affirmative, right?
Yeah, I believe that he would. And I believe that you better think about your opening really, really fast. because just start speaking when you're ready.
So that's for me because I'm the affirmative. So
yeah, you're the affirmative. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, give me like 13 seconds to just.
Bro, there's loot. You got to pick up the loot.
I know.
This is the weirdest debate. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This is because this is a moral argument now, and so the actual underpinnings, what everyone was just saying about how you can't do this in this like short format, I have to start off with. Okay. Okay. You can start the timer whenever. Just let me know.
Yeah, just start talking.
Okay. Okay. So if you make it impossible for someone to control what they do with their body on a fundamental level, as basic human biology as abortion, that is taking away fundamental rights. You're instantly criminalizing people doing what they've done for all of human history. It actually increases deaths. There's knock-on effects where if you criminalize abortion, then you have to. There's always going to be caveats for life of the mother, something like that. If you don't, that's insanely immoral to say that both the children and the mother should die. But when you do that, then people die anyway because medically they don't have enough time to determine that. So yeah, let's just start there.
All right, yeah, 3 seconds left. That was actually amazing. 3 seconds. All right. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Confluence.
Yeah, I think I heard a lot of talk about the caveats, but I don't think that addresses the fundamental issue of if it's a human right. If it's human right, by definition, that means you could Voldemort your child at any moment, up to including 9 months. And I don't see why a caveat would change that. Like, obviously, we could agree that there's caveats. Free speech is a right that's given in the Constitution. So is the right to bear arms, but those things are limited. The limitation of a right doesn't necessitate that right exists. So there's no, just because you can find caveats about like the life of the mother or about like some like a grape and the other, I don't know what I can say, but you guys know what I'm talking about. There's certain instances where we'd allow it, but obviously those caveats don't guarantee you a right, and they don't in any rights. There's no right I can think of where the caveats would guarantee you the right. I guess I had to end my argument there.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, and we go immediately.
Let me start the 5 minutes first. Okay. Sorry, guys. I know you guys just really want to get into it here, and just start talking.
That's what I'm going to say. Ready to go.
So can I ask you, I guess, so you're talking about the rights. Do you actually think that you have a right to terminate at any point? Because again, I don't think the caveat argument holds weight unless you want to argue that it somehow does. But if you think it's a fundamental right, that would include third trimesters. And what's the right there? If you're saying it's just hard to legislate on, I can accept it's hard to legislate on, but that doesn't make it a right.
Yeah. So first of all, there are religious traditions. So in Jewish law, literally until the child takes their first breath after being born, they are considered like part of the mother. So there are ancient traditions that view it that way. When it comes to third trimester abortions, we do need to recognize the fact that these are exceedingly rare. They almost always happen for medical necessity, meaning both the mother and the child would die if the abortion.
No, okay, yes, but I feel like this is like Kamala Harris on the debate stand. Would you? It's not if you're saying it's a right, then you should say that if you are 1 day away from that baby being born, like it's just temporally located inside your body, it could live outside, then you would have to say that you would need to be able to unalive that child. Do you commit to that? It doesn't matter how rare it is. It doesn't matter how common.
I'll commit to that.
Okay,
right?
so unless you're talking about unless you're talking about like a Jewish like breath of life argument, what changes between the baby who's viable, who has a heartbeat, who has neurons going in his brain? What do you think happens magically that the moment it comes out of the womb? I guess, unless you're arguing an extreme religious kind of spiritual.
Yeah, I don't think that there's something magical that happens, but I do think that your line is just as arbitrary. So what happens between the first trimester and the second trimester
My line isn't arbitrary at all.
Happens.
The magic line is the zygote, and that actually is, that's not arbitrary. That is the point.
So the moment of conception, you would say?
Yes, that is the point at which new DNA is created. That's the only
no
line
new
you
DNA
can
is
pick.
created at the moment of conception.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There's the sperm and egg, and they come together, and
it's unique DNA that's not of the mother and it's not of the father. That is unique DNA. It's an organism that has unique DNA.
It's all traceable back, other than
we're all traceable back, but it's new DNA. The DNA is not identical to the mother. It's not identical to the father. Right?
It's mappable. It's trivially mappable.
It doesn't matter if it's mappable. I mean, you and me are triviable.
Like what percent of it is new?
The same percent that you are. Like, you are trivially mappable to your mother and father. So I guess my point is that the zygote is the point that it's an
so it's
actual
not the DNA then. So it's not about the DNA, it's the development of the person.
No, it's not. It is about
I can have skin
DNA.
cells that have different DNA from me. Does that make them a life that cannot be terminated?
Skin cells are the same DNA as you.
No, they're not. They're different. They have mutations.
Mutations is not talking about a fundamentally new life form. I mean, this is a biological argument.
So it's not about
you
DNA. It's about some new life form.
No, that is DNA. We're talking about biology.
DNA is a new. Okay, so skin cells.
But I feel like
DNA. Is that a new life form?
Look, I feel like you're pivoting away a bit. I want to know.
I'm just following what you're asking.
No, I don't think that you are, because you're saying. I guess I would want to know what do you think happens at the moment. Not a third trimester, you're about to pop. What changes? Why can't I unalive? Why can't a mother unalive her 1-year-old son any more than she can? What happens when that baby is temporally transported outside the womb? Because you can argue that the DNA, you can go to mutations, which is like a 0.1% difference. You could argue a cancer cell is like slightly mutated.
What's the difference in the DNA between the mother and the father and the child? What percent difference?
What do you mean? It's like 50-50 between the mother and the father.
Yeah, so the father identically matches 50% and the mother identically matches.
Right, so it's biologically a unique life form. But I feel, again, you're pivoting it away, and I want to hold you down to that. You haven't answered my question. What happens between why can't you unalive somebody one day after they're born versus when they're in the womb? What is the fundamental change that happens besides temporal location of in your womb and out the womb? I want to answer that question because we're probably almost out of time, but I want to answer it.
So I think that fundamentally there is no magical thing that occurs. That's not the way I think about this, but there are differences, and this is why we recognize it at this line versus another.
But give me the difference, please. What's the difference?
Let me tell you. So once the child is born, the umbilical cord is cut. They are no longer literally inside of another person. They are now breathing on their own. They're now eating on their own. They are now living on their own in a way that is fundamentally different than the way.
Yeah, but they're dependent. They're dependent on the mother in the same way, right?
Their entire environment is the mother.
Right. No, but
that's a significant difference. It's not magical, but I don't believe in magic.
It's just a temporal difference because, again, they're temporally located outside. They need the same dependence on the mother. They'll die without any care. So there's absolutely no difference besides location between in the stomach and out of the stomach.
So somebody else could feed the child once they're outside of the womb. Who else can feed the child inside of the womb?
Okay, all right.
That was freaking awesome.
That was interesting.
I had fun.
Hanson,
that was really fun. Thank you for that.
Good debate. Good debate.
Yeah. I really, really loved the DNA argument because it was an appeal to biology, and
I'm a biologist also. So.
Yeah, and Socrates' entire argument was an appeal to biology too. Y'all basically just did fallacious nonsense the entire time, which I loved, right? Neither one of you talked about living in accordance with nature or like the virtues of confluence. You could have just simply said, hey, if it's good for abortion or whatever you want to call it, right? TOS, I'm sorry. If fetus deletus, if that's good, then everyone should do it, right? And if you can't say everyone should do it, then why not?
But that's not okay. Wait, I know I'm not supposed to push back into judges, but But a right doesn't mean that, right? Like a right means you have a right to bear arms. It doesn't mean you like ought to or like have to bear arms.
But this is a moral. This is a moral conversation, right? If it's good, then everyone ought do it.
But the question was, is it a right? The question wasn't,
well,
should
rights,
you ought
rights
do
don't
it?
exist. That's irrelevant. You should.
I know, but that was the
That's
problem.
a different conversation. That's a completely different conversation.
Look. In terms of Kairos, which is how I'm judging, Socrates had better zingers in terms of his ability to come back to you, even though he was distracted playing a video game the entire time. So I gave it to Socrates because his ability to basically come back against everything that you had to say very effectively.
You hate me, Anson, don't you? You fucking hate me. Admit it. Admit it.
He does. I think he does.
It's your beard. It's better than his. All right, go ahead, Tyler.
All right, so this is actually going to be the first time I don't vote for the affirmative. I feel like you finally asked a question that he didn't give a sufficient answer to, and you kept hammering. You had to ask it 3 times in order to get an answer, and the answer you got, it seems like you were waiting for, and you'd already asked about temporal location. I feel like your question was not significantly rebut enough. Maybe just because you guys ran out of time. He did a really good tactic. Socrates did a really good tactic of taking you into basically, as Anson said, a fallacious argument about biology. He kept you trapped there for like a good 2 minutes, and then as soon as you tried to get past it, he tried to pull you right back in, because the longer you're there, the less time you're invalidating his stance. And just the fact that you were able to keep going back, I wasn't going to give you points for it the first time, but when you asked it 3 times and said, I'm not going to let you run away from this, and all you got back was a quick just differences, and you're like ready to jump on that, you're ready to jump on his answers. I feel like the main question you were asking from your introduction on was the right one, and it just didn't get sufficiently met. So I'm actually giving, this is the first critique I'm giving a vote to tonight.
All right. Cleaner.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. There was a lot of back and forth, and throughout the whole damn thing, the openings were pretty close. The meat and potatoes of it was pretty close, with the exception of one thing that really showed that Confluence had a little more command over what was going on in the argument, and that was that, like Tyler said, he said, no, look, I'm going to hold you to this question. I'm not going to let you get away from it. And that's a tactic that if you really want to show that your side is way better or something like that, right? If you know the other person can't refute it, keep holding them to that question. And that's a really good tactic to do. It's a strong way to do things. So I gave it to Confluence on this one by 3 points.
Yeah. That was good. That was good.
I feel like I should have known he was a biologist. I feel like he kind of, was like hiding that,
He kept you in that realm for a good while. If he would have kept you there another minute,
I realized it, though. I realized it. I was like, he's fucking holding
me.
I'm
sorry.
We got to pivot.
So my chat's saying quote, but Jews believe in killing babies. Was that I must have missed that? Was there a point there that made sense?
There's conflicting stuff in the Old Testament. It's like it's not obvious what Socrates is saying is true, but then in later rabbinical Judaism, then yes, they have the breath of life theory that the baby only has a soul outside the womb. So yeah,
well,
it's not
Peter,
even.
I'm sorry, what was your vote, Cleaner? I couldn't hear.
I did, yeah.
What was your vote? I'm sorry.
Confluence.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, honestly, I like the way Socrates was handling it. I actually really like this. This may have been the best debate tonight. Like even better than Indian Jesus, which I know that hurts. I know that hurts. I know it cuts. I know it cuts, brother.
Socrates, you and me, brother.
Hell yeah.
But that was really good. I actually. It was interesting because I felt like that Confluence. I felt like you could have nailed him down a little earlier and then moved to the next point, but you didn't. You just let him just kind of keep asking you the question and saying, instead of saying no, just stop asking me what the percentage of DNA is. What doesn't matter because it's unique, because we know that it's unique.
Well,
it's not a matter of it doesn't even matter if it's 1% difference. It's still unique.
I gotta try. This is something I'm trying to learn. It's like the 5-minute format. Like it was the same thing happened with me and Beth. It's like I always have to like internally remind myself like, oh, there's a time limit. Because with
30
Beth,
minutes on one thing. I was like,
yeah, like I do that too much. So I'm trying to get better at that. And remember, I gotta like stay focused.
You know, so this is really good format for you. Socrates, man, honestly, I didn't see that you did a whole lot. You know, like other than I don't know how your gameplay is going, but I can't judge that. But I thought you did pretty good, man. This was like one of the better ones.
This was a super revealing, honestly, debate because especially when you put it in a super compressed format, because what it comes down to is who can make the other person have to answer some tough questions. And these are really tough questions. Like when does life begin? What is a human? What is a different organism or a new person, or what does it mean to be independent, or what's magic about this? Like those are really tough questions, and to push it on the other person and make them have to struggle with it, that's the whole debate, it seems.
Yeah,
you did a good job. I really do think you did a good job at trying to hold a strong arm on defense for like Tyler said, for those 2.5 minutes, man. And that's a good tactic to use even long form debates to try and derail somebody, or keep them away from something. But he kept hammering you with it. He was like, nope, I'm not letting you get away from this one, man. You're going to answer this damn question one way or another.
Especially right into your comfort zone, right into your profession and your education. You're like, let's go over here and talk. And you just ran circles around them.
I was seeing it was working. So I was like, all right, well, let's stick with this. This seems
it was good. Tonight. That was a really good debate. It was.
Yeah. I do think that I think you triggered Arthrodaya though. So, I'm sorry about that. At any rate, man, Socrates, always good to have you on the show, period. But I didn't realize that this was the first time you had done this. So you've got to come back. We do it every Friday night. We kind of pick different topics. The interesting thing is that tonight, nobody's actually chosen a political violence topic.
They were just saying that, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was reading that. I was like, hey, they're right. They're right. I'm everywhere, man.
Back at the beginning was like that. Lunar said that the left or the right was more violent.
Vapor, we can hear you, brother.
But who's actually creating more violence? Who's starting it?
Did you say the right is more violent?
Yeah, the right's definitely more violent.
Okay.
Or the extreme right.
I'll take anybody that
wants like against civilians.
Yeah,
I'll take anybody that wants to debate that right now.
Starting the more violence, like civilian wise.
All right, so I want to see even. I mean, obviously we got to do even and Weevil because they've not debated at all, and everybody else has. So I'm going to kick everybody back to the back.
Good luck, y'all.
Because we're running a little bit long, and I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be on here all night. I am. Although you're all cool. You're all cool people. You're all good. You're all, you're tops in my book, but you got to go.
Okay.
Tyler Aid. That's hilarious that he puts his name like that. That's just funny. What did I do here? Who's she? Oh, Even. Where's Even at?
Yeah.
Where did Even go? Where did Even go? There he is.
Oh.
I got to get rid of this guy. This guy always hangs around. All right.
Oh.
There we go. All right. All right. What are we going to debate? What do you guys feel strongly about? And hopefully it's about political violence. But I assume that you guys are going to end up being on the same
I guess
side. So on a lot of stuff. So we're going to have a little bit of right on right violence here. That's okay.
All right. Well, is it Even or Evan?
If it's easier to say Evan, go ahead.
Well, I want to know what you prefer. Is it Even or Evan?
It's Even.
Even. Okay. Well, I'm going to call you what you prefer. So,
all right.
Trans, pronouns aside, this is a man. I'm going to call him by his actual name.
Yeah.
I I don't know. I guess I'm.
Where do you guys stand on, is the left violent? Is the left the party of violence, or is the as it is always portrayed, the right the party of violence?
I believe it's a left, because the right, you see the right going in with their cameras and they go into their crowds. They go into the LGBTQ or, you know, their left activists riots. They honestly go in so calm and they just ask questions, and the left automatically just wants to start fights. They start yelling, they start hitting cameras, they start hitting people.
Okay.
And
even where do you stand on that? I'm sorry, I gotta move.
I would say the right is much more effective at using violence, so much so that they get suppressed immediately when they use it. And typically when they go and do it, it is so effective that it de-escalates the situation.
I agree with that. Yeah.
So I would say I guess the left in a sense is more harmless with their violence, because it's like a child throwing a temper tantrum instead of them actually threatening the government or institutions. So I guess I think I'll go and I'll say that the right is the party of violence, because I think I can make a good argument there.
See, that's where you kind of lost me there, because like other people said during the debate, or not even debate, but in the panel, that the right they go out to do karate or jiu-jitsu or boxing. You know, they have the belts and everything to do so.
Okay. Well, I mean, let's not debate it outside the debate. So you can make an argument that the right is the party of violence and the left is not even.
Yep. I think I have an argument that I can definitely.
Okay. Well, let me give you some potential topics. All right. That are about political violence, right? So political leaders dehumanizing. Okay, this is an important aspect of it. Dehumanizing rhetoric is more responsible for 2024-2025 assassination attempts than individual radicalization. And we can throw in the academic shootings and all of that, all of the kind of what would seem to be politically motivated violence, and not necessarily just straight up political violence.
I think that'd be interesting to see, because I think that
would you agree with that? Would you agree with that statement first? Political leaders dehumanizing rhetoric is more responsible for 2025's assassination than individual radicalization. Would you agree with that or disagree with
that? I would personally disagree with that. What do you think, Thumping?
Well, if you're talking about the Republican side being assassinated, then yes.
Okay, so you guys are on the same side here or not? Okay,
no.
Perfect. So do you have any questions about the prompt? Can I clarify anything?
When you is it just that binary of individual radicalization versus politicians and dehumanization? Should that be the two primary lenses to view it through?
Right. If I were to simplify this down, basically, is it the fact that politicians are encouraging this through their rhetoric from the bully pulpit, all of this, the riots, the attempted assassinations, whatever violence you want to talk about. But specifically, we're talking about the assassination attempt in 2024 and 2025.
Violence.
Right. So
you know, the assassination attempts on Trump, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, some of the other, and you can throw into that, like, you know, are these politicians responsible for some of the school or the academic shootings? Is it more the rhetoric, or is it the individual lunatics being lunatics that are the problem? Do you think these people were motivated because, I mean, I'm not going to make your arguments for it. I'm sorry. I do that all the time. So you guys on opposite sides here?
Yep.
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Great.
We're going to start this. Yeah.
This will be great. All right. So who believes the rhetoric is the cause, and who believes the individuals are the cause?
I believe the individuals, in a sense.
And even?
I believe that the rhetoric is not a factor at all. I would say that it's primarily the individual, or nearly solely the individuals.
Okay. It sounds like you guys just said the same thing.
Yeah, we agree then.
Shoot.
Like, people want to say it's the rhetoric. People want to say it's the politics, but honestly, it comes down to the person that's gonna go in there with the pew pew and do the job.
Arthur Dye wants to suggest, how about this prompt? Should we ban trans people from having guns given their extreme mental health issues and high risk of self-deletion or academic shootings?
That sounds like the same exact thing that I had with Kel, that she tried to bring up.
Yeah, kind of.
But I think that me and Weevil would agree on that, because I would, or I don't know about you, but I would agree that that would be a good ban.
You can't see, that's my thing, is you can't ban firearms. You really can't ban firearms.
All right.
Oh, so we have a disagreement then.
Yeah. Okay, great. Perfect. All right. So now, even you have the affirmative. You believe that it is something that should be done. So I'll give you a minute to get your head together, and then just start talking. When you're ready to go, you get 1 minute for your opening statement.
All right. Well, I would say that given that a lot of states and counties have red flag laws in place and background checks, where they go and limit personal firearms, and people can get called upon to have their firearms temporarily or permanently removed, and felons are banned from firearms. I think that going in, having it so where, like, people who identify as trans, which is something that can be visibly seen, and like you can almost sort of tell, and if like they go through all the procedures to go in, like if they go and start with chemicals, like their doctors would go and report it to the federal government so that they get added to the system. I think that is something that could be done federally or by the state level. That would be like fairly effective.
Okay, that's time. Weevil, when you're ready, just start talking.
Well, I just want to say that there are a lot of restrictions in many states, and I want to say across state lines, that they will background check you. They can't background check you against your mental health, against your medical, because that is OSHA problems. Not OSHA, but they can't check your medical health. So who's to say, if you come in dressing in a dress, if you come in a dress, if you come in a skirt, if you come in pants, if you come in a suit, if you come in whatever, they're not going to judge you on how you look. They are going to sell you a gun if your background comes clean. If you have no criminal record, they're not going to deny you on a gun. They can't get your medical background. So that's another thing. So it really comes down to teaching people about firearms from a child. And honestly, anybody's going to get a gun in the end if they really want to. So.
Yeah. Okay, that is time. That was really good.
Like both of you use max time. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. Come out swinging. I want a nice, clean fight. You guys behave yourselves, and let's make it interesting, okay? All right? Just start talking when you're ready.
All right. There is, I would say that trans people, based on the delusion they share, need to tell people that they are trans because it's like part of their condition. They need to make themselves known. And they tend to go and do it in ways that have it shown with like official methods, like having their driver's license changed, trying to see if they can change the gender or shit like that, or have them go and have their job records or things that become public information where they go and have the change in like male, 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 female, or masculine and feminine, and like the change of pronouns and stuff like that.
If
and that could be fine.
But say somebody goes out there and changes their identity, changes their passport, changes their license, changes their birth certificates, whatever it is, they can change it as is. But when they go and buy a gun, what they see on record is what they're going to put on record, what it has been changed legally. Okay? It doesn't matter. What it comes down to is the medical records. I feel like, yeah, you know, those things should be put in legalized and should be put in stone. But what is right now is what they're going to be pulling up in the system. So you can't see somebody's medical history. You can't see whatever, if somebody's taking testosterone or whatever medication that they give these trans patient people, because I don't exactly know. I don't go deep into that. You cannot know somebody's medical history buying a gun. If you're fucked up in the head, it doesn't matter. If you're illegally, if you don't have any felonies, if you don't have any criminal history, you can go and buy a gun legally. If you're a legal citizen, you can go buy a gun. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't fucking matter. And it sucks to say, but that's what it is. It doesn't matter.
When it comes to the medical aspect, I would say that we can identify them through the civil aspect of them going and changing their identification. And there can be a certain aspect where if gun owners know that these people are banned from having them, just like how if like a kid can't buy a Glock or a handgun, but they can buy a rifle.
If you're banned from buying something, then it's going to pop up, right? If you're banned from buying something, then it's going to come up if you have the background check to buy a gun. Because I don't know where you're from, but where I'm from, every single time, it doesn't matter if you're concealed or open carry, every time you go and purchase a gun legally, you have to do a background check.
Right.
So if you have some kind of criminal background, that's going to come up.
Of course. But what I'm more talking about is the difference of changing of like driver's license or state IDs or things that happen more regularly, or them going and applying for like potentially them applying for like governmental jobs where they would have more information in the system where that would be able to flag up more, and it could be to the discretion of the individual gun
okay, but it doesn't
store.
matter. It doesn't matter if you're trans or not, because it doesn't matter if you're trans or not. Do you have a criminal background?
Are you saying that only criminals should not be allowed to have guns? Because
I'm saying legally.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a criminal background, they're going to flag you. That is my point.
Right.
I'm not saying that everybody should own a gun, but they're going to get it either way. But legally, it doesn't matter if you change your sex, your name, whatever the fuck it is. It doesn't matter how you change it. When it comes up, is how they're going to react to selling you the firearm.
But if the law was changed to where those discrepancies were identified along with like that would make an individual trans, and that would go and stop the gun owner from going and confirming the purchase and having that as like another flag, like a criminal record in a sense.
Okay,
that
so
would go and help
every
limit
single
like their
transgender
access to
person
guns.
has a violent history and has like some reason to, to somebody, then they shouldn't own one. I'm not saying that like every single violence is like, yeah, there's a lot of violence that has been caused by their kind, but it should not be put on by just their change.
CT mute.
I got it. Okay. All right. I'm going to start with Tyler on this one. He's already shaking his head. He's already he's dumbfounded,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen. He's dumbfounded.
Can we repeat the prompt one more time, please?
Please.
I gave it to you.
Okay.
T-boys should own guns. There you go.
Should we ban trans people from having guns in the extreme mental health? Okay, so
read it out, Tyler, please.
Oh, sorry, I'll read the whole thing again. Should we ban trans people from having guns given their extreme mental health issues and risk of self-deletion or shooting up schools? I don't feel like either of you guys argued that prompt very well, but Evan put down what he wanted to argue about, and it looked like we've just kept giving. I got the same answer out of you 5 times. He's like offering prescriptions. What if we change this? What if we did this? And you're like, well, they don't check for that now. And he's like, what if we changed it so that they could? And you're like, but they don't check for it now. And he went to like criminals. It's like there's no violent record. I'm just every time he offered a prescription, all you answered with was, we're not doing that now. What you should have been hammering home to bring the other shoe down there is everything you're suggesting is overstepping onto people's rights. And it just I never heard that other shoe drop. You were just saying, like, we don't do that now. And he was offering any prescriptions for it. I don't see any counter argument to his points. I don't see anything that really attacks his assertions at all. You never once. He was the positive, right?
Yeah, he was the affirmative. Just in fairness, she did say you can't access their medical records. They don't. He
advocated for changing the law.
She even wrongly attributed it to OSHA when it was actually HIPAA, right?
Yeah, but he's saying, what if we change the laws? He said that multiple times. What if we change the laws to allow this, allow some sort of database to take place? We do this with other things. We infringe on people's Second Amendment rights by making statewide databases. Why can't we change the law? What's wrong with that? I just never heard that addressed. And his main points were never, there was no question that even went after his points. We were just talking about what we can do now, what we check for now, violence, criminal record, we don't check medical. And he's offering alternatives to checking medical records, like some other new additional thing that we do based on civil changes to their license. And it's like, well, we don't check. I never heard a response to his argument is all. And I give it to even.
Go ahead, Cleaner.
Yeah, I think Tyler's pretty close on what he's saying. What we saw here was a perfect example of how two people can start out in a debate on a topic and move off it and have nothing but talking past each other through the whole rest of the debate. And I got to give it by 2 points to Evan. It wasn't too close. It was 9 to 7.
Anson.
So both of y'all missed opportunities to advance yourselves, right? To make your position stronger and communicate more effectively. It's kind of like Grid passing up on Tim Pool and whatever, right? Massive L's for Grid in terms of his own advancement, and massive L's for both.
I did do that
for not being able. Both of y'all not being able to have any kairos whatsoever in either one of your arguments. I was really stretching to find it. I think y'all both sucked, but I gave it to Evan just because I like him less.
Can I chime in, even though I'm not an official?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so as other judges were saying, kind of going back and forth, and it's like, oh, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do this. But these were like technical aspects of like, here's how we could maybe find trans people and deny them Second Amendment rights. I didn't hear a single thing that was like, here's why we should do this, or here's why us doing this would spare other people losing their Second Amendment rights, that we don't want to have them do that. Yeah. And the thing about HIPAA rights, I mean, you can say, oh, hey, here's a certain class of people, they just shouldn't have access to these civil rights. I guess you can do that, but that's like, that's not just like, oh, maybe we could change our policy. That's kind of a major thing that's like a fundamental thing about these rights that everybody enjoys, or everybody should enjoy. The right to privacy when it comes to their medical records, which is something that I wish, I'm sorry, what's your name? Thumping. I wish that you had pounced on that directly.
Thing is like, I mean, there should be a line of who can own guns, who can't, but it doesn't matter if they're legal or not. Everybody is gonna fucking access them, you know.
But
rights.
But that's kind of it's not speaking directly to what you were arguing about, which is like, should you try? Should
legality.
Yeah, I kind of got away from the subject, and you know, I'll take the L.
Well, I think Socrates is right when he touches on like what Evan was saying was a should claim, and a should claim could come with a why. What you were saying is like a data-driven thing. It's like, this is what we do, and it wasn't approaching what he was saying, but you weren't asking the why, and he wasn't giving the why, and so y'all were just talking past each other the whole time.
Maybe we could do this. Oh, that wouldn't work. Maybe we could do this. Oh, that wouldn't work. Okay.
I think.
Well, let me
kind of misdriven.
So
I think we just both misdriven.
There were really two missed opportunities here. First, the fact that we currently regulate firearms, and even do you live in the United States, or are you in Canada?
I live in the United States.
Okay, good. All right. So, because Canadians often fuck this up, and I wanted to make sure before I made fun of somebody. So, all gun laws violate the Second Amendment. All of them. There's not one that is okay by the Second Amendment. They're all wrong. All of them. And so saying that we should have more illegal laws is not helping the argument. I don't care which group of people we don't want to have guns because we're afraid they're going to commit some heinous act. Your fear is not worth giving up liberty and for. It just isn't. And you missed an excellent opportunity to make that argument. Right?
Yep.
The Second Amendment does not give us the right to kill Bambi. It gives us the right to delete specific people as necessary. And the fact that we don't like that one group of people is misbehaving doesn't mean that we literally prevent those people from a basic right. Instead, what we do is we solve that problem. And solving the problem is not by limiting the rights of others. As far as the medical stuff, you missed another grand opportunity, which you kind of touched on, but you really didn't get to, which was no matter what, a person, all the way up to the Supreme Court has decided that a person's medical information is so private as to be criminal to release it. So you and then you missed the third thing. I almost forgot about this. In asking doctors to inform on their patients, not only are you asking somebody to violate their Hippocratic oath, right, by informing, by sharing confidential information, you're now relying on something that's not even a real science. Psychology is not a real science. It's all opinion. So somebody's opinion could have somebody's rights taken away. And in America, we don't tolerate that. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt to deprive somebody of their rights. Weevil, you're awesome, but you missed some really, and I'm sure that you know a lot of this. Like you know.
I know. Trust me, I know. When I was saying these things, I was just trying to get them out so fast. I was honestly trying to, I guess, spurge them out without thinking about it. But yeah, we
That's
honestly,
okay. He was having a Nick fit, or not? Pardon me. Confluence was having a Nick fit. So you weren't the only one.
like it was just honestly, yeah. The psychologically, like it's not real. It's not fucking real. I don't care about your fucking feelings. I don't care who the fuck you are. But if you're gonna have some kind of background, you can't get a fucking gun.
Yeah. So background checks are illegal as well. I mean, those things.
Anyways, besides all of that, it doesn't matter. Like just like
the format
like
is
rid of
tough.
babies. Anybody can fucking do it. Here in the United States, that's what's I should say that's what's great, but anybody can do fucking anything.
If you look, I know. Look, the thing is that had you had more time, or maybe if you were, the better you get at this, you'll realize these things faster and be able to pivot and all of that. So anyway, I guess I have to address this since Anderson threw me right directly fucking under the bus. Yes, a few months ago, I was approached to be on Tim Pool in the to discuss the Carmelo Anthony case, where he what they wanted me to do was make a Second Amendment argument for Carmelo Anthony using the knife in self-defense, which I couldn't do. There's a couple of reasons why I couldn't do that. First of all, because I didn't believe that he acted in self-defense at all, and I can argue points I don't believe in, but that goes too far. That's way too far out. The second thing is there's no Second Amendment issue there. He was at a he was at a school event. He was not in danger. He was armed, which was, as far as I'm concerned, it's his right to go armed. However, his right to go armed had nothing. His Second Amendment right was in no way impeded, nor did he have the right of self-defense, since he wasn't self-defending himself. He was attacking. And now, of course, I've been vindicated in that viewpoint, because that's exactly what happened. The video shows it. Everything is exactly as we prescribed it. But the point is that I couldn't make the argument. I wasn't going to try and make the argument. If I'd been on the other side of the argument, then I've been happy to go. But they wanted me to come in and make a bad argument. I just wasn't going to do it. So
you forgot the second half of me throwing you under the bus, where I noted that you
didn't
go on whatever.
Yeah, I didn't go on whatever earlier this year because Brian and I, first of all, we had some scheduling problems, and I don't go to LA very often, if ever. And second, I just didn't feel like I was really ready for it yet. I didn't feel like I was going to gain the maximum amount of exposure, the maximum amount of usefulness out of burning that chip up. If that makes any sense, right? I only get so many chances to go do these things. It needs to be worthwhile.
Yeah. I was like, what? But you convinced me. Me.
Go ahead, IJ. Spurg out on me. Go ahead.
No. I was saying originally when I saw this in the chat, I was like, "What? Are you crazy?" But you won me over. You made a good argument.
Yeah. I'm actively seeking to go on Tim Pool now. Like I've talked to the people I know that can make it happen and said, look, if a topic comes up that I'm going to be right for, I'm in. Right. So yeah, Confluence. Yeah, we could totally hear you smacking your dip can around.
Is that a euphemism?
No, he's literally smacking a dip can
around. I'm muted. I don't know.
Look,
I've been smacking my dip can around too.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't want to smack my dip can.
I just mute
again. I was muted though, to be clear. Okay.
Right. But yes, I mean that's. I'm. Hopefully they'll have me on. I'm maybe on. I'm going to be out at TwitchCon in about a week and a half. I may or may not be on whatever that Sunday night.
Not sure yet. And I'm trying to get on. I'm really trying to. Really trying to get on Tim Pool. So.
You'd be like, oh my God, you gotta have him on the
Can I say
Jesus.
something piggyback on that last debate?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you kind of nailed it, Grid, when you said in the whole 5 minutes, neither one of you all brought up the Second Amendment, which should have been the backbone of either of your all's whole.
It wouldn't have done even any good to bring up the Second Amendment. He did not.
No, yeah, that's fair. Because he's arguing against it, but that is kind of the key point. And then really, the essence of what you're debating is red flag laws, and you could have taken a tangent of saying, well, if we're gonna say trans people shouldn't have guns, how few steps off that is to say a certain race of people shouldn't have guns.
Right.
That's in essence what the debate was.
Well, he did actually. I'm gonna actually take Evan's side here for a minute. He did diffuse that early on by saying we have red flag laws. We have, we don't allow felons to have guns. There are currently restrictions on gun ownership. Why not one more? Basically, he didn't say it that way. I'm paraphrasing. So he did cover that part of it. He never touched it. Neither of them touched Second Amendment again, and he certainly didn't want to. He looks like a relatively smart guy and knows better than to go there.
No, he is. I've seen him on Sarah. He's a very smart guy.
For Weevil, that was a layup. You should have totally slam dunked that whole debate. And
yeah, there were 3 arguments to be made that she should have made to counter his argument. But here's a problem with this, guys, and everybody thinks this is easy.
Ethan is a very smart guy, and it's a fast debate, and I'm still not used to the fast debate, and I'll take the L on it.
Everybody thinks it's easy until the buzzer goes off.
Exactly. Until you're on timer, it's like all these thoughts come to your head, and you're just trying to scramble to get them out, and it doesn't come out how you want it to.
Yeah, you got Mike Tyson. Everybody has a plan to get hit in the face.
Yep. I have to say, it was really funny for me.
You were great to talk with. I don't think I've ever talked to you, even on Sarah's channel.
I'm sorry, not Confluence. I'm watching Confluence over there. So I apologize. Socrates, what were you saying?
I just have to say, it was really funny for me as a leftist to see two conservative people debating, like, oh, maybe we should limit Second Amendment rights a lot. Maybe people who have never even made threats to violence should have their Second Amendment rights taken away.
Yeah,
that was really funny for me.
I agree, Socrates. The limiting of the Second Amendment rights, like you're framing, is proof that rights don't actually exist. Because if it was a right, you wouldn't be able to limit it, right?
I mean, that's one conception of rights. I think most people don't see it that way. They see it as
something can't be stopped. It doesn't exist, or something can be stopped. It doesn't exist. What?
Well, if it's a right, then how can it be stopped?
Monarchist.
In the same way that a car can be stopped. Do cars not exist?
Well, what is a right?
Rights don't hit brick walls. Rights are intangible.
Okay, but that's not the argument that was presented.
Yeah, but what is a right?
Well,
entitlement absent of duty. It's an entitlement absent of duty.
I have to get into the next round
exist.
of debates. I know you all want to get into the rights argument. Maybe we'll do that one next.
I'll do that.
All right, so
I took on Andrew Wilson, and he couldn't debunk me. So take your pick.
Yeah. All right. So I have even. Who's left alive over here? Even, Confluence, Jesus, and CT. Right now, I don't know what's going on with Vapor. Does anybody know Vapor? I had to put him in the back because he looks past.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe next time.
I don't know. I don't know. He just showed up, and I assumed that he was like with somebody else's group.
Not me.
Yeah, because he's not from here. So, I mean, if he wakes up,
about 4 hours.
No, I'll be gone.
Trust me, I've been there.
We're going to be gone.
I've been not gone 4 hours.
CT is out. It's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize CT was out. My bad.
CT.
Am I out? Why,
no, vapor.
Why am I out?
No, CT's not out. We're talking about vapor.
Because he did the practice argument earlier. That's why. I'm sorry. I got a message. I'm just. All right. So we got 4 people left. That means 3 debates left.
Let's get to it.
So good. So good. I would like to see. Actually, I don't care. Somebody give me a matchup. Somebody throw something at me. Emmett's already back. What's up?
Undefeated on the platform.
Confluence and the Jesus.
Confluence and Jesus.
Jesus is gonna fucking cook me. Fuck.
Just make sure you know what the prompt is.
Hell.
Nobody ever reads the prompt.
Yeah, who fucking read? What a fucking nerd! What a fucking nerd! Reading
Obviously,
the
Connor didn't read the fucking prompt last night. He did not understand the assignment. That's all I'm saying.
Good luck, guys.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go.
no.
I'm liking this more and more. You know, this is.
I'm hating this more and more.
No.
I was thinking like me and Evan or even
whining early on.
My heart is warmed by the fear.
It's not fear. It's respect. Like It's respect.
Dilly to that.
Your bones will feed the fires of our.
So, do we want to go with the rights don't exist thing? Do rights exist?
Oh God, I fucking hate that argument.
We don't have to do that.
I fucking hate that. Don't wait. What side are you on? Not on Jesus.
I got one for you. Vigilante violence against marginalized. I heard that word on the news today. Communities is an inevitable, means it is unavoidable byproduct of populist. I'm kind of a populist.
I've lost you. Can you read them?
Yeah, this is.
I'm interjecting too much because
what
I had to clarify so much earlier.
If you don't know what that word means, then you.
All right, I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page because I have to clarify so many times. Vigilante violence against marginalized communities is an inevitable byproduct of populist politics in 2025. Basically, Trump evil. He has inspired vigilante violence against these marginalized people.
I would say no.
Yeah, I would say no.
Okay. All right.
So I think we agree on that.
It was a tricky prompt, though.
Yeah, that's a fucking hell of a.
I mean, I would definitely be down to do that. Someone who disagrees, but yeah.
Right. All right.
What are some more of your like fringer beliefs that don't like fall directly in line?
Shit. I wish I was a part of the H-1B visa one because that one's already been done.
You go back to religion. I don't know where you are. In religion.
I'm so strong on that one. Well, no, I mean I'm not like strong, but like strong opinion, I guess I should say. You're an atheist, right?
Yeah.
Despite being named Jesus, kind of sus. Okay. But Grid, I feel like Grid says he doesn't like religious stuff because they like.
Yeah, I don't debate religion because I'm not qualified. You guys can debate all the religion you want.
Oh well, then fucking hell.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
What's a good religious topic?
So I mean, I don't necessarily want to do the same exact topic that I did with Abe last week, but my whole thing is basically that the right's adherence to Christianity is a detriment to the political success of the party.
The right's inherent to Christianity.
Adherence. The right's adherence to Christianity is hurting the political.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. I'm too in the middle on that. I'm too in the middle on that. Like I'm honestly I can see both sides.
Conflicted.
Okay. How about there's no reason to think that Christianity is the best moral structure.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Oh yeah.
You ready to lose, brother? Cheers to you.
You guys.
Wait. So you have the affirmative because you're saying there's no reason. Is that right?
I am asserting there is no reason to believe that Christianity is the best moral system that humans can come up with.
Okay, sure.
All right. So then Jeebus has the affirmative, right?
Yeah. Ready for me?
Okay. All right. Just let me know when you're ready.
Alrighty. So, I mean, I basically, made the same exact argument last week that Christianity is a great moral structure, but it doesn't matter how great the tenets of an ideology are if nobody follows them. And we are in a society where Christianity is a central part of of American culture. So it's not like we can just inject Christianity for the first time. Yes, if we had a world where 2025 was exactly the same, but we had no Christianity, if we injected Christianity, probably that would be awesome. But we don't live in that world, and there's too many people that don't buy into the ideology, so it doesn't matter how good the morals and structures are if people don't buy into it. We need to find something that people will actually buy into, and namely something that can be falsifiable, and people will have a concrete reason to follow it because they know it exists, unlike God. Andrew likes to talk about, Andrew Wilson likes to talk about my preferences, but preferences exist. I don't know about my God.
All right. That's time. Whenever you're ready, Confluence.
Okay, I think that's way too utilitarianism. The prompt was, is Christianity the best moral structure? I think the adherence to Christianity is neither here nor there. The question is it the best moral structure that exists? And it is. And if we even if I was to grant your point, if we look at other cultures, if we look at other societies, we look at what happens in India with the caste system. We look at what happens, to go to my last debate with Kel, I think it was, with the Mayans. We see degeneracy. We look at the Islam world. We see Sharia law. Every other religion. We look at secular humanism. It doesn't work. None of those things work. But ultimately, again, I think I would challenge your whole opening by saying that you're making a utilitarian argument by saying it doesn't work in practice. But the prompt was, is Christianity the best moral framework? And I think it objectively just is. And I want to hear a rebuttal to that.
All right. 8 seconds left. That's really good timing. You guys are good. All right. Just start talking.
So the prompt was about best that can exist. I will give you right now, today in 2025, we don't have an already formed moral structure that is better than Christianity.
Well, then you've already conceded the argument.
No, I have not, because we are looking to the future. And so you brought up secular humanism, which I agree does not work, but is an advancement on a moral structure, and it is in fact a moral structure.
So your claim
must be that in the future that it cannot be that humans can do something better than Christianity, and I don't think that you have that foreknowledge.
I don't think you need. I mean, that's such a wayward hypothetical to say that out of all the systems of space and time that we've had, out of all the religions, the tens of thousands of religions and cults and pseudo religions and primordial religions, that Christianity is the best. And you're saying maybe in a hypothetical future we could have a possibly better one.
You mean kind of like when Jesus came back and turned Judaism into Christianity, that you're now saying is the best, and that was what.
Yeah, and that was
Isn't Jesus supposed to come back?
That was 2 millennia ago.
Okay, but Jesus is supposed to come back again, right? So why would we think that Jesus would not be like, hey, the Bible that you're, the New Testament was great for 2,000 years ago, but here we are, just like 2,000 years ago when I came, I was like, those rules, that's the Old Testament. So now
I know you're atheist, but that's like just a bad view of like.
Okay, so tell me how you know that that's not the case, because I am saying that is a possibility, and you are saying no, it's not.
I mean, if you're saying it's a possibility, if you're punting into a hypothetical future,
yes, correct.
I think that's ridiculous. I think that's absolutely absurd. You're saying that just.
Am I wrong though?
Yes, you are.
How so?
I mean, no.
How do you know that humans in the future will not create a better moral structure than what Christianity is?
I'll answer.
That is the only way that you can
concede. In millennia there could possibly be, and I think this is a fair concession to make.
So then you don't know that it's the best that can exist.
No, I think
that's it. You don't know it's the best that it can exist because you don't know what's going to happen in the future.
That's trying.
You were on the panel watching Abe make this exact argument last week. Why do you guys keep talking about the future? You don't know what's going to happen in the future.
It was a bad argument. I think we have like 30,000 years of civilization, and we've seen that Christianity is the only system that brings morality, that brings dignity, that brings anything. Exactly. So if you're punting, that seems like one of those tech bros punting into like, oh, maybe we'll have like AI takeovers. It's so
what's AI? I don't think AI is taking over. What a crazy thought.
No, but again,
you are claiming that it cannot
punt
happen.
into that for a moral argument is so absurd, it's so far-fetched that it just doesn't make sense.
Confluence, listen to me. You are making the claim that it cannot be in the future. I am asking, how do
I am
you
not.
know what
I've
cannot?
con-
How do
I've
you know what will not
conceded.
happen?
I've
How do you know what
conceded.
will not happen?
I
That
have
is the question.
conceded. I'm saying that is a
Okay, then that's the
ridiculous-
debate then.
No,
then if
that's
you
not
don't
the
know that it's going to be the best ever, then you lose. My
No, that's
contention
not-
is that it is not the best ever.
It
If
is-
you
it's-
can't tell me that it is the best ever,
system we know of. It's
it
the best
may
system
be
that's been-
something else that is
that's
better.
been- it's
Do
like
you
what we talked about
disagree?
with martial
Do you-
arts. You have to pressure test things. It's the best thing that's been pressure tested for thousands of years, and we haven't seen anything do better. There's no reason to think anything could do better. If you want to punt to some hypothetical future, you could do that with anything. You could do that with any argument.
That's how the future works. We don't know what's happened yet.
That's a bad argument. If you have to punch into
then
the
debunk
future
it.
and say,
"Tell me how you
I
know
am
I'm wrong." If
debunking
it's
it.
such a bad argument, then knock it down, brother.
I am knocking it down.
No,
I'm
you're
saying,
not. Tell
I
me
am.
how you know
Let-
what will
let
not
me-
happen
let
in
me-
the future.
Jesus, let me talk. I'm saying if we have like your argument is we have like a sigma % chance of like maybe in a hypothetical world there's something better. But out of the 30,000 years of human history, from all we know of human biology and human psychology and human spirituality, there has been nothing been better than to punt
Yeah,
into
that's the
some
past. Time moves forward.
far-fetched
You are claiming that
dystopian
everything that
future
happened in
where
the
something
past
would be
is
better.
going to be exactly what happens in the future. That
I'm not claiming
humanity
that.
has
I'm not
developed
claiming
all
that.
the way
I'm
up to
saying-
Christianity and then
I'm
stopped,
saying-
and then there will
I'm
not
saying-
ever be any more moral.
I'm Kairosing your ass. I'm saying history repeats itself and history is cyclical. And if we
So
don't,
when's
if
slavery coming back? When's slavery coming back?
slavery has.
Oh, history doesn't repeat itself. That exactly. It
There's more
rhymes, sure.
slaves now than there's ever been in history, brother. That's a losing point for
America?
you. There's
in America.
You didn't say America.
Okay,
Oh, I'm
so
going to go on your technicality.
Okay,
There's
okay,
more
fine.
slaves
So
in
then,
existence
so then
now
when
than
does slaves
ever.
come back to
Oh,
America?
so that's
When
a
do the
losing
slaves come
point.
back to America then?
Okay.
You said
No,
what has
exactly.
happened will be.
You're
What has-
pointing to
history
a
repeats
random
itself. So when will there
hypothetical
really
that
be
could
slaves
happen in the
America?
future.
You said history repeats itself. So you tell me, since you know the future, when slaves will come back to America.
You didn't say America. I'm saying
now I am.
slavery
So
comes
you're right.
back.
There's more
Oh,
slavery
so
in
now
the rest
you
of the
are.
world. So
okay,
since
so
you
you're
know the
shifting the
future,
goalposts.
when is
You're
the
shifting?
history
I'm
repeats itself,
calling
right?
out a
So that-
fallacy. Shifting the goalposts. Okay, playing to the judge.
You said you know the future. You said history repeats
I didn't
itself.
say I
So
know
I'm
the
asking
future. I'm
you
saying
did.
you can't
You
punt
did.
to a
You didn't
sigma
say it
chance of
explicitly,
something
but the logic of
happening
what you
and
were saying
expect to
is that
win
you
on
are claiming
I
that
think
what
that's
is going
so
to happen in the future
far-fetched.
is something
That's
that
so
you already
ridiculous.
understand,
You
and
can
that
do
is
that
not
for
the
any
case.
fucking
This is
argument.
the
It
exact
doesn't make
same
any
argument
sense.
that Abe made.
It's not the same argument. Yeah, I don't
it
care
is,
what
brother.
argument Abe made.
Go back and watch it. I just
I don't
posted it
care.
2 days ago.
I don't care.
It's the
Abe
exact
was wrong
argument.
if he made that argument.
It's the exact same
I
argument.
don't.
How do
I
you know
don't
the future?
give a
You don't.
shit
I
if
win.
It's the same argument. It's a bad argument if you're talking about
Gentlemen.
far-flung future.
All right,
that you
let's
can't
go.
prove.
Gentlemen.
Love you, brother. Love you. All love. All love.
All right. So, wow. All right.
He could see.
It was nothing if not passionate. Okay.
It was.
I don't
You
know.
guys are
Any
very
other way.
passionate.
I don't know.
I'm
Any
going to
other
start
way,
with
give it.
Anson this time.
Yeah, so I really appreciated the argument from ignorance and the futuristic fallacy that Indy and Jesus used. And I actually appreciated even more that Confluence called it out repeatedly and called it punting and basically quashed it. And that was Kairos. That was him seizing the moment that he had and being able to actually make a valid logical argument that was reasoned against it, because there were way better arguments you could have used, Indy and Jesus, other than saying, well, we don't know the future.
Okay, but
right?
you're putting him down. So it's
Yeah. Yeah.
Kairos, Indian Jesus.
So,
It's all about the Kairos.
Confluence,
Yeah,
Confluence.
vibes.
You won that one, Confluence.
Vibes, bro. Vibes. You literally conceded the argument to me, but you won because vibes. Word up.
Cope.
Okay. Okay. Nobody saw that.
Okay.
I did not spill anything on myself.
You didn't spill a thing.
Nope.
I was looking over here. I was looking at you on your other on your channel. Spilled the thing. Go ahead, Cleaner.
Like this whole thing was fucked from the start because the prompt itself was an argument from fallacy. So, but Confluence had it by 3 points over Lutch.
Okay.
It's because of the prompt too. The prompt is an is claim, and an is claim an is claim versus an unforeseeable future is an argument from fallacy. You can't do that.
Sorry,
you literally
can you say that
can't do that. An argument from fallacy. You're arguing it from a fallacy already. You're saying you can't prove this is the only thing that, or this is the best thing.
Right. Was that not the prompt?
In the future.
Right.
Yeah, your prompt was, yeah, I can actually, I've got the right timestamp right now on the video. I can go back and play it again. You said there is no way to prove that Christianity is the best moral system in the future.
Mm-hmm. So right. So
you're making an argument from fallacy. Because what you're doing is you're presupposing that in the future we can't or can, that like there's no way to prove it, right? There's no way to prove that it is or isn't the best moral system.
Okay, then how's that not a wash on all?
You're already starting the whole thing from a fallacy.
Okay, but how is that on me if we're all agreeing to a prompt?
Yeah, no, I was just saying based upon how you were arguing it, you're arguing an is claim based off of something that's a fallacy. You can't prove or not prove that it is the thing. Like the prompt was horribly structured.
All right.
But I think the prompt was no evidence, right? It wasn't even proof. So you need to make a pretty strong claim.
There was no reason. Evidence. All I was asking for a reason to think that we cannot get past Christianity and do better than that. So that is it's specifically invoking the future.
I feel like I gave a lot of reasons for that. You just kept going through a hypothetical possibility of a
right. That one hypothetical is all I needed. You needed to knock down that hypothetical. The hypothetical is that in the future we can do better than Christianity.
It continues, Grid. Okay,
that is my contention. You did not knock that down. I don't understand how these judges are saying that he literally conceded the debate to me. I don't know.
I feel like Indian Jesus is going to become a regular debater on my channel. Like we're going to have to do long format for him, but
if you'll allow me.
Yeah.
All right.
But hold on. Let's get through the judging first. Tyler, you got to go. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So Christianity, you were arguing that we could hypothetically come up with something greater. He met that argument directly. He said, yes, I can see there is a possibility, a sigma possibility, I believe he said, that we could do this. But if we look at past events, in all likelihood, the possibility of that happening is very minute. So your argument is based off the premise that we will discover this, thus it's not the best. But he's saying that that's such a minute possibility that to base your argument off of it, the likelihood of your argument off of it is shit. And that's why you're saying it was a shit argument. That's what you were saying.
No, that's not at all what the prompt was.
Your argument.
Okay, I'm not going to argue on this. I know what I did. I know what I saw. If you guys judge it for him, congratulations.
I'm looking at the arguments you use. I was writing them down as
you're not. In the same way that you thought I was on the defensive last time and I wasn't. You're wrong again now too. But it's fine.
I transcribed the whole
debate. We're all here for fun. Confluence, congratulations. We're 1-1. Good job, brother.
I'm not done yet. So again, he kept going back to this. He kept going into what we can prove right now. The is claim, as Cleaner was saying, is what we can prove right now that this is the best. The possibility of another in a future is likely. I mean, it's not likely, he didn't say, but is a possibility. He couldn't completely discredit it. But just the possibility of it does not mean that thing is foreseen to exist.
I never made that argument.
That's the argument he made. That was his counter argument to you, which dispelled your argument.
I don't understand how that dispels the argument. That's what I'm saying. When I'm saying when we're saying X is the best, and I say, well, what if we could do better than X in the future? And you say, well, that's weird, or I don't understand how that's knocking down the argument. And I really don't want to be argumentative. Like I'm enjoying all of this, but I really don't understand.
And he's saying that what if is plausible to exist in some way.
But that is the argument. That is the prompt. If there is
not happened.
That's not the prompt, though. The prompt is there is reason to believe that it may, in the same way that humans evolve.
And there's no reason to believe. There's a small sigma possibility that it may. There's no reason to.
Yeah, he went in and said that. Actually, if we look at all the history, we look at 30,000 different attempts at morality and moral systems, we see with history repeating itself that it's very unlikely we're going to find something better than this particular one.
So can I ask?
There's no answer to that.
All right. Whatever you guys say.
So Confluence, I actually agreed with your argumentation in terms of your belief structure. it would have been way more efficient to say that the Christians took their belief structure from the Greek virtue ethics, and their entire concept of sin isn't actually their own. And so, yes, of course, better systems can exist than the Christian system because they just took their ideas from other people, and people take ideas from other people all the time.
I disagree with that, but I appreciate what you're saying. I do think there was Greek influence, but it's obviously like ties into Hebrew influence as well, right? Which
apparently not.
Yeah, I would say if I can jump in as well to Indian Jesus from one humanist brother to another, I would have in that moment just owned humanism is already better. So I would just say like
no, it's not. It's not better. That's the problem.
Based Jesus, based Indian Jesus.
It's not better. Christianity is better than secular humanism because even though secular humanism tells you what is right and wrong, it doesn't give you an incentive to do what is right versus wrong, where Christianity does. But the fact is that Christianity doesn't apply to everybody and is unfalsifiable. And so my claim was that potentially, maybe, theoretically, hypothetically, in the future, we could get to something better. And Confluence directly and explicitly said that I was right. So
there's no reason to think that. There's no reason to think that, Jesus.
You can think that. That is a different claim than my claim that there's no reason to think that what you are saying.
That was the prompt, wasn't it?
No, that's the opposite of the prompt.
Wasn't the prompt? Is there a reason?
There is no reason to think.
Right, there is no reason to think.
Okay,
there's a sigma possibility in the future.
Okay, there's the reason. The sigma possibility is the reason. That is the reason I do what I do.
This was a really easy one just based off the prompt, right? The prompt was there is no way to prove that Christianity is the best moral system in the future. So all you have to do is say, well, so Indian Jesus, can you prove that in the future we cannot come up with a way to prove that Christianity is the best moral system at some point in time? Can you prove that?
Can I prove that
in the future we won't be able to come up with
prove that.
some type of no, hold on.
Okay.
Can you prove that? Yes or no?
No, I cannot.
Okay, then it doesn't matter whether or not I can prove that in the future, in your hypothetical, it is or isn't the best moral system, because you've already said that it's possible somebody might be able to come up with some way of proving it in the future.
But that's my this is what I'm
saying. No, I mean that's it. That's the end of it. That's the way that you argue.
So that means I'm right. That somebody in the future may hypothetically, potentially. That's the claim.
Yeah, it's ridiculous though, is what it is.
Okay, fine. It's a ridiculous claim, but he chose to debate it. It's not my fault if he chooses to debate a false claim.
Weren't you?
That's fair. That's fair.
Affirmative.
So how do I lose because he agreed?
You were the affirmative.
He agreed to a bad prompt. I presented a claim.
Am I crazy? Weren't you?
I don't know. It's one of us.
Brother?
It's one of us.
You were the affirmative.
I presented a claim, and you specifically, explicitly stated my claim to me, and somehow I've lost this debate. It's fine. I just don't understand.
No, I didn't actually vote you based off of that itself. The points that he got were because he actually made better claims. Like me personally, I would just say like there's a better prompt because it already had a fallacy in the prompt.
Sure.
So it was like
fair.
I get it's a bait prompt.
Debating.
No, it's a bait prompt. I get it. I've got them too, but I don't typically have them with fallacies in it unless I'm being an asshole.
But my point is, any issues with the prompt have to go out the window once everybody agrees to the prompt. If it's a bad prompt, okay, it's a bad prompt. But everybody equally, Grid, myself, and Confluence equally agreed to the prompt. So how am I getting dinged for the prompt?
I didn't ding you for the prompt. I was just letting you know that the prompt was from fallacy.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand.
That's what I'm saying. No, he got a better point score because of the arguments and all that stuff in the debate. I was just letting you know that prompt started out as a shit show because it was from a fallacious point of view. Like it was a fallacy. You're throwing a fallacy in there. You can or can't prove something in the future. Nobody knows what the hell the future holds. That's like by itself. That is a fucking foul. You can't prove anything in the future or disprove anything in the future because
that's why it's a bad position to claim that Christianity that Christianity.
Right. So this is.
I don't get it.
It wasn't that you know. It was
how did you argue a thing that doesn't exist?
It was. Is there?
I don't want to take. It's fine, guys. I don't want to take up so much time. Let's get.
No, you're fine. So if I may, gentlemen, one of the things about this, which is why I asked you a couple of times if that was really going to be the prompt, is anytime we're talking about something in the future, it's unprovable. So I don't know what there is to debate about.
Okay, then you guys
And
literally.
I asked you a couple of times if that was the prompt, and you guys were like, yeah, all right. Well, and look, I'm gonna let you. I'm not here to tell you what your. I mean, I
You're gonna let
tried.
us fail, Grid.
Well, hey, look, all not now. I'm very consistent about this. If you make a bad prompt, I literally sometimes have to stop myself from saying
That's fair. That's fair.
I agree,
because I don't want to make your arguments for you, but. Confluence, I would not have taken. Look. From where I'm standing, you lost the minute you accepted the debate because you.
There we go. What are we talking about?
Jesus, what the fuck? Oh,
you were stupid enough to debate something that's going to happen in the future.
Grid, I know you're gonna turn into a pumpkin. You know, I'm trying
not
to like
only
move
that, but
stuff
guys, all
forward,
four of you were on this panel a week ago when I made the same exact argument. You were like, "Oh, lunch cooked." I don't understand. That's why I'm so confused. It was literally.
Well,
last week
again,
it was the same exact argument.
I wasn't.
That's what
I wasn't as brutal last week, but I'm sorry, Confluence. In my opinion, you lost the minute you took the minute you took the prompt. Now you argued very well. I think you did. You made good arguments. They were cogent. You called him on his bullshit when he was literally, like when he was dancing around and he was trying to shove some more fallacies in your face. You're not fallacies, you bastards. Fallacies.
Whatever wins the debate.
Whatever wins the debate, right?
Can I just throw this out there? Last week, the prompt was morality and Christianity is out of step with shared U.S. morality. We embrace more of a freedom of religion structure because it pushes out seculars?
That was not me.
That was the prompt. You and
Abe?
Yes, that's what I have it written down.
Yeah, you made a very similar argument, though. It was a similar argument,
but it wasn't a future argument. Which
it
is
absolutely was.
Prompt,
it 1000% was me asking Gabe how he knows what the future is, and I mean, do we want to watch it? I have it as a VOD right here.
You might have made the same argument, but that's not the same topic.
No, it was the same. He made basically the same argument, and again,
my point is,
kind of let him.
But that's the thing. He's right.
I say this all the time.
You can't be wrong now and right last time. So if you're saying he was wrong both times, fair. I'm willing to accept that. But I'm just confused if I won before with that.
It's a different topic. You can't use the same argument for like two different topics.
That's not what the issue with the judges is.
I understand I understand the questions that IJ has, right? Lutch has a question in that. Look, I use basically the same argument. And basically, it followed the same order. Why did I lose this week?
It's not about loss. It's just about why is this or not. But I'm totally fine moving on. Confluence wins.
No, man. I look. I want everyone to understand this because again, to me, it's personally. I think Confluence lost the minute he took the prompt, but. He literally did very well in the debate. I honestly felt like he had a better performance, IJ, than you did. I think that actually I think you did better against Abe because Abe didn't fight. Abe did not come at you as strong and mirror your energy. Sorry, it's late. Confluence was very effective at every time you ramped up, he ramped up just a little more. And that is why I would have, if I had been a judge tonight, I would have given Confluence the win after I admonished him that you were stupid to take the prompt. Right? But once he took the prompt and you guys got in the debate, you're right. It doesn't matter that neither of you can prove either of it. You're arguing an esoteric prompt. He's arguing against an esoteric prompt. So now we have to all we can judge is the arguments that you guys are making. I agree to you that I will give you the point that he did concede, but he said, so what? We have all of the history. We have all of this. We have all of that. So even though, yeah, in some mystical presence, we can say this might happen in some alternate universe, it could happen even.
Nope, this one.
But what we have is history, and that's how we predict the future. And I think he was right to do that. I thought that was the most brilliant move of the entire debate. Saying that.
If you guys were talking more about his tactics versus my talking about the future and the prompt, then totally fine. I think Confluence did a great job here. I don't have an issue with. I'm just confused about my own performance. Where the last time I was like, "Oh, what you did so great with that." And now I'm making the same exact argument. I'm just confused.
When I said,
I'll tell you the exact reason why
that wasn't you're wrong, Jesus, or this was a fallacious prompt. Like the prompt has a fallacy in it. He shouldn't have accepted it. You shouldn't have proposed it. That wasn't just one of you. That's both of you.
Last week when you won against Abe's energy didn't mirror yours. Right. You were able to score more points based on aggressiveness, based on control of the argument. It wasn't the argument itself that won you the debate. It's just two different types of opponents.
Gotcha.
Honestly, if when he ramped up, if you had immediately gone calm and just said, "Hey man, calm down. This is what it is," I would have given, I'm not a judge on this, I would have given you control points as a judge.
Yep.
Fair enough.
So it's not that because we don't, at the end of the day, we're not trying to prove who's right or wrong here.
Right.
All we're trying to do is battle is to try and improve the technique, improve how you argue.
Because I was genuinely confused. Now I get it. I get it.
Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, again, once it started, you made solid points. He made solid points. He just had my opinion. I'm not a judge this time, and I don't think I'm saying anything that the judges said. I think I'm maybe saying none of them said this. I just think that Confluence was much better at ramping up in energy, and honestly, he forced you to kind of almost hit like a couple of high notes there. Like I don't think that you were used to someone coming back at you as hard as he was. And so that's my opinion. The judges can have a completely different opinion, but I would have given him the win based on that, even though he fucked up and he should have fucking lost.
Fair enough.
Yeah, the couple of control points that he got over you was when he made it look like what you were saying was ridiculous 2 or 3 different times, and you didn't just go, "Well, it's not ridiculous. This is the argument. We're sticking to this prompt. This is or try and do it in a calm way or a structured or logical way, or try and diffuse it back down and make it look like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not being ridiculous," or something like that, right? He was able to get you in that you weren't refuting it. You weren't saying, "No, I'm not." You're just not able to understand, or something like that.
So if I had articulated, wait, but that's the prompt, so you just conceded the prompt to me in a calm voice.
Yeah, that would have got you you would have got the win off of there if you'd have pointed out.
So when I watch the VOD, it's just going to be about the tone.
Yeah, no. It's not just that singular point.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm confused, guys. You're talking past yourself.
So I have a
maybe
a really general point about this, which is when I asked you this, Indian Jesus, my kind of first question to you, I said, "Oh, you should have just said humanism is the best." And you're like, "No, well, Christianity is better than humanism." This is something I've run into in debates where I have my actual real world opinion about something, which is always going to be more nuanced than, especially in like a rapid fire debate like this. And you can up the difficulty for yourself and say, "I'm going to push my actual real world, nuanced, complex human view of this thing," or you could try to win a debate.
But that's I want to say that's an amazing concession.
But
that's an amazing concession from Jesus post debate to say that, I think, because like I appreciate, not concession in a bad way, Jesus. I feel like you're furrowing your brow, but I'm like complimenting you because Socrates is saying, "Oh yeah, this is secular humanism is better," and you're like, "No, it's not." And it's like, yeah, that would be a path that you could take. And I honestly appreciate the radical honesty of you not taking that path because you don't believe it. So I agree with Socrates that, yeah, from a debate point of view, it would be better. But like from an honesty point of view, I honestly really appreciate the honesty.
No, I mean that's baller to actually argue your real world beliefs in a debate, because it's always harder. It's always tougher. And if you want to do that, more power to you. That's really fucking baller.
The lone MAGA atheist out here. And one day you will all know my name.
Maybe. I mean, honestly, that was one of the. I mean, I called it the way I saw it. The other judges have the thing about the judging, right? Is you have guys like Anson you have Anson, right? There's no one else like him, who will score it on a different pattern every fucking week.
Vibes. And
then you have Tyler, who probably has a fucking spreadsheet up right now.
Consistent.
He does. He does, right? He's got a spreadsheet. and they're literally like, okay, attack. Oh no, he fucked up. Attack. And then they're just literally like putting in points. And so that the idea of whether you're right or not doesn't come into it. Right? It's just the amount of points. So
I will say,
sometimes it right or wrong does matter. Like last time with Weevil, there were 3 arguments she could have made that would have gained her points, but she didn't make them, and all she really did was spend her time defending instead of actually making an argument, and that hurt her, right? So even if she had not made the arguments necessarily well, it would have at least been making a clean argument. Does that make? Man, I feel like I'm kind of stumbling a little bit, but I hope I'm making sense, right?
I completely understand where you guys are coming from. I have my own personal disagreements and obviously personal biases, and I got my entire chat, on my side. So, but
your chat should be on your side.
I think at the end of the day, I agree with the debate tactic aspects of it. I just can't get past, if you concede the debate, you can't win the debate. But hey, if you guys see it differently, fair enough.
Well,
I mean, I don't. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Fair. It's about tactics.
I didn't
it's about
see it as
tactics. That is fair. We can agree to disagree. But in my personal opinion, if I was ever a judge, there is no way that somebody could concede the direct prompt and also win the debate.
I didn't see. I mean,
that's just me.
All right. Well, let me ask the judges something. Anson, did you see it as conceding the entire prompt when he said in the sig in like some really small infinitesimal or what low sigma, is that what you said? Confluence, what did you say?
Yeah, that's so
I said there's a sigma chance, like an infinitesimal chance.
Yeah. There were times when both of them claimed that the other one conceded the entire argument, and I didn't feel like there was weight to either one of their claims. I think that's more of a debate tactic sometimes and that's exactly what it is, where you're trying to basically diminish the credibility of your opponent, and that's all I saw those as.
Because there was
almost brought the whole house down. Sorry, guys.
There was a time there where Lutch said flat out that of the moral systems that we know of, Christianity is the best one, and in a way, the way that you said that during the debate, and in a way, the way Confluence was arguing the prompt, you conceded his point. And the way you were arguing the prompt, he conceded your point.
But I didn't. But saying, Morty, stop, man. What are you doing?
He's behind you on the couch.
Then how is this? What is shaking behind me?
I don't know. He actually just popped up there.
Me saying, if the prompt is, there's no reason to think that we can't do better, and I say right now it is the best, I don't see how that's a concession that we can't do better. Do we agree that in any other circumstance, if we say this is the best we have, but potentially it's not the best that can be?
Yeah, it's not conceding the whole
then
debate.
That is a concession that is not the best that can be.
Yeah, and if he said
so, that is what he did.
Is there a remote possibility that the future could be better than Christianity? That was not the prompt.
Wait, let me just type on it. Let me just type on it. So by me saying right now this is the best is not conceding the argument that tomorrow somebody could come up with in this sigma, I don't even know what that means, but whatever chance,
that's what I said.
That
Yeah.
is the argument. Chance. Oh, 0.00000000001 chance is my point.
And is there reason to believe that will happen, Jesus?
Yeah, but
that was not. No. It was not. No. Go back to the prompt. It was not. Is there a reason to believe that Lutch's ideology is right? There's the reason to believe that Christianity is the best. 0.0001% chance that there is something better means that I win the debate.
No, I'm sorry.
I was right. There is a chance. Does anybody disagree with the idea that there is a chance that potentially maybe something better than Christianity can come out in the future of humanity at some point? Does anybody disagree with that claim?
Yeah, I do. It's a futuristic fallacy, and he pointed out that it was a futuristic fallacy
know that
using other words.
So you're making the same argument as Confluence and Abe that you guys know the future, and that's fine.
No, I'm not.
You can pretend that you know the future. You don't know the future. You don't know the future.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying that devising an argument based on ignorance is a bad idea.
So the thing is,
okay,
the reason I didn't count it,
I'll concede all of it.
I'll explain why I didn't count it as a concede so that you can understand. I heard the prompt, and the prompt was there is no reason to believe that in the future we would have to say that Christianity is the best moral system, or to something to that, right? And so what I'm hearing is what I'm hearing is like you're saying that like there's no way of believing that it is the best moral in the future, like it's the best moral system in the future. He says, okay, well, yeah, I mean, there's a small percentage chance that maybe that's possible, but also right now you've conceded also that right now Christianity is the best moral system for now within the people that believe in it. So it's like, well, okay, so there's a small percentage chance on either side that could have been the thing, but the thing was, the argument wasn't about whether or not it is the best moral system. It was about whether or not you could prove in the future that it is the best moral system.
No, it wasn't. Proof was not.
That's what your prompt was.
Reason is not proof. Reason and proof are two very different things. I have a reason to believe that Morty is somewhere in the house, even though I can't see him in the frame. I have a reason to believe that Morty is somewhere in the house, right? Do I have proof that he didn't run out the front door? Those are not the same things. I'm sorry to be a stickler.
Right, your prompt was about proving it, though. It wasn't.
No, it was not. Read it back on your timestamp. Where did it say proof? It said you have no. I'm very, very deliberate with my words for this reason. This is not the first time I've had this conversation. There is no reason to believe that we cannot do better than Christianity in the future. Did Confluence give me any reason why we should believe?
If you're punting to Abe, that was a different prompt.
I know. I asked, did Confluence give me a reason why we should not believe?
Yes,
that is possible.
So I heard one, which is, and so I heard the prompt as, is there any reason to believe that Christianity is the best moral system that ever could be? Something like that. If Christianity has been the best moral system for like a couple thousand years, I think that is a reason. Maybe it's not an amazing reason. It's not a perfect reason. It's not an overwhelming reason, but it's a reason. And I'm a Jewish atheist, right? And I don't.
Which is weird, by the way.
You were like pushing me toward like being a Christian.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, in my determination of the difference between proof and reason, I was asking for proof. And nobody made the argument that proof and reason aren't the same thing. Only just now did I win a debate against myself. So I'm the only one who has ever beat me on a debate on this panel. Thank you very, very much. You should have made that argument, Confluence. Yes, I gave you a reason. It may not have been a good reason. It may not have been proof, but I gave you a reason. You didn't
I would love to go on your
said that.
channel and do a longer 1v1 on it.
Let's do it, brother.
In like a friendly way. I'm not saying that in the divisive way.
Yeah, of course.
Also, I want to say I've had multiple people message me in this past 10 minutes agreeing with the Grid that I shouldn't have taken the prompt and that taking a futuristic prompt is cucked. So
yeah, you shouldn't have.
I guess I shouldn't have, because I'm getting like a lot of feedback on that. So.
That was the bait prompt, and good on Jesus for baiting you.
I did ask you like 3 times. That was the prompt. I was like, okay.
I actually say good job on Jesus for having baited you into that prompt, but I don't judge based off of that like when we're here doing this, you know. But I think that's a G move, in my opinion. If you can bait somebody into a
he knew what he was doing.
That's a fucking G
He
move.
knew.
This is like what K2
Jesus
did
knew
to
what he
me.
was doing.
This is what K2 did to me, if you guys remember, about like holding hands and like obviously me and Grid both, we all took it as like gay people holding hands, and it was like, it's not in the prompt, and I was like, he fucking baited me so hard on that.
And then you didn't let. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that was funny though. That was funny.
That was good.
Yeah.
Is that everybody? It looks like a couple people dropped. Ethan was the last person that was supposed to go, and he's not here anymore. So,
Did I win 2 times in a row? I just want to point that out. Am I a double victory because I won last week against Kel in the final
Did you
round?
really?
So.
Well, then I got
This is a dubs, okay?
I'm gonna make everybody change their vote if that's the case. I mean, that's can't have the dubs.
I'll come up next week if that's the case.
Oh, he's gonna take me down. No, don't do it, Tyler. Don't do it. I need my trips. I need my trips, brother.
Can I go to bed now?
I'm gonna have to do something about. So, the arguing over the prompts at the end is. Look, I'm always trying to refine the show, right? I'm always trying to make it better. I'm always, if we have a glitch, I want to know why we have the glitch. Maybe it's the people we have on, maybe it's the prompts themselves. But in this case, I got to tell you, I feel like that part of the problem is I was asked what the prompt was like 3 times tonight. So I'm going to have to figure something out about the prompt.
Can I make a suggestion, Grid?
Yeah, go ahead.
Get a
I'm not
list.
gonna take it, but you can make it.
Yeah,
banner.
Yeah, make a list of 20 prompts and write them out, and then share the screen so that the shared screen is showing what the prompt is, and make the debaters choose between those 20 prompts instead of going through the whole, y'all, what do y'all want to talk about thing. Just basically say, look, this is what we're talking about tonight.
Hmm.
And then
That'd probably do it, yeah.
And then
Or-
you can make sure that it's well written with a good binary choice instead of open-ended stuff.
Alternatively, you could try and get like a little banner program and just type the prompt and have it at the top of the
Well,
screen.
I can run a banner. That's no problem.
Yeah, like that way everybody knows the prompt throughout the whole debate.
Yep. At least have it written down somewhere so that there's no like ambiguity.
Yeah,
and
that's true. Because there's a lot of fighting about like what was the prompt. We should probably have like so we don't have to all go back into find out
the written word,
verbatim words, or
streamers discover the written word.
Yeah.
I'm going to be fair here, but I think if if he did actually concede that there is that 0.01 based off the prompt itself, yeah, you're right, man. Actually, he did concede the debate then based off of the exact text of the prompt. He did actually concede the debate. I can't argue against that. I went back and I listened to it and I typed the exact text out. And yeah, you're right. Based off of the exact phrasing. And dude, it's a fucking bait topic. You asshole, it's a bait topic, but you're a G for getting it pulled off.
So are you changing your vote? Are you changing your vote, Clean?
Yeah, I have to, dude, because based off the text, yeah, he did. He got it pulled off.
Wait, I still lose that, right?
And based on Cleaner's explanation, I think I'm going to change my vote too and give it to Indian Jesus.
Oh, come on. That's not a thing.
Indian Jesus won.
That's not a thing.
Come on, dude. No,
it's not a thing.
It is a thing. If you concede a debate, you can't win the debate.
That's not a thing.
I think you did a better job than I did.
That is not
I think
a
you
thing.
argued better than I did.
That is not a thing.
But you
This is
conceded.
a learning example for why you should listen to the exact thing that your guy is saying for the prompt. You can't take a prompt that you can actually.
That's the precedent we want to set. If you fight with
on
the judges for 30 minutes and then you overturn them, then
you're right. I mean,
fucking hell.
No, confluence.
Confluence.
No. All right. No. I don't want to bet. Confluence wins. I'm eliminated.
Indian Jesus.
Guys. This is, I mean,
I like all of it, right? Like I want to make the show better, but I want to make sure that we, that this kind of stuff doesn't happen again, and because look, I personally I would have said that Confluence won. I just think he was more aggressive. He did all of the right things. I honestly I did not see it as a concession, but I'm not gonna second guess my original thing, right? Like because I mean, literally, there's a lot of stuff. Anyway, there should have been. Man, I'm a little tired. I'm a little punchy, so this may not come out quite right. But there were a lot of arguments that could have been made, right? There's Confluence could have made the argument that while anything technically is possible in the future, it has no bearing on reality, and we live in reality, right? Like we absolutely live in reality, and we have all of this history, which he did touch on. I think Indian Jesus actually did a really good job on his side, just constantly keeping the heat up, saying, "But there could be, right? There could be." Again, I thought Confluence made made slightly better points. He matched energy very well. I would have given it to, I was more on Indian Jesus's side to begin with, because he got Confluence into that stupid ass prompt. I was on your side. I mean, but I wouldn't change my vote. I mean, look, if the judges want to, that's fine. I don't disagree with what they're saying. So next time we'll definitely be keeping track of the prompts.
As long as I can fight with the judges for like 45 minutes to try to switch their mind next time and derail everything.
You can take an hour.
As long as that's the precedent you guys want to set,
ahead.
then fine. I'm down
take an
with
hour.
that, hey.
I'm glad that both of you guys are have such good humor about this. This is awesome, because
this is to you, Confluence.
Couple of I mean, we all know people that would have we all know people that would have kicked rocks by now and been mad.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So Confluence, the only reason I changed my vote really isn't that it's that Cleaner changed his, and then you said that I was biased against you, so I had to prove it.
I said that in the previous one. I said that. I was giving you credit for not.
Have you not figured out that Anson's like a troll?
Can we call it a tie?
Did we not figure that?
Because then I'm still undefeated because you guys were wrong about me on the defense.
That's between you two.
All right.
I would like to fight for another 40 minutes.
All right,
with the
let's
judges
fucking go.
to prove that.
What you doing tomorrow? What you doing tomorrow night, brother? I got a client at 4:30.
I'm fighting with you. Let's do it.
All right, bet. I'll be home by like 5:30.
Seems like we have. What do we have going on tomorrow night? We have something going on tomorrow night. What is it? I forget what it is.
I think I remember, Grit. I think it's me and Jesus fighting for like 2 hours.
That's what I heard.
That's what I remember.
Do you remember that we scheduled that earlier in the week because
I think so.
Because of the infinitesimal possibility that you would be fighting on Friday night?
The possibility of the future that me and Jesus would get into a heated argument.
So possibilities of future can manifest in reality. Is that what you're saying?
If that gets us a debate tomorrow, absolutely.
Hey.
If that gets us a debate, yes.
It's so bad. I think I was supposed to have a guest tomorrow night. I don't think she's gonna be on. I think
if she doesn't show, you have two people willing to fucking fight
like you guys can definitely come fight. If you guys want to come fight tomorrow night, come fight.
Absolutely.
We'll do
if you got something else, we definitely do it on my channel.
We'll go bare knuckles and make it happen.
Confluence, you're in Grid's Discord, right? All right, we'll make it happen. We'll make it happen, baby.
So Indian Jesus, I've got to put pressure on you here, brother. We have DebateCon coming up in November, right? That's 6 weeks to make things happen. You're not that far away. It's a cheap flight from New York down to Nashville.
He's the problem. I mean, I have my other job, but I could, finagle that, but I can't. He's 15 years old. I gotta.
You're a pup.
Yep. His whole face was jet black. And so I mean, if I knew all of you guys were going to be down there, and like I knew one or two people that were going, and DebateCon and DebateCon 5 was here in Jersey. It was a good time.
Yeah. Oh, dude, this is my event is going to be. I'm going to make you really sick to your stomach here, but I don't care. So here's we are doing. So I've rented a venue that is for the debate, for my debates, like because DebateCon doesn't argue political or social issues. Modern day debate really likes to stick to just religion and some like flat earth shit. And I don't find that funny anymore. So I have so we've got Rob Knorr, Fabian Liberty, Jake Varr.
What are the actual dates?
November the 14th is my event. 15th and 16th is DebateCon itself. And then on the 16th, we're going out for a range day for anybody that's left. I assume that several people will be left.
16th the range?
Yeah. And see because that's Monday. So basically Friday through Monday. I assume because DebateCon won't end until is not scheduled to end every day until like 8 o'clock at night. Nobody's going to like finish watching the debates at 8 or 9 o'clock and then run to the airport and fly the fuck home. Like that's stupid.
Because I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about trying to make things work, at least to come down for something. But like because in debate,
need a debater to debate. Who you need to debate is probably Fabian Liberty.
Oh, that'll be good. That'll be real good.
I'm gonna try and make it happen. My parents are moving this month, so they're moving to South Carolina. So if I pretty please, my mom does not like dogs, but if I pretty please, maybe they can hang on to him for a few days. But that sounds too good to give up. That sounds too good to give up. But
my event is free.
Anybody knows a dog-friendly hotel there? Maybe that is an option.
Oh, there are lots of dog-friendly hotels.
I'm gonna look into it.
Yeah, there's a lot, and Airbnbs too. But yeah, so my event is free. The only thing is that we're basically requiring a DebateCon ticket. You need to, because we're doing this in support, not in competition of DebateCon. The tickets are kind of pricey, and they seem to be going up the closer we get there. So
you guys do VIP?
Sorry.
You guys doing VIP or just regular?
I did VIP, but I don't care what ticket you have. You can get into my event because this is my event. This has nothing to do with debate.
Right.
Yeah,
so VIP is usually worth it for these types of things.
And then so I do. Well, they're expensive now at this time, so like you should check before you commit. But my event is free. The food is free. I'll have soft drinks and water. If you want something more, gonna have to provide that on your own. We have plenty of room. It's a legit facility. We're gonna have we hope to have 4 to 5 2-hour long format debates, and we I got to go up there towards the end of the month, and I got to look into some of the stuff that I can do there. So, but you're welcome to come. You too, Socrates. I know you can take some time off. You look like you've been working really
Bring your
hard
video games.
Playing video games.
Of course.
And these are going to be live in-person debates that are live streamed to basically everybody we know.
I almost just peed and forgot to turn off this camera. That would not be good.
I did not understand any of that.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
All right.
So, but
yeah,
yeah,
definitely don't pee on camera. Definitely don't.
Yeah, don't take a leak on
That
camera.
TOS?
It's shockingly yes.
Well, you can't even pee on camera.
What kind of Orwellian world do we live in?
Sheesh.
Orwell is right.
Why does Indian Jesus stream from his bathroom?
More importantly, is why has his bathroom got a dog in it?
Yeah, that's weird.
So many questions. So many questions.
Take the bathroom out of the dog.
I'll have to save those for tomorrow.
I mean,
bathroom? I just got a piss jug. What y'all talking about?
I just piss off my porch. I just walk outside and piss off my porch.
Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie.
I'm not lying.
I got piss jugs. Well, I mean, you know, you get a piss jug and some hand sanitizer. What's the difference?
I walk. So I'm in. This is my airplane shed. On the other side of that wall is an airplane, and I built this office. I originally built for my wife to work from home, but she doesn't like it anymore, which is fine. I took it over as my studio, and so this is completely separate from the main house. I just walk out that door and piss off my porch. Nobody cares.
Oh, that's so much cleaner.
I mean, you know.
I guess it is.
Jesus, you're not holding your piss jug right now, are you?
No, that's his
Is there
orange
piss
juice.
in there?
This is Kratom.
Gatorade.
This is my Kratom. I was like, why
Kratom?
the hell am I? Yeah.
Brother,
I was like,
Kratom.
why am I sweating right
Base.
now? I was like, oh yeah.
Base, Jesus.
It's not Gatorade.
No,
Don't drink
Kratom is
yellow
bad.
Gatorade.
If you don't know what Kratom is or you don't know about it, don't do
Kratom
it.
is based.
Oh yeah, no.
No,
That shit's
it's
horrible.
not based.
Yeah. So the one guy is sitting here that has never tried drugs, never smoked, never drank, never done any of that nonsense.
don't do that.
Is the one that has to listen to this crap.
Don't do it. It's not worth it.
If you're gonna be a dumbass and smoke and try and smoke something that's like weed or weed-like, just fucking get it over with and go get.
I already rolled up.
You can't smoke Kratom, brother, okay?
You
I mean,
can if you
could.
try
Maybe-
hard
I
enough.
used to
maybe
be.
you could, but I don't think.
I used to be into pills and stuff, so this is my way to stay functional in society. And eventually, I'll get to deal with it. But we'll deal with
I like Confluence's way. I do the same thing. A little bit of port, a little bit of whiskey, good to go.
Hey, was that guy Triple X out in the chat that was kind of spurging out earlier?
it. Yeah, he was in my chat too.
Oh, he was in your chat too?
Yeah, I don't know what he was on.
Yeah, that dude was like apparently spurging out. And one of my mods was like,
he was like, "Oh, you think you won? You should debate Andrew Wilson." Copy paste. I was like, "Bro, I already did." Modern day debate: Andrew Wilson versus 5. I'm trying to get him for more. I think a conversation between me, Andrew, and Jake would fucking blow up the internet. If they understand where I'm coming from with this MAGA atheism,
they're all going to be. By the way, Andrew and Jake Rattlesnake are going to be at my event.
Yeah, I met them at the previous.
No. I mean, they're going to be at my event all day.
Nice. Yeah, I'm going to find a.
They're not scheduled to
Not
debate.
making promises, but I'm going to try.
They're not scheduled to debate, but we never know what's going to happen.
I'll be like, so.
Yeah, Confluence, are you coming?
Probably not.
What?
I wish I could. I am temporally located outside of the U.S. right now. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You were birthed out of the.
Wait, why does that matter? That's just a temporal location.
So
You can
real quick,
temporally convey your butt back here. Where are you at right now?
I'm from Wisconsin, but I'm sadly against my will located in fucking Canada, and I hate it. I hate it so
You're
much.
Canadian land?
Yeah, sadly.
I mean, at least you can get
I wish
crowned
I
right from the
wasn't.
source.
At least you can escape Canadian land.
I hope. Yeah, I gotta get back to America because, like, I fucking hell. You guys complain about like California. Holy shit! You guys don't even.
You don't even know, bro.
You
So
literally
it's
don't.
interesting that you talk about Wisconsin. I read an article today about, or not an article. I had something sent to me. This the sheriff in Wisconsin in a town called Coleman, Wisconsin. I didn't know that existed, but apparently it does. There was this guy. This guy's like walking across the country. This just random dude, and instead of running the guy into jail, right, because he's basically a vagrant, the sheriff like gets on Facebook and posts, "Hey, this guy is walking across country. He could use a new pair of shoes. I gave him
you know, some whatever, and but he could use a new jacket, you know, whatever, and you know, we're a giving community. Let's you know, let's do the right thing here, people. And so many people in his community responded to that and like, oh, I've got a jacket, I've got a shirt, I've got this, I'll buy him shoes or whatever. And the dude's literally walking across the country on the kindness of others.
It's like Forrest Gump.
Yeah, he's literally like a Forrest Gump dude. He's like, I mean, he doesn't have $1 million from Apple in the bank, but apparently he doesn't even like. Apparently he's got. He was a kid that he was a foster kid. His brothers or foster sister or whatever posted in the thing and was like, yeah, he had what's that, fetal alcohol syndrome, something like that.
Yep. Trying to get pregnant.
And so it affect and he had some abuse when he was younger, so he's just like kind of messed up in the head, and he will just like they will get him a place, they'll rent him an apartment or whatever, and then he'll just stay for a while, and then he'll just start walking again, just leave. And yeah, that's apparently something he does. I think it's cool though. I think it says a lot about America that somebody can still in this day and age to some degree depend on the kindness of others. So that's awesome. But that was in Wisconsin. I don't know why that, like when you said Wisconsin, it's like, oh yeah, I heard something about Wisconsin today.
Yeah, it's few and far between over here in Jersey. What the fuck are you talking?
Yeah, I haven't. I don't know where you are in Jersey.
Near Central.
Jesus. But I have an apartment in Jersey City.
Okay.
Right off of, like, literally right across from Manhattan.
Nice. Yeah, that's where my sister lives up there. I'm more central, like around where like Rutgers is.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But just so I could tell my chat, they're asking about the after party that we do. Am I eliminating, or am I doing another debate?
Oh, after party? There's no. You don't have anyone to debate.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Whenever I'm done streaming, we go into my Discord for an after party.
You got. Yeah. I mean, I'll rate it to you.
So am I done here? Or do I have another debate?
Right into you. Just calm down.
No, that was it. Stoker was eliminated earlier, so it was just you and Confluence there at the end. Cool. The only other person that was left was Evan, but he had to knock out early because
it was even in CT, and CT, both of them pieced out. I guess we ran into them, and we did run a little long tonight. So
last week it went till like past 2 a.m. So this is like good. Well, 2 a.m. my time. I don't know.
I was gonna say it is past 2 a.m.
It's 1:13 my time. So
yeah.
Well, in that case, guys, I am going to give you a very, very big thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for taking the time.
Okay, wait, Jesus, wait. So is this happening tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll hit you as soon as I hop off. I'll hit you up.
Grid, if you have nothing else
I'll
going
be on at the same time, 8 o'clock Central.
So we're gonna do it on this channel, or are we doing it on?
Yeah, I don't care whose channel you do it on.
Yeah, Grid. If you got nothing going on, me and Jesus.
So we'll start a group between 3 of us, and we'll figure out if it's my channel, Grid's channel, whoever's channel.
Yeah, I mean it'll be on all the channels. But
that too.
But yeah, I don't mind moderating. You guys talk over each other, but you're not that bad about it. So
I would love it. So if you got nothing, if the whoever you had Grid falls through, Jesus is down. Sounds like I'm down. I mean, that's content, baby.
Yeah, I have no. I mean,
yeah,
I'm supposed to have the same young lady that was supposed to be on last week. She hasn't reached back out to me to say that she's got her tech issues. So
yeah, I'll coordinate with Confluence, and then if it's your channel, then we'll be able to do that. If you've got something going on, we can just do it on my channel, or if you want to do your channel, I'm down for that too.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna run, because if I don't go hang out with these guys, I'm gonna be up till 6 in the morning. But guys,
don't do that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna rate everybody over there. Everybody, it was really cool hanging out with all of you. Socrates, you've been like the coolest dude just over there playing your game and just be like, fuck it.
Socrates is the one who's really winning here.
I know, right? He is.
No, No, this was super fun. If you guys want to hit me up, I'm in Grid's Discord. Confluence, was really fun debating with you.
Yeah, it was great. I love debating with you. Love debating with you, Jesus. Always a pleasure. Always
Yeah.
fucking
All right,
great
guys,
night. Thanks for having me, Grid. Thanks for the judges.
You're getting rated over to the Indian Jeebus over there. As always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and go stand on that guy's lawn. See you.